We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for some more coverage of the Cocodona 250. I'm Matt Feldick, and I'm joined now by the great Nick Hilton, who has some big shoes to fill. Everyone loved the voice of Drew Fraze there. So I do have Nick Hilton back in the commentary studio here to help continue to bring incredible coverage to the people here. How are you doing, Nick?
Doing really well. I'm super excited to be here. What a night last night. What a morning. I could listen to Drew talk for hours and hours. I think he is fantastic on the live stream here. But I'm excited to bring some of these runners home and cover some of these stories over the next few hours.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of stories we have, as we just saw. Here is our finish area as we're looking at Kevin Goldberg. And I want to try and get us out possibly to the Fort Tudhill area where we have a static cam set up now. And I am trying to get our feed at the finish line back up as well.
And it seems like we got a bunch of runners at Fort Tudhill right now. I'm assuming it sounds like there's been 4 or 5 that have come in recently or are on the way in. So it seems like it's going to be a poppin' place or a place where people are taking some naps right now because it looks fairly quiet at this point in time.
Yep, and we will have a feed out at Munns Park here in just a minute as I get that queued up here. We have Kimberly, one of our wonderful volunteers, out there at Munns Park helping us film.
Seems to be a ton of runners out at Munns Park, up on that out and back right now, getting ready to continue that journey to Flagstaff. So all of these athletes can, I think, start to taste and feel the finish line as they're up on the plateau and on their way here in northern Arizona, moving towards Flagstaff. So I'm excited to see how these runners and hear their stories and check in with their crews and see how their days are going.
Yeah, and we do have a shot up on Eldon. I just need to grab that and get that going as well here. Thank you all so much for bearing with us.
It was exciting to watch Jason Coop, come in here at the finish. And as he was coming in and you guys were talking about his book, I went right on Amazon and purchased myself a copy there. Excited to get through that and learn from one of the greats. He had such a great race. And as you guys said, raced so bravely. He was competitive and put it all out there all day. So it was fun to watch. Excited to see some of these finishers we have coming here shortly. Mark Vogel, Josh Locke, the first Arizonan, the man with the banana jacket from day one who we so enjoyed watching, and the man with the very cool van as well too. So it would be fun to see them come in. Lauren Jones and Tyler Welch, also of Arizona. So a lot of good stories here, a lot of good runners who are going to be making their way to the finish line. So it's going to be fun to follow them through as they work through what I'm sure is a beautiful day up in Flagstaff.
Yeah, most definitely. And if anyone is tuning in as part of our commentary team, if you can refresh your browser on your phone so you can kind of restart your link, that would be amazing. And again, we are currently at Fort Tudhill.
Fort Tudhill aid station here, mile 213.6. It is tantalizingly close to the finish there in downtown Flagstaff. It feels like you could almost walk there walk to the finish line there in an hour, but you have to take this circuitous route here around town to go through Walnut Canyon before heading up over Eldon into that finish line there at Flagstaff. Looks like we just got a glimpse there of a runner walking around the aid station. Wasn't able to catch a bib there, but I'm sure we'll get back there and see who that was at some point.
Yep, and we're trying to get some more of these feeds up here. And I don't know what I just did.
And looking down the list here, looks like we still have a couple interesting races to keep an eye out on. Outside of the, our top finishers are already in, including our top woman. Our second woman, Lauren Jones, is definitely, she's about 8 miles out from the finish line according to that tracker. So we should be seeing her come in here soon within a couple hours, as well as 3 and 4 within fairly close proximity. Number 3, that's Sarah Ostazuki. She is at mile 222, and followed by Rhoda Smoker, who is our fourth woman hailing from Elverson, Pennsylvania. She's mile 218. And then number 5 right now is Stephanie Simpson. She's at 2:15, and close behind her is Carrie Henderson there of Flagstaff. So definitely some things to keep an eye out for as those runners continue to make their way here towards the end of their Cocodona 250 adventure. Right now we're looking in at Fort Tuthill County Park just outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, mile 213, where runners get a good chance to get some refreshment, get some rest.
We might be being joined by Jamil here. Jamil, do you want us to bring you on, or are you just troubleshooting some things?
Sounds like Jamil could be in another dimension right now.
Yeah. And that is not what I want. I'm going to try and figure out how to get that link working here.
You're just tuning in here. Earlier today, we brought in a number of excellent finishers, including Michael McKnight, who was our second overall finisher, Annie Hughes, the top woman and third overall finisher, Matt Smith, who had one heck of a race here, especially over the second and a half. He was consistent and steady, coming in here as fourth overall and hitting the podium on the men's race. Kevin Goldberg, one of the fan favorites there in the chat, he rounded out the top 5 overall, followed by the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, and right before the last stream ended, Jason Koop of Coaching an Ultra Legend, finishing off his excellent race, coming in just a few moments ago. Our next likely finisher looks to be Mark Vogel. He is about 5 or 6 miles out, followed by our first Arizonan, Josh Locke, who is about 7 or 8 miles out. So right now here we're looking in at Fort Tuthill. We do have a couple runners who should be in and around here. Looks like Eric Sensman, Carrie Henderson, and Mina Abraham are hanging out here at this aid station right now, and we are waiting on Brian Janazik and Connor McClelland, who look to be within just a couple miles of this Fort Tuthill aid station. Looking around today, our next relevant cutoff time here is going to be the looks like 12:15 p.m. cutoff at the Sedona station here. Excuse me, that's already passed. We're looking at 1 a.m. here, for Munns Park. So that's mile 171. 1 a.m. for Munns Park will be the next cutoff that our runners are going to be looking to make. And as we take a look here towards the back half of the race here, who is looking to make that? Looks like the majority of our runners have gotten there, but there are still plenty of runners on course who will be making their way to that. Right now, Chuck Mills, Trish Corbett, and January Cummings look to be the 3 here who will be keeping an eye on their progress as the day goes on to hope that they can make that cutoff here for 1 a.m. in the morning at Munns Park, mile 171. They seem to be about 25 or so miles out, so we'll be keeping an eye on them as the day goes on.
Yeah, and so it looks like we should have a little bit of a break on the leaders here. And again, like you said, the next aid station cutoff is not going to be till Munns Park. We had a group of runners leave the Sedona aid station basically right before the cutoff, so like maybe 2 minutes prior to the cutoff. So definitely want to make sure we're keeping our eyes out, and we will have We will have some footage out at Munns Park here in a moment, I do believe. Again, for right now, we are tuned in to the Sedona, or the Fort Tuthill aid station.
Fort Tuthill County Park, and if you've never been out there in Flagstaff, hosts one of Aravaipa's races. Now I'm blanking on the
Flagstaff Extreme
the
Big Pine.
Flagstaff Extreme.
You
Big
hold
Pine
a
race.
course record out at one of those.
Coincidentally, I do.
Right?
Yes, but some really nice trails out there. Super well marked. You know, some techie sections, some really smooth sections. So if you find yourself in the Flagstaff area, Fort Tuthill is certainly one of many excellent places to go for a hike or for a run or a picnic or any type of outdoor activity, really. So definitely recommend checking out Fort Tuthill if you come through Flagstaff.
We are going to take a look at the finish line here in Heritage Square. Looking like it's a little bit breezy here.
Spring in Flagstaff is always breezy. There's no way around that. At least it's not blowing over the flags or blowing over the archway there. So looks to be a pleasant day to be hanging out in Heritage Square. And if you're in that Flagstaff area, I know we've seen some fans out there on course and some of the awesome people up at the FMC hospital getting out there and cheering on the runners. Definitely get on out there and support some of the runners as they come in and finish their Cocodona 250 adventure. Let's show them a little love as they finish up their races.
And we should be expecting our next finisher to be coming. Yeah, he is coming down the mountain now. So Mark Vogel is on his way down Eldon Lookout Road as we speak. He's got a few miles down there still before he turns onto the lower Oldham Trail and begins to work his way over towards Buffalo Park.
And there is nothing like a nice bomb down Eldon Lookout Road after that technical climb, you know, up the Lookout Trail. Although I got to say, on their quads, they're maybe feeling that downhill more than most, but especially since he's so close to the finish line, he is, I'm sure, excited to be making his way down towards Buffalo Park. And I don't know if anybody saw this yet, but Joe McConaughey did post his training, his run from the Cocodona 250 onto Strava, and that is one heck of a file to take a look at. So that is definitely interesting. So if you're on Strava, definitely look that up and take a look. That was fun to look at, to see all the data off of that Koros watch there, posting onto one activity. Unfortunately, he did not get any segments, but it was pretty cool to see all of that in one go there. Question in the chat here from Running Water. How did Flagstaff get its name? Well, Flagstaff gets its name from an actual flagstaff made from a stripped pine tree that was erected on July 4th of 1876 there, early in the founding of the town. The area was originally known as Antelope Spring before the flagstaff there was erected and before they changed the name. So that information does not come from my brain. That comes from Wikipedia, so shout out there. But thanks for the question there, Running Water, as we sit here and await Mark.
And we do have a camera feed out here in Munns Park now, as we have some runners out here at the aid station. This is mile 171 and 187. I believe.
Is that the section that they're going to be coming in on or going out on? I guess both technically. So
I
if it's
believe
the
this
out and
is
backs, yeah.
yep. I believe this is the start of the out and back section.
Okay.
Because I think they come in to Munns Park. Yeah, from over there.
Gotcha. Cool. So that'll be. We should be seeing
Could be wrong though.
a good number of runners coming in through there because there seems to be close to 8 to 10 runners out there on that section right now, as well as a couple that seem to be napping on either end of that out and back section. So some runners who are at that 187-ish or so mark or at the 171 mark. So lots of athletes here at Munns Park at this point in the day. Hopefully we can get some eyes on them. That'll be fun to talk through that. And if you're just tuning into this,
we do have a runner here. We'll try to get a bib number on here if we can out at Munns Park. Oh, Kimberly, can you show that to me one more time here? It looks like our feed is frozen up top. Looks like bib 152.
that is David Stinchfield, 48 years old from Washougal, Washington.
That is right. That is right. Huge shout out.
And he looks to
Mr.
be
Cinchfield, and let's
coming
actually bring
in
it
from
back
that out
here.
and back, so he will be, I'm sure, receiving some aid and getting ready to head back out on the course and make the trek towards Kelly Canyon, which is mile 205. So good to see him get there to the finish. He seems to be making good progress and seems to be in good spirits as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Seems to be still having a good time, which is important. We have bib 222, Paul Murray, who is reaching that aid station for the first time. Shout out to the great philosopher Rick Ross. 222.
I can't say I'm cool enough to understand that that pop culture reference, Matt, but I appreciate the try. I'm going to show my age here on that one and my lack of coolness, but Paul Murray, East Coaster, getting after it at altitude, pulling into that Munns Park, and getting ready to head out on that nice out and back segment there. A beautiful day walking through the pines. And Mr. Stinchfield here, as they're saying in the chat, does have oodles of long distance experience, and he's looked like he is signed up for several other 200-mile runs, including Tahoe and the Bigfoot 200. So seems like he is in for quite the year of ultra racing. So this Cocodona 250 is just a warm up for Mr. Stinchfield. Glad to see that he seems to be in good spirits and heading out there. He's also a veteran of some other AZ races. He's done Javelina before. He ran the Zion 100, and the Moab 240. So not a rookie when it comes to this 200-mile races, and has a couple more planned here for the summer. So David Finch out here just having himself a day.
Yeah, and he's got a real solid beard as well.
Yes, he does. He absolutely does. I know we've talked a lot about facial hair here on this live stream, and he is certainly one of the better beards that we have seen today, or over the past 3 days. The chat also agreeing, saying beast beard. So definitely some follicular appreciators here in the chat.
Yep, and sorry for the scene switches there. I was testing the buttons here. Thank you so much. As we're going to send it to the Fort Tuthill aid station.
So back here at Fort Tuthill, where we do have several athletes, and I think the last athlete we saw on camera a little bit ago was Mina Abraham, who seems to still be hanging out at that aid station or in and around that aid station, along with Carrie Henderson and people's favorite Eric Sensman. So maybe we'll get some eyes on them here in the near future before they head out on their journeys through Flagstaff. Glad to see some Goldberg stands still in there, still typing in all caps. So,
Well, they did say that they support all runners, and so I'm glad that they're still in here.
What a group. Good to see that. Got to keep that Goldberg energy going for everybody else. And I got to say, Goldberg had a great finish. It was cool to see him pull out a top 5. He was the epitome of steady Eddie throughout the course of this race.
Well, do you want to know what was even cooler?
I do want to know what was even cooler.
He was even stopping on that little connection trail from Buff Park to the road to type into the live stream chat. He was running. He would pull out his phone, stop and walk, type in the chat, and keep going to the.
Did you have him on camera during all this?
Yeah.
Wow, what an
experience. I have a screenshot right here on my laptop. Oh wait, this is your college PRs here.
We can leave those. Probably put those in their cycle bin where they belong.
It is right here, Mr. Nick Hilton. I will.
Wow, that's commitment to the game.
That is commitment to the game. We may have to get that out on Instagram later. People in the chat still laughing about Michael McKnight's tracker, which hasn't apparently crossed the finish yet.
Yeah, really tough last like 5/100ths of a mile or 5/10ths of a mile there. He's been passed a bunch, so hopefully we can scrape him off the ground outside of Heritage Square and get him across the finish line.
I love it. Yeah, and so we've got a few feeds here. We are still obviously keeping track of our next runner. I believe we'll be getting our next runner probably at the hospital and following him in. Our good friend Shad has already run 22.5 miles and needs a little bit of a recharge before he starts again at 4 o'clock for his shift. So
well, good thing is we'll send a guy who was just on the live stream for like 6 hours to go relieve him. So we're going to place one tired guy with another tired guy. So have plenty of fresh legs out there. But he's been doing some great work following those runners in. Those hills don't feel easy when you're 20 miles into a day. Got some Adrian Bagger fans in there. Just another guy who has just been steadily moving up throughout the course of the race.
Yeah.
As he hits that 25 miles to go, right there with Dom Grossman. Again, another facial hair legend, sitting right around there with those 25 miles to go, getting close to that Walnut Canyon aid station and staring down the barrel of a climb up infamous Mount Eldon, which was fun to watch. Jamil jogged down that yesterday looking for Joe McConaughey, and here in the chat call for the pitter-patter of feet on dirt. So that was fun to watch last night.
Yeah, and we should have Mark Vogel coming. He looks like he is coming through the trails now, right up against Mount Eldon there. So he is in the trails. He's about to cross over the pipeline trail, it looks like.
Mark Vogel, 11th overall at last year's Cocodona 250, so improving on his place considerably here as he will come in and finish, looks like 7th overall, if I can count right, 8th overall. So he'll record a top 10 finish overall, 7th on the men's race. So it'll be fun to watch Mark come in here and finish his second Cocodona 250 at 49 years of age. There's another man with huge 200 experience running Bigfoot, Tahoe, Moab 240, the triple crown. So it'll be fun to watch him get his moment across that finish line and notch a top 10 at the 2022 Cocodona 250. Right now, we are looking in at the Fort Tuthill aid station. On the static cam, we have a couple runners in here, and we are awaiting a few more as they make their way towards there. Brian Janazik, Greg Ottinger, Jody Seminel, Connor McClelland, all are within just a few miles of this Fort Tuthill aid station and should be checking in here shortly.
We're going to change up that bottom scroll a little bit here. Keep it fresh for the people here. Oh, that is not where I wanted that. It does look nice, though.
Got a question here from Aaron. How many thousands of feet is the climb up Eldon? It's about a 22 to 2,500 foot climb. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it's over a relatively short period on a pretty steep grade with some techie sections. But it is a fun climb. It is probably for all of these runners be more of a hike. It's got beautiful views from the top of both the San Francisco peaks as well as the desert areas and the Ponderosa Pines surrounding Flagstaff. So about a little over a 2,000 foot climb. Nice and techy. Nice way to welcome all of our athletes to Flagstaff.
Oh, Steve is on. Here we go. Let's give me 1 second here, and we will send it to Mr. Steven Adderholt, the great race director of the Cocodona 250. Steve, how are you doing, buddy?
Great. How are you guys?
I am so wonderful.
Good. Well, hey, I don't want to take up the mic time, but I've got Jeff Garmeyer here who wants to talk about his experience. So we want to throw him on, okay?
That would be wonderful. I believe the chat would love to hear from the Tiger King himself.
All right, I'm going to switch over for you. All right, brother. You're up.
Beverage and watermelon in hand.
I would expect nothing less.
Cocodona 250 hat on. A little fresh, maybe a little sunburn there next to on the shoulders. Oh, yeah. Looking crispy. How are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing good. I'm a little tired. Lost my voice out there, but having a good time.
Was it because you were growling like a tiger as you were finishing those final miles? Is that how you lost your voice?
No, I think it was by singing Don't Stop Believing on repeat while climbing Eldon. And by climbing, I mean sprinting up it to make sure I could catch Coop.
Yeah, what an incredible effort. Again, shout out to Coop, who it looks like was maybe dealing with a bit of a knee issue as he hit the finish line. But a huge shout out also to Jeff here, who we were getting text updates from Shelby Farrell that just said he was going to leave it all out there on the floor, on the ceiling, wherever. He was just going full send. So shout out to Jeff. So, Jeff, obviously this is your second time completing the Cocodona 250. You were the first person to finish the race twice, which I think is noteworthy. How, because the live chat has been going nuts about this over the last 3 days, how would you compare this course versus last year's course? Obviously, two totally different experiences in ways, but some similar experiences as well. How did the two different courses kind of impact your overall race experience?
Well, I think last year it was really a tale of two courses. There was like the first to Crown King, so 37 miles, and then there was the rest of the course. This year it was sort of like the rest of that course. So it's that back half. It just didn't have that one foreboding section that really messed with people or kind of made them rethink what they were doing out there. So this one just lacked that big monster, I guess.
Awesome. And when you did get to the top of Eldon this year, what was going through your mind? And did you hit Eldon at a different point in the day this year versus last year?
Yeah, I hit it at night last year and in the day this year. So I saw some residual snow up there, so immediately put that in my hat. And then I knew what was in store, which was the long descent. And so just worked my way around to the aid station, which is in a way better spot than last year because the wind was ripping through there last year. So a number of little things like that as well have changed with like that moving of an aid station or maybe like little things like that on the course, which I think it will just continue to get honed in and better. Because last year there would be people trying to sleep on top of Eldon, and there was no chance because the wind was so big.
Yeah.
You know, during races like this, I'm sure there are lots of memorable moments. Is there one particular special moment that you had out there during the race that sticks out to you?
Oh man, yeah, I had three pacers who had very little pacing experience, and they all individually told me how much fun they'd had, and like they would ask questions like, "What do you think I should run, like a 50K or a 50 miler?" And it was really cool to see them get hooked on the sport just by that exposure to being a part of it. And then my aunt and her friend were the crew, and they were like, "We don't think we'll do the overnight or the late aid stations," but then night one, they're right in the thick of it at midnight, just already into the culture. So I think just seeing that growth on a personal level with friends asking how they can get more into the sport, and then even the crew side, which it's just really cool event because it's so long that the cutthroat or the sprint by and run with your runner and hand off things don't really exist here. There's so much more interaction, and you get that like special individual level that a lot of shorter races lack.
Well, that's awesome, Jeff. Everyone here, we were pulling for you. The chat, you were one of the chat favorites. We love the personality, the character you had out there. So it was fun to follow your race, and thanks for chatting with us. Matt, do you have anything else?
Yeah, Jeff, just on a more personal note, super proud of you. I know training didn't go as well as maybe you'd have hoped coming in. You came in with the freshest legs. You came in here the best dressed and expecting to have the most fun, and you had yourself a really heck of a race, man, and I'm super proud of you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I think it just goes to show that if you can make it to the start line with the chance, then it's worth it. Because I had no idea if I'd be going 20 miles or 250 miles with some nagging injuries. So it turned out to be an awesome experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jeff. I hope you enjoy your beverage. I hope you get some aloe vera on those shoulders before they blister up. But we just had the chance to talk here to our sixth place male finisher, seventh place overall. Let me count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our sixth place overall finisher, fifth place male, Mr. Jeff Garmeyer, the legend, the fastest known Tiger. Jeff, thanks so much, man. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jeff.
And there he was, ladies and gentlemen, an FKT legend in the outdoor space. He had some pacers this year for a guy who has done a lot of FKT attempts self-supported. Pretty cool to see him share that experience, and it sounds like maybe even motivated some people there as well, or some of his crew to kind of be more involved in the sport, which is always awesome.
It is cool. It's one of the best things about the ultra running community is when you're out there at those aid stations or out there on course, it is a community. Everyone's pulling for each other. Everyone's out there helping each other out. So any chance that we get to grow the sport and is exciting, and it was cool to hear that those experiences translated for his crew members and his pacers out there. Right
Yeah.
now we're looking in that finish line here at Heritage Square as we await Mark Vogel.
And we do have a shot out at the hospital here. It looks like Ted may have gone maybe down the road a little bit. He might be in the trails there between Buff Park and the hospital, it looks like maybe.
That looks to be, yeah, there's a section of urban trail that cuts down there before it hits the road. So he looks to be right
So
in
he
that
comes
section.
down,
Yep.
turns right there.
So
Love
looks
it.
like he's going to hide behind the trees, maybe give Mark a little scare, give him some adrenaline pump before he takes that last road section into Flagstaff, up that little hospital hill before heading into town.
And we got a bike here going off to the left. And we'll see if this feed cleans up a little bit as we await our next runner, who will be Mr. Mark Vogel.
Yeah, looking like he is about 2.5 miles out, so he's probably just getting into Buffalo Park or right on the backside of Buffalo Park. So we should be seeing him really any minute now. Mark going for his second Cocodona finish here and his first top 10 finish. A man of very much ultra experiences, so it'll be exciting to follow him into the finish line here. Question in the chat on how old is Mark Vogel. He is 49 years old, so just a young buck when it comes to ultra running. And has tons of 200 and 200 plus mile experience, so as well as finishing Cocodona in the past. And right now here we are right at the exit of a section of Urban Trail as it comes down from Buffalo Park, awaiting Mr. Mark Vogel to come through here, and we'll follow him for his last couple miles here into the finish line into downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, and he should be coming through there as I refresh the live tracker.
Very soon. He's got to be very close. This section of trail here, one of many beautiful, smooth dirt sections of trail that run throughout the town of Flagstaff that connects single track to pavement to dirt roads. I always used to tell people when I was working at Run Flagstaff that you could take off from downtown Flagstaff and run to the Grand Canyon by running on about maybe 1.5 miles of dirt all the way there. So you were kind of at the gateway to the Coconino Plateau and the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world, and the gateway to the Grand Canyon. So a cool place, a special place, and a special place for these runners to be finishing off their Cocodona 250 journey. Had a question here in the chat about Jose Sosa.
Yep, it looks like he's at mile 201.1, so on his way to the Kelly Canyon aid station.
Just crossed that 200-mile threshold there. That's cool. Glad that.
Shout out to Jose.
After maybe some early issues and early troubles, glad that he's been able to kind of get back on track and have a good second half of the race here so far.
Yeah, huge shout out to Jose. He was dealing with, I think, some ankle shin issues at Sedona yesterday and is likely still dealing with them. And he basically had a MedStar medic tape his leg back on for him and got
toughness.
back out there.
That is toughness right there. That's one thing you can say of every ultra runner is they are the epitome of tough. They know how to deal with adverse circumstances and adverse conditions. So glad to see Jose continuing on with his day. Got some data nerds here in the track running water. I would suggest checking out Joe McConaughey's Strava file from this race. Definitely interesting to see that much data in one place. It's a lot of mile splits there, so that was fun to look at. Sensman, at last check, we believe is at the Fort Tuthill aid stations. It looks like he might have just moved out recently. Him being at about the 214 mile mark right now.
Shout out to Eric for still moving forward right now, which is the name of the game at this point in the race.
I'm sure. I'm really excited to see the video that they're making with this race and to hear some of his personal stories, because it sounds like there have maybe been some highs and some very low lows, and he's going to walk away with some memories and some experiences that'll be worth telling. So it'll be fun. And right now here we're still waiting at the exit of Buffalo Park for Mark Vogel, 49 years old, to come through, and we will follow him through to the finish. We should be seeing him come through now any minute. And if you're just joining us here, just a few moments ago before restarting the stream, we watched Jason Koop here come through the finish line. Earlier today, we watched Jeff Garmeyer, Kevin Goldberg, Matt Smith, Andy Hughes, and Michael McKnight all finish. And last night, we watched our winner, Joe McConaughey, come through. Right now, we're waiting for Mark Vogel.
We do have a runner. Oh, looks like our feed just cut out there. We have a runner out at Munns.
And if we can get that information on who that was out at Munns, we will absolutely let you know. And Gene in the chat asking if their runner's at 174, if they're in the first half of that out and back. That is correct. Mile 171 is first Munns Park. Then they do that 16-mile out and back, and they get back in there around mile 187. So if they're at 174, they are just heading out on that out and back. And looks like it's a beautiful day in Flagstaff, Arizona. Right now it's about 73 degrees, maybe a little breezy out there, but the bit runners should be spending most of their time, going through Walnut Canyon once they get up and over Eldon into the pines there where the wind's a little bit less effective. I'm sure they're appreciating all the shade and the soft pine needles and soft dirt underneath them as we check in here at the Fort Tuthill aid station, mile 213.6.
Let's see. Thought we might have someone coming down at our follow cam with Ted, who is just at the bottom of the descent on the Flagstaff Urban Trail System, the FUTS, outside of Buffalo Park, as he awaits our projected next finisher, Mark Vogel.
It looks like he should be incredibly close. The tracker has him about 1.8 miles from the finish, so maybe it's about 2 miles from the entrance of Buffalo Park to downtown Flagstaff. So I would assume that Mr. Vogel is getting ready to head down this hill, head down the urban trail, and we should get eyes on him here shortly as we look in on Fort Tuthill. Looks like we maybe have some crew here, maybe a runner or two either coming in or getting ready to head out. And at that Fort Tuthill aid station, looks like there are a couple athletes there. Carrie Henderson, Mina Abraham, Brian Janasic is very close. Connor McClelland is also very close. Jody Seminel and Greg Ottinger and Tim Kronk are all within a couple miles of that aid station. So we should be seeing some activity there over the next few minutes or half hour as we keep our eyes on that camera coming down from from Buffalo Park, and we also have eyes right now on the Fort Tuthill camera too.
Got a nice big straw hat there in Fort Tuthill. Let's take it over to Buff Park here.
And it looks like maybe there's somebody in the distance. Tough to say if that's someone going up trail or coming down trail, but it looks like we
do have someone out in Munns Park as well.
Bib 191.
Bib 191. Our feed is not pulling up there.
So Larry Phoenix out of Flagstaff, Arizona, looks to be heading on the outs there at Munns Park. So the out section of that out and back. So good luck to Larry as he navigates that 16-mile section of out and back there at Munns Park.
Looks like we have him up there.
And right now we have eyes here on the exit of Buffalo Park, waiting for Mark Vogel to make his way down. It looks like maybe he has been spotted, according to our cameraman.
Yep.
There does seem
we
to
see
be
him in the distance there.
someone making their way down the hill. And coming into your screen now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Mark Vogel, 49, out of Spokane, Washington, with right around 1.5 miles to go to finish his adventure here at the Cocodona 250. And he is moving well.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
We'll have our camera here follow Mark as he finishes this last section of trail before turning onto the roads and heading into downtown Flagstaff. And looks like Mark has some admirers from Spokane here in the chat, willing him home here to finish his second run at the Cocodona 250 and his first top 10 finish here at Cocodona.
He's had a really strong, steady day. Steady days, I guess. He's been really consistent. You know, has slowly moved up the field and has just been running really strong all day today.
It just seems like a guy who understands his body well, understands his limits, and knows, how hard he can push it, and consistently was doing that day in and day out. And when you run smart like that, you're awarded with a top 10 finish. So really exciting for Mark, and excited to see him get his moment as he crosses the finish line. The cool thing about races like this is, when you're crossing on your own here, everybody gets their McConaughey moment. They get their moment to celebrate and be the center of attention. So I'm excited to see Mark finish up this race and get that moment.
Yeah, for sure. And he is going to be our 8th overall finisher, 7th male. And again, still just looks very strong, moving very purposefully.
And these finishing times for these top finishers are all incredible. He's going to be somewhere in the range of 80 hours or so. Not 80 hours, excuse me. 77 hours. Yeah, I can't do math. So why I'm in the commentary booth, I cannot do mathematics.
That's why you're not at the stats desk.
Exactly.
Sharing
a fist bump here with our cameraman. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, and we got to get the audio on. What am I doing? There we go. We've got audio now. That was my bad. There he is, Mark Vogel, last year's 11th place finisher.
Yep, just outside that top 10.
Going to be our 7th male this year. And he is just running so strong still. Looking really good.
As he heads up to the top of Hospital here, the last climb that the runners have to face.
I know. He's got a smile the whole way.
Had a smile the whole way.
Wow.
Well, after last year's experience, he came here expecting maybe a similar experience, seeing if he could do better, and was greeted with a much different experience. So it's good to see Mark smiling and happy and having a great finish.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for better weather over the course of the 3 days here. You know, it got warm in the afternoons, but nothing in the 80s or 90s. Just beautiful weather, maybe a little breezy, but ideal for these runners to have a great experience during their adventure through northern Arizona. As Mark finishes this final climb here up to the top of Hospital Hill, looking strong, looking steady, looking consistent. Love to hear that he was smiling the whole way and having a great time.
Always smiling. Someone says in the chat. It's like Annie, or Adrian, sorry. Always smiling. It's good. You love to see everyone out there, you know, pushing themselves, but also having a lot of fun. You can see the light for his left-hand turn.
He's pretty
VIP.
Yeah. He's a VIP. He will be the second ever person to finish the Cocodona 250 twice. When he reaches the finish line in Heritage Square, he will have the highest combined placement of anyone who has finished twice.
a little jaywalking there from Mark. We'll ignore that transgression as he crosses over there to the side of the road. But that's amazing. Yeah, to run it 2 years straight and to run 500 miles under 7 total days is incredible, and to come in with nearly two top 10 finishes is amazing. And you can hear the cheers from the crowds out here and the workers at FMC supporting Mark as he comes through.
Shout out to all the good people who are coming out and supporting. Again, I think this is just the start. I think in the future we're going to have big crowds at Buff Park, big crowds down Beaver Street, big crowds in Heritage Square. Flagstaff, an incredible outdoor community up there. And so hopefully we'll continue to be able to grow the crowd support and the fan support in the great city of Flagstaff.
Absolutely. And you could definitely see Flagstaff embracing something like this, like some of the European towns for UTMB do, and making this race their own and making those people feel welcome, because Flagstaff is a town that appreciates its outdoor recreation and appreciates trail runners and people who can perform these types of feats. So it's a perfect fit to have the finish of Cocodona 250 in one of the endurance meccas of the world, Flagstaff, Arizona.
3/4 mile to go.
Yeah, and I mean, what a better time for this race to happen, especially in a year like this. Wish we could have gotten more of the elites that are in town on the road and trackside training. There's a lot of clubs in town to come see these incredible athletes as they finish this journey that I can guarantee anyone in the track space currently competing would look at and be very mind blown as to people actually completing an adventure like this.
Absolutely. It would absolutely blow their minds. And I mean, the cool thing about people in the endurance community is that they can relate to other people's experiences very well. So even a miler can relate to the type of grind and the training that athletes like this go through and that they go through during their races, even though that their training or their racing is very different. So it's one of the really cool things about the running community is the ability to relate to one another and to support one another. And we see that in ultras, and we love to see that crossing over from marathoners and track runners to ultra marathoners as well too. And again, there's really no more perfect place to bring all that together than a place like Flagstaff. As he runs down past the hospital. This is a steep little downhill here, so maybe not feeling so great on his quads. After he gets here to the next intersection, it'll be a little bit more gradual as we'll pass some of the residences and businesses here in downtown Flagstaff.
And we've got a Kristen Vogel in the chat. Not sure if and what the relation is, but she says big Vogel energy in the chat here. And Mark nearly getting run over by cars. Thankfully, he did not. Thankfully, we did not witness that on the live stream. Shout out to Mark. Don't the good residents of Flagstaff know? People gotta get to the finish here.
Yeah, you know, I can speak from experience that not all the residents of Flagstaff know that that runners like to cross the street. So maybe not necessarily universal. And it looks like that woman that Mark was hugging off the side of the road there was his wife. So that's a sweet moment to be able to witness here during the finishing stages of Mark's race.
Nice.
Coming down the street here, he'll have one more steep little downhill before getting into the center of downtown Flagstaff, passing by several awesome locally owned businesses along the way.
So much love in the chat for Mark. It's amazing to be able to get a little bit of more to get to see his beautiful face once again. I don't think we've seen him maybe since Munns Park. I think it's the last time we maybe got him on camera. So huge shout out to Mark, who has been just moving up, running strong, and he is still cooking right now.
He is cooking. He's looking good. He's moving consistent. There is not a single hitch in that stride. I am jealous of efficiency like that. You know, 249.9 miles in the race. And it is really cool to see all the love that he is getting on the chat right now. Lots of big Vogel energy.
Yeah,
here
and
through
huge
the chat.
shout out to the Goldberg crew, who's also sending Mark some big Vogel energy. And we've got. I didn't mean to. Why can't I? There we go. This is the one I wanted. This is amazing. And
I feel like waiting for those people.
And again, our feed is just being a little laggy, so as we get close, we'll make sure that we get a good shot of the finish from our finish line cam. And we will send it there currently.
So just
We'll try to get that feed back up. And actually, if Ted can hear me, if he can just quickly refresh his web browser. That has been a ticket to success here, so it'll pop him off and then pop him back on. Once he gets back in, it shouldn't take long.
just about 200, 300 meters for Mark here as he navigates the streets of Flagstaff.
And we should get that Ted cam back up here shortly. And we will see if that helped at all. And we're back up.
There he is.
Looks like it might not have helped, but maybe because it was frozen for the most part. So we do have a shot. Looks like Ted is muted on his end, which is all right for right now. I'd rather get the shot. Here we go.
We're going blocked on next left.
And we are almost there. And again, we will follow Mark in, and then we're going to have a beautiful shot of our finish line here. Heritage Square. Maybe Mark will be the first runner, the first finisher this year who goes over and enjoys a juicy burger from Diablo Burger.
Well earned. A well earned burger from Diablo
Very
Burger.
well earned. Very well earned.
Good to see some fans out there on the side of the road helping bring Mark in.
I'm saying, we've got Vogel's pirate shirt. I love it. So, it's like from Seinfeld. He's got the puffy pirate shirt. It looked good. I bet he doesn't have a bit of a sunburn on him because of that sun protection.
It looks comfortable, that's for sure.
Does look comfortable, and he is making his left on Birch. He is now just about a little over a block away from making his right-hand turn into Heritage Square. He knows exactly where he's going. It's familiar territory for him now.
And there is nothing like those last couple meters as you come to the finish line of a race, and especially I can't imagine the emotions and the excitement that he must be feeling as he finishes his second go here at the Cocodona 250. The second two-time finisher here today, and his first top 10 at the 2022 Cocodona 250.
Oh, last turn right there, buddy.
Amazing. Pirate shirt, wide brim hat, and here he comes. He's going next to the gift shop, making the turn.
And Mark Vogel recording his second finish at the Cocodona 250. There he is, airplaning across the finish line. Congratulations, Mark, for your top 10 finish here at the 2022 Cocodona 250.
And I'm not sure if we got the finish there as our system literally crashed. I moved as fast as I could move to get it back up, but we will get eyes on Mark right now.
There he is. Mark
There
Vogel,
he is.
8th overall, 7th in the men's category this year. Top 10, just over that 77-hour mark. What a run here for Mark Vogel, 49 years old, from Spokane, Washington.
And then a big hug, it looks like, there from Witt. All the Big Mark energy crashed the stream, I guess. I apologize. Our software literally crashed. I worked as fast as I could to get it up, and we just missed it.
I can attest I've never seen a man's fingers move faster over buttons as Matt's here as he tried to get the stream up, but now we get to have the camera on him and enjoy this moment with Mark Vogel, 8th overall at the Cocodona 250, 7th man.
And I wonder, do you think we could get Mark to go back out and run through just so that we can see it? I am sorry to the Vogel family and all of Team Vogel there. I promise you I worked literally as fast as I could to get that back up, and I was unsuccessful. Well, Bear Club 1, a wonderful, wonderful name, and new commenter in the chat. Do better, Rob. Rob is not here, so this would be Matt. However, I will 100% blame Rob for not mentoring me better during last year's stream. But shout out to Bear Cub 1, who that's a new name I've seen in the chat, so welcome to the stream.
Mark broke the stream. That's absolutely true. There was so much energy, so much love coming from the chat here that it blew up the stream. So
Oh, man.
it was an act of love that caused the stream to fail here, but
It was the beauty of the pirate shirt that I believe did it. And we are going to see if Ruth can unmute herself. We will be able to listen in. Otherwise, we will just keep it here. Joseph Francis Burton might be onto something. We're actually not making people finish the race this year. It's all a big conspiracy. Mark, a true superhero and amazing father. He trained hard this year. And there you saw String Bean McConaughey, Whit Wisebram right there.
I'll tell you what, that training definitely showed. He was consistent, steady throughout the whole race.
Whit giving us a wave. I wonder if Whit has gone back and listened to any of the live streams from yesterday where I gave Whit the hardest of times for getting dropped by Joe. But it was really cool to see Whit and Joe get to share the moment as Joe came into Heritage Square last night. Let's go to our static cam here, as we do have audio from the static cam, but not the visuals. And let's see, we've got, oh my goodness, we have finally the man himself, Jamil Curry, out on the drone, and I just need to program a button here.
So as we look in here at Heritage Square, we look towards our next finisher. That's likely to be Josh Locke, our first Arizonan. He hails from Chandler, AZ. He is right around that 247-mile mark, so he is making his way down from the top of Mount Eldon and towards that downtown Flagstaff finish line. And then after him, we have our second women's podium finisher, Lauren Jones. She's showing at about 244 right now, so she is getting very close. She is past the Mount Eldon aid station and working her way down Eldon Lookout Road towards downtown Flagstaff. So we will be eagerly waiting for them to come in here to the finish. That will be our 9th and 10th overall finishers and our second woman. So our silver medalist, a podium spot here, coming into downtown Flagstaff here in just a few moments.
And we are currently out in Munns Park. Jamil Curry flying over the streets of Munns. And so when runners leave the aid station, I believe, and come into the aid station here, they're on a road here through this small little town that you would not know existed if you were just passing by on the interstate, on the I-17. You can see an exit from Munns Park, but you can't see all this beauty that is back here.
Chris Warden here in the chat letting us know that Josh Locke was 5th last year, so he will be our third two-time finisher coming in today, and he will be recording his second top 10 here at Cocodona.
And here you see Jamil giving us some beautiful views down into Red Rock country where runners will be coming from.
Josh Locke, also a veteran of the Flagstaff to Grand Canyon Stagecoach 100-mile run. He was
And there you
fourth
see the
overall
I-17.
there. And there is the beautiful I-17 highway.
And another thing you would not know existed, a beautiful Munns Park golf course. Absolutely stunning. I'm hoping that Jamil does not crash the drone over the interstate.
While dramatic, would not be an ideal situation for sure.
It would not.
Jake Frothy noting that he can't believe these people are still going, that he wanted to die after his 50 miles. I can say that I felt a similar sentiment after my first 50-mile run. So kudos to all these people for pushing well past the 50-mile mark ×5. So it's definitely, again, a testament to the toughness of the athletes that are out there right now. And right now, we are waiting on Josh Locke. He is approximately 3.5 or so miles here out from the finish area. At last check, he was making his way down some of the social trails that connect into the back of Buffalo Park. So within just a few minutes, we should be seeing him start his journey down through downtown Flagstaff. And right now we have a beautiful drone shot from Jamil from over top of Munns Park, Arizona, where we have a wide collection of runners making their way on the out and back section here in and out of Munns Park before heading towards Kelly Canyon, Fort Tut Hill, Walnut Canyon, and of course Mount Eldon and the downtown Flagstaff finish. And it looks like here sometime in the next couple hours we'll have our first Flagstaff-based finisher coming through, Tyler Welch, a Flagstaff resident. So I'm sure it'll be special for him. He's out there treading some what I'm sure are very familiar trails as he heads towards the finish line.
Tyler Welch also with Catula, our good partners over at Catula. Huge shout out to them for making this event possible. Rugged, relentless, radical. No, we're not talking about the Cocodona 250. We're talking about Catula's new Renegator, which I'm grateful to have gotten a pair of at the Packet Pickup Expo. Designed for high output activities like 250-mile jaunts through Arizona's toughest trails and beyond. Made with stretch woven nylon, Duralink instep strap, and Aegis rock guard. These gators will do it all and keep everything out but the heaviest downpour without keeping moisture in. Order yours now at Catula.com. Again, the Catula Renegators, absolutely amazing, super comfortable. Going to keep everything out except that downpour. So again, go over to Catula.com. Order your gators. Catula, known for their traction. They make great gators as well. And Tyler Welch, the first Flagstaff resident to make it home here in the coming hours.
And I'll tell you what, folks, that wasn't a planned transition. That's just how smooth your head commentator, Matt, is here. Without missing a beat, as soon as he heard me mention Tyler Welch, he pulled out that ad copy and was ready to fire that off. So the consummate professional here in the commentary booth as we await Josh Locke, who, as I look through his ultra sign-up page here, he has maybe raced every ultra race in Arizona. He has got quite the Arizona ultra experience. And now his second finish at the Cocodona 250 is just a few moments away.
Looks like our drone might be frozen there, so we'll come back to Heritage Square for the time being.
Heritage Square, the heart of Flagstaff, Arizona, surrounded by quite a collection of wonderful locally owned business. And I always stress, if you head to Flagstaff, make sure to drink several beers from local breweries, drink several coffees, because Flagstaff does coffee and beer very well. And all the people who own those businesses are awesome. And so get out there and support the community if you're heading up there today or this weekend.
Tons of good food and drink options there, just outside Heritage, or just near Heritage Square. So you should definitely, if you're in Flagstaff, you've got Late for the Train coffee, iconic spot there.
Can't go wrong with a little Late for the Train, and their relatively new downtown location.
Yep, looks like Jamil is back up.
It looks like our chat isn't refreshing, or maybe it is. There we go.
No, there it is. Macy's coffee, the best. Macy's also incredible.
Macy's is incredible.
A short walk.
It is
from
a short
Heritage
walk.
Square.
You could grab a coffee at Late for the Train, grab a beer at Beaver Street Brewery, then grab another coffee at Macy's, and then go ahead and hit Tourist Home for an excellent breakfast burrito.
So again, we are getting an aerial shot overlooking the streets of Munns Park here.
We got someone in the chat here looking for any knock my socks off facts about the history of the race. Well, Matt, do you have any knock his socks off facts about the Cocodona 250?
Well, this is the second running.
The second running. There you go. That is a fact for you, Jake.
It was on a new course this year.
A course record was set this year by Joe McConaughey, and the course record was also set last year by Michael Versteeg. So
yeah, 2 different courses, 2 different records.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Sarah Newberry, breakfast burritos are my love language. I agree there. Breakfast burritos are also my love language as well, especially after a good, hard, long run on the trails at Flagstaff.
Yeah, I mean, a good breakfast burrito is just very satisfying after a long run.
Oh, fun fact here from Chachi that Josh Locke currently has the self-supported FKT for the Black Canyon Trail. So truly an Arizona legend, having run what seems like every race in Arizona, the Mogollon Monster 100, the Flagstaff to Grand Canyon Stagecoach 100, and now finishing his second run at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, Josh is the legend. That's for sure. As we have another runner heading out down the streets of Munns Park.
Munns Park, where our next cutoff is later this evening, 1 a.m. to hit mile 171. So we'll be keeping an eye on those runners who are still approaching that mark. Still are a healthy number of runners out there who need to approach. And as Matt mentioned earlier, there was a group that left Sedona just before the cutoff time. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of them here and sending them some energy and power to pull them through that aid station before that 1 a.m. cutoff.
Some big Munns energy.
Big Munns energy to go along with the big Vogel energy.
And the big Goldberg energy.
Goldberg energy,
yeah.
Yes. All kinds of energy.
Oh, and I think there was like some crazy Coop energy. I think there was a lot of Coop energy as Coop made his way.
You know, everyone's got some energy. There was some Tiger energy. I'm sure there was some Andy Hughes energy, some Matt Smith energy. So.
Lots of energy. And it looks like Josh Locke is on the trails at the base of Mount Eldon on the way to Buffalo Park here. So we should be seeing him get to Buffalo Park in the coming minutes. He's probably a mile and a half-ish from getting into like Buffalo Park proper there. And then we should be able to get our good steady-handed Ted Cam back up once Josh gets a little bit closer. We will hopefully follow Josh in.
Ted making the jog back up the hill, getting his own vert in to get ready to follow in Josh Locke.
Again, just absolutely beautiful shots here.
And Aravaipa's own Chris Warden in here, just loving all the energy that is emanating from the chat right now for our finishers. And I am sure that they're going to keep that energy up for Aravaipa after dark. I mean, when I checked in last night, it seemed like the chat energy was popping. So I have faith that the chat will be hanging around and bringing this energy for as we bring in more and more finishers here to finish their treks and adventures here at Cocodona. As we look in here at some beautiful drone footage from Munns Park, Arizona, off of the I-17, where runners will check in at mile 171, hit a 16-mile out and back section, and then check out here at 187.2 to begin their trek into Kelly Canyon aid station in mile 205. Again, that cutoff this evening is for 1 a.m. to get into mile 171 at Munns Park.
So let's take a look here.
The finish line cutoff for Mr. Jake, that is at 122 hours is the total time to finish this race by.
So I believe maybe Trish Corbett, I'm not sure if she might not have continued her journey out of Sedona. She may have been the one runner who did not make it out of Sedona. Her tracker is still there.
Yeah, maybe it seems like she stayed there, and we're looking at Lori Robinson and Elizabeth Russ here.
Yep, and they are making their way.
And as we're checking the tracking here, Lauren Jones also making her way, actually closing the gap a little bit on Josh Locke, depending on how things change here with the spot tracker. Lauren Jones currently on the single track here on the lower Oldham trails, heading into the backside of Buffalo Park. So she is making really, really good time coming off the backside of Eldon. And we are watching here waiting here for our 9th and 10th finishers, and also waiting for our second podium finisher here in the women's race. That's Lauren Jones. She is on her way. She is from Atlanta, Georgia, 39 years old, working her way down in here to the backside of Buffalo Park.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Locke's thing hasn't moved in a while, so he may be getting pretty close to Buffalo Park at this point.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And just kind of looking back here through the field a little bit, seeing who's getting closer, maybe just leaving Kelly Canyon here. Looks like Mark DeFalco, David Odell, Christy Haswell, and Chris Walsh have all departed from that Kelly Canyon aid station. That is mile 205, and it looks like Carol Northrup, Scott Jenkins, chat favorite Jose Sosa, and Bree Grigsby and West Plate are also on their way there to Kelly Canyon, so we'll keep an eye out for them coming through there. And then as we look forward here into Fort Tuthill, it seems that we've had some movement out of that Fort Tuthill station. It looks like Carrie Henderson, Brian Janisic, Mina Abraham, Eric Sensman have all moved out of Fort Tuthill and are making their way towards Walnut Canyon. That is mile 229. And it looks like Greg Ottinger, Jody Seminole, Connor McClelland, and Tim Kronk are all hanging out there at Tuthill, with Chris Ragsdale, Mark DeFalco, David Odell making their way towards that station. Should be appearing there shortly. I don't believe we have any video feed out at Kelly Canyon, but we'll give you updates as we see runners come in through there. Right now we're waiting on Josh Locke and Lauren Jones as they make their way down Mount Eldon and towards the backside of Buffalo Park in downtown Flagstaff. Camera right now on the beautiful drone feed over Munns Park, where the runners come into an out and back section of about 16 miles before they make their way towards Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill.
Nice photo op here. Pete Mortimer there with the men's race winner, Joe McConaughey. Now we'll bring it back.
And checking in at our Walnut Canyon aid station, looks like Cole Crosby is there right now. Adrian Begrin and Dom Grossman are both getting close, as well as Sarah Ostazuki, who is currently rounding out the podium on the women's side. She has what looks like a 5-mile gap on fourth place woman Rhoda Smoker. So they are all making their way there towards Walnut Canyon and staring down the barrel of that Mount Eldon climb, which is where Flagstaff resident Tyler Welch finds himself right now, getting ready to head up that climb to the Mount Eldon aid station at mile 242.4. And checking the feeds, still not seeing a lot of movement here out of Josh Locke, and so him and Lauren Jones remain within about a mile of each other. We'll keep an eye on that and keep an eye on one of those runners coming into and out of Buffalo Park. We'll pick them up to take them into the finish.
Looks like we do have some runners over at Fort Tudhill here as well. And as soon as I go to that camera feed, it looks like, oh, there, it's not frozen.
That's Fort Tudhill aid station, mile 213.6. So could be looking at maybe Jody Seminole in and around this area. Connor McClelland and Greg Ottinger all appear to be taking aid and resting up before heading out towards Walnut Canyon.
And we do have some beautiful aerial shots here.
Joseph Francis mentioning how hard it is to stand up after a nap on an ultra. I can't imagine, for some of these runners who get to tuck themselves in their vans for 20 minutes. I find it hard to sometimes wake up after 8 hours of sleep. I can't imagine how hard it is to wake up after 20 minutes of sleep 200 miles into a race.
Well, I mean, yeah, I remember the days back in college where after like a hard 5K on the track the next day, how sore I was and how hard it was maybe to get out of bed. I can only imagine how hard it is after 250 miles of just an arduous journey. I'm guessing that they're going to be pretty sore.
Yeah, maybe just a
was
little
worth
bit.
it.
Although on the cameras, McConaughey looks like he was moving around okay. Looks to be in pretty good spirits.
Well, this was a short journey for him as
Yeah.
someone who's tackled the Appalachian Trail, the PCT, and the Arizona Trail.
You say Appalachian? I'm an Appalachian guy personally, but maybe that's
Well, do you call it Appalachian State or Appalachian State?
I call it, up until I moved out of Pennsylvania, I called it Appalachian State. So
Okay.
maybe that's a regional
I also
thing.
call it Appalachian State.
There we go. So maybe the chat can inform us. I'm sure I'm probably wrong with my central Pennsylvania dialect there. As we look on some type of lake or cattle tank there up in Flagstaff.
According to Google, it says Appalachian.
Appalachian. So there we go. We've
Appalachian.
proven myself wrong here, which happens several times a day, every day. So
Another Google says what I say has typically been linked to the south, and the way you pronounce it has typically been linked to the north.
There we
which
go.
Makes sense since I lived in Georgia.
makes perfect sense. So
Look at this lake.
Mason-Dixon divide.
Pretty cool shot here. Both pronunciations are correct, so we don't need to arm wrestle over it or anything.
You'd probably win. I think I'm not much of a muscle guy.
Appalachian,
There you go.
yeah.
North Carolina and South is Appalachian.
Appa, yeah. It's all good. Pronounce it however it makes you feel happy, you know?
Heading back to Heritage Square here, looking at Mr. Pete Mortimer, 8 more miles himself, having a chat with maybe trading some war stories with race winner and course record holder Joe McConaughey. Just glad to see Joe up and walking around. Glad that he's feeling good.
Yeah, huge shout out to Joe. we may have a cam
Yeah, looks
for
like
Tuthill soon.
Josh Locke has now updated to be around mile 248, so we should be expecting him to be popping out of Buffalo Park here very soon, and we will get ready to bring home our 9th place finisher, 8th overall on the men's side, and our first Arizonan, Josh Locke, and we'll bring him in for his second top 10 finish and his second finish at Cocodona 250.
I'm trying to just take care of something here so that I can get us another angle from Fort Tuthill.
And right now, just looking in here at Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff as we wait for Josh Locke here to come to the finish line. He is coming through Buffalo Park, it seems, right now, so hopefully we'll get some camera footage on him as we run him in to the Cocodona 250 finish line. He is followed pretty closely by our second woman, Lauren Jones, from Atlanta, Georgia, who probably calls it the Appalachian Mountains for sure. So we'll be getting her finishing to round out the top 10 overall shortly after Josh gets across this line.
While we wait, let's go ahead and check in on the sites. That is the Fort Tuthill aid station with our good friend Rob.
Seems like a good place to take a nap. Nice indoor location.
And I think they've got a pretty sweet cot set up over there as well.
Do we know whose crew we're looking at here?
If Rob can unmute, he should be able to tell us here.
Hey, Rob, what crews do we have in here right now at Fort Tuthill?
He is
The sleep room.
the sleep room. I love it.
Cool to see some
Shout out
family
to
here in
Brooke
the
Jones.
chat.
Lauren Jones is her sister. The Atlanta native.
Oh,
and
looks
we
like
have
we've
a
got
runner coming in here. If we can get a bib that looked like bib
62 or 82.
82.
Tim Kronk.
Is that right where he should be?
Yes, 213.1. That's
Yep.
Tim Kronk, Oro Valley, Arizona, just north of Tucson there. Here he is coming into the Fort Tuthill aid station.
Good, and we should have Josh Locke coming in to the Buff Park area, I believe, any moment now.
Oh, there's a pretty killer climb coming into Buffalo Park that probably doesn't feel too good on the legs as they're coming in via those social trails. So,
yeah, actually, it looks like he should be on the on the trail out of Buffalo Park now that it's updated. So he's about to hit the roads, and we will see if Ted is still out there. Maybe out at the hospital to bring him in.
Josh Locke, our first Arizona finisher out of Chandler, Arizona. Very experienced at the Arizona race scene, coming towards his second finish at Cocodona 250, his second top 10 as well at Cocodona 250, having taken 5th last year in the first edition of the race. got to be an exciting moment for him as he comes in to the finish here.
Yeah, and it looks like Ted is out there, and he is en route.
So as we wait for Ted to find Josh Locke, we're looking in here at Fort Tut Hill at Tim Cronk as he chats with some of the
Looks like we have
staff here at the
him
aid
right
station.
here, yeah. Yep.
And it looks like, yeah, he's caught up here with Joshua Locke from Chandler, Arizona.
And, oh,
How we doing, Josh?
there he is. There is Josh Locke himself, ready to be done. Last year's 5th place finisher, having himself an incredible run today. He's going to be the 9th place finisher, it looks like, today.
8th male, 9th place overall, second top 10. And just like everybody else, just has a nice steady cadence coming in here. Looks like he's still moving really well. Could probably go another 50 miles if we asked. As we watch Josh Locke here climb the last paved hill here up to the top of the FMC hospital, and then he'll make the left turn on Beaver and head on down the hill towards downtown Flagstaff. Left on Beaver, left on Birch could be the new Boylston Street here for ultra runners.
I think you're on to something.
Word on the street is that he's feeling great too, although according to his words, he is ready to be done.
Keep that volume down just a little bit as we're getting a little bit of that Flagstaff wind here.
Wouldn't be spring in Flagstaff if there wasn't a lot of wind blowing in your face all the time.
Exactly.
Lake Mary Road, home to the infamous double headwind. You head one direction, you have a headwind. You head back the other direction, you also have a headwind. Confounding. A miracle of science, I should say. Diggs Diggler Jose Sosa is still pounding away. He's having a day out there right now, and the banana hoodie has changed to a light blueberry hoodie.
Well, this is the, I believe this is the race shirt. I could be mistaken.
The man with the incredibly well organized crew van, Josh Locke, making his way to the Beaver Street intersection here.
And he is also being filmed by Cody Stevens. So shout out to Cody Stevens here, who's capturing content. Gonna put together a video on Josh. Huge shout out to Cody. There's Josh, big smile. He knows when he makes this left on Beaver, it's all home from here.
Any
There
day
he
now, this
goes.
light will change, and he'll be able to get across the street here. That's got to
Here
be
we go.
agonizing. You just want to get on with it, waiting for that light to change.
And there they go. Josh is off to Heritage Square. Finishing up on Cinco de Mayo. There's a Mexican restaurant right there in Heritage Square as well. So if anyone wants to celebrate, catch the end of the Cocodona 250
Should
here
get
in
a
Flagstaff.
Gatorade cooler of margaritas out there at the finish for the runners to partake in once you get across there.
Garmeyer might keep that just for himself, so that
Oh.
might be dangerous.
I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him. He's earned it. He's earned his margaritas.
We're getting some big Josh vibes in the chat. Some Josh chants. And of course, the great folks up at Flagstaff Medical Center.
They're there to cheer on our runners, or maybe an emergency, provide some emergency aid. Either or, perfect location for them to be.
You know, it's just great that they're coming out.
Got half a mile to go.
I'm picturing, you know, these Flagstaff medical workers like in their office. They've got the stream pulled up so they know they're being cued when to go out.
Well, they also have that that nice sky bridge as well too.
Yeah.
So really a good place to look out and see some of the runners come by. We got Team Locke here in the chat. People calling out that that is correct. He will be the Arizona champion of the Cocodona 250, our first Arizona finisher coming in here, our
Yeah.
third two-time finisher coming in here, our 9th overall and 8th male finisher.
Hoka? ... Question. Those are most certainly Hokas.
They look like to be the Arahi, if I had to take my guess. No, that's Speed
no,
Goats.
it's Speed Goat.
Speed Goat 5. I stand corrected.
A good shoe of choice here. Going to hold up well on the paved section, the short paved section here, but get
Yeah.
you through the trails there as well.
I bet you there are a lot of Speed Goats on course right now, if I
Yeah.
had to guess.
I would agree.
Could do the shoe count like they do at the New York City Marathon, where they count on the elites the number who is wearing what shoe.
Do they still do that?
They did for a couple years when carbon-plated shoes got
Okay, when they
popular to see who was wearing carbon, who's not wearing carbon.
Oh, okay. Probably a lot of Nike carbon shoes.
Absolutely, initially. now everyone's got one out, so you see a little bit more variety out there.
Josh absolutely crushing it right now.
Again, just looking smooth, looking comfortable. As he heads down Beaver, one more big downhill before he gets that nice left-hand turn on Birch.
He's going to be the Arizona state champion here at the Cocodona 250. Incredible performance. I feel like every time we saw him, he was always in good spirits, even maybe when he wasn't feeling the best, always had a smile on, was just embracing the journey.
Definitely had a big smile, and every time we got a chance to see him, and his crew was doing a great job keeping him motivated. Looks like they were having a great time and helping keeping him positive. And I'm glad. It's always fun to share that energy with your crew as you're getting through there to finish a 250-mile race. Looks like we've got maybe some family in the chat here. Potentially one of Josh Locke's children, so that's cool to see them looking on here, cheering on their dad as they approach the finish line. And it looks like the Josh Locke stands are pulling into the chat.
He's just a few blocks away from making the left onto Birch, which brings him closer to his finish in downtown Flagstaff at Heritage Square. Looks like this feed is going to be a little choppy here. So we're going to take it to the finish line where Josh Locke is heading right now, and we'll see if Ted can refresh his browser for me real quick and re-enter. His stream has frozen, but in the meantime, we are going to keep it right here.
Josh Locke just a couple of moments away from finishing his second Cocodona 250, our top Arizonan, and 9th overall, finishing in the top 10 twice, and as pointed out here by Aaron in the chat, a guest later on Aravaipa After Dark, but he will be about 5 hours ahead of his time last year, so he will be checking in here just under the 78-hour mark, I believe.
Looks like Ted is going to catch back up after refreshing here.
And they are just a few blocks away.
Ted's gonna have to make a run of it.
Yeah.
As Josh.
Watch the traffic, Ted, please.
Thank you
Careful
so much, Ted.
As he is getting very close to that left on Birch, and then just a half a block to make that right into Heritage Square. A lot of good Locke puns in the chat right now.
I love it. One more block here. And we will make sure that we do not crash the stream and we get over to our finish cam in plenty of time. We are not going to go 0 for 2 here.
Disprove the conspiracy theory that's abounding right now.
Well, earlier in the day, we were getting like the cleanest feeds coming in that we could see here. But apparently the feed going out was freezing.
Interesting.
And so we were seeing like 4K
yeah.
footage of people finishing.
And Josh Locke has made
And
that
it looks
turn.
like this is going to be cutting out, so we're just going to go straight to Heritage Square in the finish line here, as Josh Locke is just a couple blocks away. I believe he's just made the left on Birch. Here he comes, about a block away, and we will be seeing him. And again, we're going to keep it right here. I know we wish we could be following him right now, but
don't want to miss the finish
I don't
on
want
this
to miss
one.
the finish
so
on this one and go 2 in a row. So he is about to make that turn. In just about a half block now. So he makes his final street crossing. And here he comes, Josh Locke. Ladies and gentlemen, the first Arizonan across the line here in the Cocodona 250. There you have it. What a run from Josh. What an incredible effort here, as he is our 8th finisher.
9th finisher.
9th finisher and 8th male finisher.
Josh Locke from Chandler, Arizona, 44 years old, 9th across the finish line for his second finish at the Cocodona 250. Congrats to Josh. What a run. Glad to see him get across that line, and someone get that man a chair and get that man a cold beer so he can begin his recovery as we watch on and wait for our next finisher. Lauren Jones looks to be coming up here, and she will be the one rounding out the top 10 and our second podium. So congrats to Josh Locke, top Arizonan here at the 2022 Cocodona 250.
And it looks like we are going to get a feed up from Walnut Canyon here shortly.
Walnut Canyon mile 229, where we have a couple runners there right now, Dom Grossman and Adrian Bagrim. Cole Crosby recently moved out of there, and we're waiting on Sarah Ostazuki, Ben Dullum, Rhoda Smoker, Ian Jones, and Todd Bachman all making their way out to that Walnut Canyon aid station.
And that is where we are here. We also have a shot out in Munns Park here. But let's go back to John in Walnut Canyon. And who do we have? Is that, let's see if John can unmute on his end so we can see.
That
who
looks
we have
like
here.
Adrian Bagrin.
Adrian Bergran. Who do we have here, John? Yep. Adrian, awesome. Thank you so much. I don't think we're going to have any audio on this going to the stream, but asked Adrian how he's doing. He's doing good, just getting his feetsies taken care of here. So there we have Adrian Begrin. Thank you so much for being out there, John. We appreciate you.
Question in the chat about Dom Grossman. This is his first 250. It is his first 250. He does have a pretty strong 100-miler resume, having run Hard Rock back in 2021 and Cascade Crest and the Angeles Crest. So this is his first attempt at that, or at least his first run here at that 200-mile distance. And he is making a go of it here, as he is still at that Walnut Canyon aid station currently. As we look in here on the finish line at Heritage Square, where we saw Josh Locke, our top Arizonan, come in here with a 9th place finish overall in the top 10 for the second time at the Cocodona 250, and our first Arizonan. As right now we are waiting on our next finisher, who we will hopefully catch as she exits Buffalo Park. That'll be our second woman coming through here, Lauren Jones from Atlanta, Georgia, as she is currently making her way down from the top of Mount Eldon towards Buffalo Park and in here to Heritage Square. And we just saw Adrian Bagrin out at the Walnut Canyon aid station, getting his feet worked on a little bit.
Yep, which is where we currently are now.
And we are there and waiting on a couple runners. Sarah Ostaszewski should be the next person we see come into this aid station. She's showing it right around mile 228. She is our third woman right now currently in the race, still holding on to that podium spot, just a couple miles ahead of Rhoda Smoker from Pennsylvania and Stephanie Simpson as well, both within a couple miles of Sarah Ostaszewski and battling for that podium spot here for the Cocodona 250.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Fort Tudhill here. Again, still got runners coming in.
Yeah, we saw Tim Kronk come in just a little while ago, and Connor McClellan looks to have come in recently as well. Chris Ragsdale, number 111, seems to be on the way here. He's about 2:12 in, so about a mile or so, less than a mile or so out. And then one of our youngest competitors, Mark DeFalco, is about 3 miles out as well. So runners filtering in here to Fort Tuthill, mile 213.6. Nice indoor location to get a little aid, eat a snack, maybe grab a snack here as well. So we got some SoCal Orange County vibes here in the chat they want to send out to Dom Grossman, who is, as far as we are aware, hanging out at the Walnut Canyon Aid, mile 229. Right now we are looking in at Fort Tut Hill, and we look back here. Fort Tut Hill has a cutoff of 7:30 p.m. tomorrow. Our next relevant cutoff is going to be 1 a.m. out at Munns Park, mile 171. So we are keeping an eye on some of the runners here towards the back of this pack. It looks like Trish Corbett. Let's see here.
Let's go on out.
It's looking like she's at mile 146, so maybe she did end up leaving from that Sedona aid station here. So Trish Corbett still on course, making her way towards Munns Park aid station 171 here. She has to get first up to Schneebly Hill. That'll be next. And in front of her, we see Chuck Mills, Lori Robinson, and January Cummings also making that trek towards Schneebly Hill and Munns Park. Yeah, back.
Josh Locke with the biker deciding to walk through in the photo there.
Flagstaff area bikers not known for their situational awareness, not noticing the giant finishing banner that they just happened to walk across.
As someone standing there trying to take a photo. Hey, but you know that guy did have one thing right. Skies out, thighs out.
Skies out, thighs out. I'm glad to see a lot of our runners abiding by those rules. It's been a long winter in Flagstaff, so I'm sure people are ready to get those shorts on.
And we've got Brooke Jones in the chat. Hi to all her Atlanta friends. Shout out to you, Brooke, and to all my Atlanta friends as well. I lived in Atlanta for the last 6 years before moving to Phoenix a year ago. So huge shout out to everyone in Atlanta. A huge shout out to Lauren Jones, who is going to be our next finisher here.
Yeah, Lauren Jones just clocking in here at 2:47 in, so she is getting very close to Buffalo Park, which is about 2 miles away from the finish. After that, we're looking at Tyler Welch, Flagstaff native, traversing some of his home trails right now. He's about mile 237, so 10 miles behind Lauren as he is getting ready to make the trek up Mount Eldon to the Mount Eldon aid station at mile 242. Love to see all the love in the chat here and talking about how hard that these athletes would have had to work to have just to make it to this race. So we know how much work they put in, the miles and miles and thousands upon thousands of feet of vert, and it's a cool moment to see them come across the finish line and reap the fruits of their labor and taste that sweet, sweet glory as they get to have their moment here at Cocodona 250 in downtown Flagstaff.
And we are going to have a feed in Buff Park here shortly. I've just got to get something created here.
I'll save Ted some miles on his legs here if he doesn't have to keep running all the way out to Buffalo Park.
We'll just need Cameron to turn his phone horizontally, and the orientation lock might be on, so that might be what is going on here. And I just need to do this. And there we have the Cam Can here in Buffalo Park. And ooh-wee, that is pretty nice.
That is what a view. What a view from the beautiful smooth trails up there in Buffalo Park as we wait. Lauren Jones. Chad in the chat bringing up her performance at the Coldwater Rumble back in January. The 100-miler there. She was 5th overall and the second woman coming in under 20 hours for that 100-mile
runner
finish.
At Munns here. Not sure if Haley can hear me. But if so, is she able to get just a bib number for us at Munns. And I think you're muted on your end, so we can't hear. Looks like
120?
120 maybe?
Chris, yeah, it could be Chris Guerra.
170. Thank you so much. Let's go. Tony McDermott, the Texan.
Get some big Texas energy here from the
Some
chat.
big Texas energy here from the chat. He is through Munns too.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. I'm sorry.
Excuse
Holly
us.
Springs, North Carolina. What am I doing? That's like an insult to people from North Carolina.
Yeah, but big
Calling
Texas
them
energy is
Texans.
still good.
But-
You can take that Texas energy. That's good. We'll get
Huge
some North
shout out.
Carolina energy for you at
He's
the next
on his way to
station.
Kelly Canyon. Thank you so much, Miss Haley. And we are going to come back here. Oh, and let's go here for right now. And here we go. I've got Robert here. We got what bib do we have here? Well, that looks like 111.
That is Chris Ragsdale
Chris Ragsdale. Oh, and we lost that. So
coming
let's
in.
go.
Looks like he's coming into Fort Tut Hill. So that's Chris Ragsdale, 111 from Seattle, Washington, heading into Fort Tut Hill.
Nice. Nice. And it looks like we may have something on. Oh, we got a walker. We got a dog walker on the cam, but we may have Lauren Jones out there, and this feed should clean up. And we do have someone in Munns Park that looks like bib 153 possibly.
If 155 or 153 would be Michelle Taylor,
Yep,
171.
that's what it looks like.
Yep, Longwood, Florida. So Florida Trail Runners been present in the chat all week. Florida's own here, showing up at Munns Park.
Who do we have here at Fort Tut Hill? Can we get a bib here, Robert?
Is this Chris Ragsdale still?
Is it?
I don't know.
Maybe. We do have the cam back up here. And it looks like we have
Could have somebody coming in here in the picture.
runners.
Could be walkers.
Could be. Could
Always
be
tough to
anything.
say Buffalo Park. Could be Olympians. You never know what you're going to see up there on any given day.
No, and we have walkers. What? Right? Yeah. Let's go back here to Fort Tuthill. We are keeping our eye on that, and we do have Haley has someone at Munns Park here. Why do I recognize that beard?
We might have seen him recently, I feel like.
believe we did. Let me unmute Haley on my end. Haley, who do we have here? And you'll have to unmute on your end. Sorry. We'll have to go back to that in a little bit.
Apparently, Lauren Jones is pacerless as she heads into Buffalo Park here.
On purpose, or did she drop her pacer?
At the speed that she's going, it very well could be that she dropped her pacer, but we'll find out here shortly. Heck of a view from Buffalo Park. Doesn't get much better than that.
Oh, that's my boy Eli in the chat saying she's pacerless. Is she pacerless because Eli was supposed to pace and she dropped him? Or did she venture out pacerless because she's that much of a G? Because that's a long section. The last time you can pick up a pacer or see your crew is all the way at Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, that's a long.
So that's 20-ish miles up and over, including up and over
Yeah.
Mount Eldon.
Yeah, that is a long section.
So it's like a lot of time. And we're going to go to Heritage Square here. And Cam will pull up his feed whenever he sees someone there for us. We've got Haley in Munns Park here.
It's quite a collection of hats.
All of the wide brim variety. We have like a camera feed party right now. Looking inside the vehicle. I see a Cocodona 250 foamy trucker here on the right side.
Probably for sale at Aravaipa or Cocodona.com, I would assume.
We might have some up. Let's actually go to John in Walnut Canyon. He's got some folks on here. And is
that could... So that could be...
Yeah, and I thought that was who I saw. That is Sarah Ostaszewski.
Yeah.
But I believe that right there, who keeps getting in our shot, is the great Shelby Farrell of Koros, who was just in studio, left just a few hours ago to go back up there to pace Sarah.
Wow, she's putting in the miles this week.
She is putting in the miles. She's paced Joe. She's been, and we do have Haley has someone here.
Puppy dog here. Sarah Ostazuki still in that third place woman spot right now, so holding down the podium currently.
And again, we do still have our eyes at Buffalo Park. It looks like we have a couple filmers here at Buff Park. 218
here. That's Bib. Looks like that's Francesco Sinopoli we're seeing at the Munns Park aid station. So for Francisco on his way in, or maybe he's on his way out on the out and back now.
And we do have her here, it looks like.
And here, folks, we have Lauren Jones, our second place woman on the podium, top 10 overall right now. And she is, in fact, running solo through Buffalo Park here to the finish.
Yeah, so she does not have a pacer by choice. It wasn't that she dropped my good friend Eli, who was in the chat. It's because she's just that much of a badass. So shout out to Lauren. And it looks like we will have Shad, who had 22.5 miles in his legs as of earlier today. He followed in like the first 6 runners from Buffalo Park to the finish for us, or from the hospital or Buff Park to the finish, and he's going to hop in here soon.
Well, what's 2 more then? Just another 2 miles.
Well, and those weren't even his the shifts that he'd signed up for. His shift is just starting.
Just bonus. Just getting some bonus miles.
So huge shout out to Shad, and huge shout out to Cameron, who are both out there filming. And let's actually switch over to the Shad cam. I might break it if I do that. So I think, yeah, I know what I'm doing now. We are following women's race second place runner, or second placed woman, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Miss Lauren Jones.
From Atlanta, Georgia, 39 years old, out here without a pacer, with about 2 miles to go to the finish line here. Lauren Jones, second place overall woman at the Coldwater Rumble earlier this year in January, coming here with a wealth of 100-miler experience, but looking to finish her first foray over 100 miles as she holds down second place in the Cocodona 250, and she will be on the podium here.
Let's see if I got the Shad feed working. So we are going to have a couple of different angles here.
A lot of love coming from the chat here for Lauren Jones.
I mean, huge shout out to Lauren. She's having such an incredible race. I don't think anyone who knows her or knows of her resume is surprised. And here comes the best part. You get to say goodbye to the buffalo on your way out.
Lauren, another one, just moved up steadily over the course of the race. You know, she
Well, and once she got up there, she held so firm and just continued to run so strong.
very consistent. Just a great finish over the last day and a half.
Let's see. Looks like the Shad cam is also unmuted, so we might be able to get some audio. No, it looks like our audios aren't pulling in. We can hear, but the audience will not be able to, so we'll have to relay any information we get.
Thanks to that truck for moving out of the way as Lauren hits the urban trail here to head down towards Forest to make the left on Beaver. Nice long gradual downhill here, site of many hill repeats that some of the elites and professionals in Flagstaff do.
And you hear Shad there. He's been on the stream since last night, like a G himself.
Yeah, little humble brag here. No big deal, but I've been on the shift since last night. Again, just another runner looking fresh and efficient, coming down with their stride.
Yeah, and people pointing out that Annie also came in. Annie came in with a pacer through Buff Park.
Okay, yeah. I would probably take a pacer through that section if we're being completely honest here. So maybe I don't have the mental fortitude of a one Lauren Jones, who is right now beasting this last 2 miles here at Cocodona. And right now we're watching Lauren Jones, our second place woman at Cocodona 250. She is just about a mile and a half away from the finish line in downtown Flagstaff, having traversed 248 and a half miles through the beautiful rugged terrain of central Arizona. Her first foray at the 200-mile plus distance, and she is absolutely knocking it out of the park. After moving up steadily through the field throughout most of the second half of the race, she finds herself here on the podium and a top 10 overall finish. Looks like contributor Kelly from Girls on the Run in the chat here just caught Laura in the Buffalo parking lot.
Nice.
Not quite there fast enough to give the cowbell, but offering some moral support for sure.
And I'm glad that you weren't in the vehicle that was blocking the trail and got out of the way just in time.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, Miss Kelly T-Slink. You are amazing.
Right now, 78 hours and 17 minutes elapsed, so she will come in a little over that, 78 hours and 20 minutes, but we'll be under the 80-hour mark here for 250 miles of racing.
And we can also take a look here quickly at our third place lady over at the Walnut Canyon aid station, Miss Sarah Ostaszewski. Looks like she's using the R8.
The R8, yep, the roll recovery R8.
Yep, getting a little rolling in and going to get back out there. So huge shout out to Sarah, who's having herself just a really great race as well.
Sarah crushed the Mogollon Monster 100 in its last edition. And bringing that experience over to Cocodona as we watch Lauren Jones here coming down the last section of trail here in the Cocodona 250.
And it looks like we may have Jam Cam popping up here soon. And here we go. Nice little shot here. And we've got Lauren Jones here. Got a couple different angles on the cam. Another bucket hat wearer.
Another bucket hat. They are prolific at the race. And you can go to Mr. Aaron Shimmons. You can go to cocodona.com to see to find the live tracking and list of current results as well.
Looks like maybe our feed is frozen here. And we do have Shad back up. There
And
we
Lauren
go.
Jones here finishing the last 10 yards here of trail. After running on it for 250 yards, she'll turn on to Forest, heading up towards the top of Hospital Hill there to the
Yeah.
FMC.
And how far back is our next runner here?
Next runner is going to be Tyler Welch. He is currently showing at mile 238. So he is still a couple miles from the Eldon aid station.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there's a pretty sizable gap now. So he's still climbing. He's almost at the base of Eldon.
Yeah, he hasn't started the climb quite yet. Soon, though. For sure, he can see it, and he knows what's coming. So,
Well, as a Flagstaff local, I'm sure he's very aware of what the Eldon Lookout Trail is gonna bring to him, especially with 240 miles in his legs.
oh yeah, he will keenly feel all 2,000 feet of that climb as Lauren Jones finishes her last climb up to the top of Beaver Street here. People asking if Chris Warden's going to do a hula dance on Aravaipa after dark this evening. Probably have to bring a couple more of those tower stations to get that to happen, I would imagine.
Oh man.
And Lauren Jones has one more block to go to get to the top of this hill.
And it looks like we do have Sarah Ostaszewski, who's going to leave Walnut Canyon with her trusty sidekick, Shelby Farrell, who was just in studio this morning. So shout out to Shelby for at the last minute saying, "Oh, I've got an opportunity to go and pace. I'm out of here."
Nice.
And we're going to bring it back here to
super
Shad.
cool. Sarah just passed the 2:29 mark, heading towards the next aid station, which is the top of Mount Eldon, so kind of on the penultimate leg at Cocodona.
And just shy of a 20-mile gap between the second and third place females.
It's just a testament to how Lauren has ran over the second half, because I think at some point earlier on she was a fair distance behind Sarah and Bree Grigsby and Rhoda Smoker. So the way that she's been able to make up that gap and extend a gap there to take hold of that second place woman position is impressive, to say the least.
Look at this, Lauren looking so strong.
Finally getting to the top of that intersection there. And another nice
light.
agonizing way to the crosswalk.
If she does any running in Atlanta, she's probably very used to this.
This looks all smiles, though, right now. Looks like she's having a great time. I'm sure she's excited to get to this finish line.
So we are able to hear the audio here in the studio. It is not broadcasting out currently, so we may need to troubleshoot something there just quickly after Lauren finishes while we have a little bit of a gap. But Lauren is making her way by the hospital. Yeah, TJ in the chat, how do you hill train in Atlanta besides Stone Mountain? You drive up to North Georgia, the southern terminus of the Appalachian. You see, you got me.
Little slip of the
Appalachian
tongue.
Trail. You can get some good, solid runs in up there. And here are the great folks at Flagstaff Medical Center out with the cowbells.
And then one more steep downhill here. She goes past Flagstaff Medical Center down Beaver Street at the intersection with Schweitzer Canyon Road. Lauren Jones will round out the top 10 here as she makes her way down and will be our second female finisher. She's about a mile, little less than a mile out from the finish line here as she makes her way down Beaver Street. 78 hours, 27 minutes, and 3 seconds elapsed currently.
Jeez. Eli, fun fact, Lauren holds the overall FKT for the Georgia section of the Appalachian Trail. Amazing. We got a lot of Atlanta natives in the chat here, pulling for Lauren. She makes her way closer and closer to the finish line here. Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff.
All right, getting the blessing of the light here.
It's so amazing to see. Lauren Jones, just such an incredible run.
Start to finish, just working up the field day by day, super consistent across the board. Taking this race by the horns. Working her way around the patrons of Flagstaff here. And just about a half mile to go here for our second place woman on the podium here, Lauren Jones, as she works her way down Beaver Street into downtown Flagstaff. She will be in the top 10 here, 10th overall, out of Atlanta, Georgia. First Georgian here finishing at the Cocodona 250. Lauren Jones, the holder of the FKT of the Appalachian Trail through Georgia, now making another big run here through central Arizona as she is finishing up 250 miles of rugged racing at the Cocodona 250. And Lauren all smiles here as she receives some cheers from the fans. Just a few moments away from her finish.
Another fun fact in the chat from McCray07. Another fun fact about Lauren, she gave me a beer when I was trying to quit a 50-mile race. Straight up saved my life and my race. Cheers.
Lauren Jones, ultra runner, podium finisher, the Cocodona 250, and lifesaver as well.
Yep.
So,
and she's now just a little over a block from her left-hand turn onto Birch, which will leave her with one more turn as she turns right into Heritage Square.
got some family in the chat here. So sending Lauren Jones some big energy. So we're going to have some big Lauren Jones energy pulling her into the finish line.
Amazing. Her twin sister, Brooke, is listening along. And here she's going to see her friends and crew. As she can see the turn onto Birch.
Looks like she'll have some friends in here to help run her into the finish. Some emotions welling up here for Lauren. She just joins by, looks like some friends and family, as she's about to enjoy an incredible moment across the finish line. And just about a half a block away for Lauren Jones. She's about to make the turn into Heritage Square and finish her journey through northern Arizona.
And here she is, Lauren Jones, your second place female, your 10th place overall finisher at the Cocodona 250. The Atlanta, Georgia native has done it. What an incredible run. And the jump on the mat celebration, a true classic.
So much
Absolutely
emotion
amazing.
there. Definitely cool to see her come across the finish line with her family and supporters. And lots of love here in the chat for Lauren Jones as she has just finished as the second overall female on the podium at the Cocodona 250. 10th overall, Lauren Jones from Atlanta, Georgia, 39 years old, soaking it all in and enjoying her finish here at Cocodona among friends and family.
Amazing. And there you see race director Steve Adderholt giving her her podium award and her buckle. And, of course, the fresh spring water that is liquid death and the champagne. Tip it up.
Absolutely.
In true
Pop
Atlanta
that
fashion.
champagne. There you go. Oh,
She's the
man.
first place person from Eastern U.S.
And
That would be correct.
I believe she is. Yes. Everybody else from the western part of the country. She's gonna hold that eastern finish for a little while here until we get Cole Crosby
And
in.
we do have a Jam Cam out here. Jam, how are you doing out there? Looks like we are not going to be able to get any audio into the stream, so let's send it.
Jamil out at Munns Park. Where is Jamil?
Jamil is now, I believe, at the top, or I believe maybe at the top of Kasner Climb.
Okay, so he'll be catching some of our runners who are
He's over
chasing
near
that
the
cutoff.
Kasner Canyon
Yeah.
area there. As we look on.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, it does not get old watching these runners cross the finish line and seeing these guys get their moment. It's fun to watch everyone and see.
Yeah, amazing. And it looks like we have a runner over at Fort Tuttle here. If Robert can hear me, if he's able to get us a bib number. That looks like Mark
That is Mark
DeFalco,
DeFalco. Yeah, it looks like maybe
our youngest runner.
leaving from Walnut Canyon?
No, this Tuttle.
Tut Hill? Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yep.
Or coming into Tut Hill.
Coming into Fort
Yeah,
Tuttle,
coming
yeah.
into Fort Tut Hill, so.
Amazing. Great stuff. Yeah, I mean, so our top two women both rocking the bucket hat.
Someone better get Sarah Ostaszewski a bucket hat to come in.
She's got like the Sealy like camper.
Yeah.
The camp runner hat.
She is rocking that CLA hat. So, although I think that Lauren Jones is also rocking a CLA bucket hat. So,
Yep.
2 out of 3 there at least for CLA. But
And we're gonna send it back to that feed.
so that was quite the last couple hours here with Josh Locke and Mark Vogel and Jason Koop and Lauren Jones all coming in. Now we wait on our next Arizona resident and Flagstaff resident, Tyler Welch, to make his appearance here in downtown Flagstaff. He looks like coming right to the base of that Mount Eldon climb, so he'll be hitting that climb next.
And
Currently sitting in 11th place.
we're currently going to reset this software here so that we can try to get audio. So if you get a black screen for a minute, please bear with us for just a second here. It will take not very long. And we should have some audio over here. Now if I can just unmute, I will be able to hear. We're going to try to just kind of listen in to Lauren Jones here, your second place female, the pride of Atlanta, Georgia.
I'll be taking over. At least now I'll have shorter routes. Yeah. Well, the whole time my route was just what you did. Yeah. But there was nobody up at my park. It's just like, well, if Jamil was able to make it, then I.
Looks like we got some.
He wasn't.
We got some brewskis that are about to be cracked here.
Yeah. Then.
Shad, are you able to get us a shot of what beer they have or what beverage?
I definitely. I wanted to make sure that. What beer they're drinking?
Yeah.
The live stream's wondering what beer you're drinking.
Something that we got from the grocery store.
Papago Orange Blossom.
Oh, a little local to Phoenix
And
beer,
sherbet.
well deserved.
A little Valley beer. Huge shout out. I appreciate the Atlanta contingency, buying a local beer here, trying it out, in very good Southern hospitality fashion. Huge shout out to Lauren on just such an absolutely incredible run, representing for the Beast Coast. And then we've got Kimberly has someone over here at Munns Park, it looks like, bib 142.
Looks like we
That
have Aaron Linehan
Yeah.
from
amazing.
Colorado checking in here to Munns Park. Them of the matching trucker hats.
Oh, the matching trucker hats.
Love to see that.
And so that was, who was that? I didn't get the bib. Let's head back to, we'll let them continue on their journey. Let's head back. Miss Lauren Jones. So amazing. What a run.
What a run for sure. A lot of people in the chat here appreciating the Beast Coast love here, as she is, as was pointed out, the top East Coast finisher. First one from east of the Mississippi by a good ways, or even east of the Rocky Mountains. So cool to see them coming out here to Arizona and thriving. So a lot of love coming from chat here for Lauren Jones.
Aaron Bruce in the chat. Lauren crosses as the second woman and then nonchalantly orders a round of beers. Yeah.
That's how we do it.
Here in Arizona, we've got Liquid Death, beautiful mountain water, spring water, very refreshing. On the East Coast, you got like a cooler full of Old Style or something.
Yeah, we like a little Beast Ice, a little cold style, stuff like that. Maybe a little Natty Light, depending on, or some
Depending where you're
Keystone.
Looks like we got some ladies heading out of Munns here. We've got Lizzie Hughes. Then we've got Pacer with an epic beard coming in here. That's got to be the doctor himself, Stephen Crawford. It has to be that beard. And let me see the bib on the runner. I can't remember who he's pacing.
Lizzie Hughes on the way out of Munns Park, heading towards Kelly Canyon. So she has finished that 16-mile out and back there. So she is
77, that's right.
Danielle
Danelle Soto. I should have remembered that. Huge shout out to Danelle. I knew that was Stephen
There he
Crawford. I
is.
could see that beard.
That's how you know, man, when you can identify a beard on site like that. That's
Well, that's
pretty
how you know
impressive.
you're really friends,
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
If you can't identify someone by their facial hair, and way to go. We got Austin Corbett and the team at Catula getting their banners up there.
Got to get that Catula love here on the banner.
100%. Huge shout out to Catula and Austin for being a part of the Cocodona 250. They've got some really awesome gaiters that they now manufacture. They're based here in Flagstaff as well. I say here, we're down in the valley right now, but
Based
up in Flagstaff, where that camera feed is.
Super active in the community as well.
Yep.
Really, really cool.
Yep, exactly. So huge shout out to them. Known, as probably one of the most premier traction brands in the industry.
Absolutely.
So make really high quality product, make some incredible gaiters that I've gotten my hands on, and they have been amazing. So you can go ahead and check them out at Catula.com. Get you some of the Renegators. They're pretty sweet. Go and get you some traction. And we're actually going to look at Kimberly from Munns Park. Kimberly, if you can unmute yourself, who do we have here? And I think we're maybe frozen, so we may be trying to get a bib. Bib 189, looks like.
That is Colleen
Vidrio, and her husband is also running with her.
husband
Saul
and wife
Vidrio,
team.
Yep, husband and wife team.
Wow. That is a testament to their marriage, I would say, to run 250 miles together like that. Enjoying a nice snack. Looks like they are. They had
And
just
there
got
he
into
is,
Munns
right
Park.
there, I believe. Yep.
Quick question in the chat here. What
217
mile is
Saul
a
Vidrio.
turnaround on the out and back? It's about a 16-mile out and back, so they would be turning around at about mile 178, 179.
And let's go ahead and come back to Fort Tuttle here.
It's like someone's ready for a nap. Got the pillow in the sleeping bag. Gonna head to that sleep room.
There we've
with
got Mark DeFalco there.
as we're keeping an eye here on Mark DeFalco, putting down some snacks, maybe getting ready to take a little rest here at the nice indoor aid of Fort Tut Hill as we're seeing
Have some folks coming in. Bib 177
177.
coming into Munns.
that is Ken Tullock or Tullock here.
Is he coming into Munns 1 or Munns 2?
He is coming into Munns 1.
Nice.
So
Huge shout out to
from
him.
Coscob, Connecticut. So he is made it to Munns Park here and 171, about ready to head out on that out and back section.
We've got the jam cam up. He's on a
mountainside somewhere.
He's definitely going. It looks like he might be going down. He might be going down the Kasner Canyon. So he's showing us. Yeah, he's going down Kasner Canyon. I asked if he was going to go get some hill repeats in addition to all the mileage.
Going to get a little bit of vert here, but he should be catching some of the runners who are heading up Kasner to try to hit that 1 a.m. Cutoff point here at Munns Park. So we're looking to see if we can catch an eye on a number of runners who are making their way towards Schnebly Hill, which is mile 161. So be looking to see Kelly Hutchins, Natalie Bickers, Jody Halverson, James Willett, Jamie Johnson, Josh Garza, Chris Walt, C. Sawyer.
And we do have some audio on Jamil. I forgot that I Yeah, I forgot that I reset this so that we could actually hear Jamil now. How are you doing, buddy?
Good, good. Yeah, I'm trying to catch some of these folks. I just saw Danny Westergaard. So if that puts you on the map where we're at in the fields, I saw C. Sawyer up top. So
Oh,
we're trying to get
nice.
a view.
Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
that's
Right
pretty
through there.
incredible.
You got all of Sedona down there, and this trail just kind of clings to the side. It's truly incredible. So I'm going to just make my way down and then hopefully follow some folks up here and give you guys a good picture of what the Kasner Canyon climb looks like this year, which is a new part of the course that we changed up from last time.
You said the last runner you saw was Danny Westergaard?
Yeah, like 2 minutes ago. He was
So-
heading up.
So just there's only a couple more left here than on course at, Kyung Lee, Richard Murphy. So hopefully see a few of them come through here soon.
Yeah, how many are still below me?
Looks like 3, 5,
6?
6.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
Chuck Mills
Right on.
should be the last one by our count right now.
Awesome. Thanks, Jamil. We'll check in with you in a little bit.
Alrighty.
I'm actually going to bring it to the iPad here to show you kind of where Jamil is at on course. So down here in the bottom left is the Sedona aid station. Right here, kind of in the central part of the screen, is kind of where we were flying the drone at earlier this morning. And then right over here is where Jamil is, right in this canyon climb. So this is Danny Westergaard, who we just saw. Next runner he will be coming up on is possibly going to be Kyung Lee. But he's right in that canyon area, climbing up on the Coconino Plateau, and then runners make their way over to Munns Park. And he does have, oh my goodness.
Wow, what a view. Holy moly.
Jamil, not a bad view tonight, huh?
Isn't that something? Oh man. Once you get near the top of this thing, it is spectacular looking across there. Those are some of the rocks where the Hangover Trail is, if you're familiar with that one.
Yep.
It's kind of like right in this zone there.
Amazing. And some runners are probably going to be getting to this section. Some of the runners still climbing right around sunset, I imagine. A few of these last runners.
Yeah, they'll
And-
probably top out around there.
Yep.
There's an amazing viewpoint up at the top.
Yeah, that's
And there
pretty
is
amazing.
also a water station up there, so there's quite a bit of water. So for folks that we're trying to span this section, they can fill up there. There's plenty left, so they'll certainly be in good shape, hopefully, to get to Schnebly and then Munns before cutoff.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Well, thanks for bringing us these incredible views. And again, we look forward to checking in with you when you kind of reach your next set of runners here.
Alrighty.
Let's go back to Fort Tuthill. Mark DeFalco.
Just enjoying some watermelon here, enjoying a little snack. Got to fill up on some calories and some carbohydrates before hitting that next section. DeFalco
Looks
here.
like-
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just got a report from the field that Bib 24, Adrian Bagrin, has left Walnut Canyon. So he is out of there.
We watched Adrian get his feet worked on a little
Yep.
bit there earlier. Seemed to be in pretty good spirits overall. So glad that he is heading out there. He's just behind Cole Crosby and ahead of Dom Grossman now, making his way towards that climb up Mount Eldon.
And there we see Miss Dawn Greenwalt, who was on the live stream commentating yesterday. Last year, she was our second place female finisher. And earlier this morning, she helped run Annie in basically from Buffalo Park and was running ahead to help stop traffic on some of those side streets early this morning. And so Dawn has been just out and about all day. A huge shout out to her for not only being out there, and she's volunteering at the Squirrels Nut Butter Aid Station here at Fort Tuthill, but for also coming down to Phoenix and helping with the live stream.
I'm sure some of the runners can benefit from some of her advice on how to get through this last section. Seeing that she was on the podium last year, I'm sure she has some good insights there for the runners at Fort Tut Hill.
Again, we're going to keep our eye on the jam cam so that we can see some of our final runners as they continue making their way up the Kasner Canyon climb.
That climb looks to be pretty technical too. So
yeah, Drew described it earlier as very rugged and very steep, and now we're getting to kind of see as I switch to that cam kind of how rugged and steep it actually is there.
This is being like the second to last or the penultimate big climb on course. It's definitely a climb that's been testing runners, I'm sure, over the last couple days, and it's going to give some of our final participants here a good test before they get up to that Schneebly Hill aid station. It is certainly looking fairly technical. But those views, that's quite a payoff at the end to get up that one.
Yeah, and again, I think the next runner Jamil will probably run into is there's a group of January Cummings, Kyung Lee, and Richard Murphy who are all, within just about a tenth of a mile of each other.
Yeah, so everyone within pretty close proximity there. Cool that he's got to see Danny Westergaard and C. Sawyer of Barefoot Sandal fame on this one from Florida, the Aussie. So
the Aussie who went off course.
Oh, no.
Came into Sedona, hadn't run the full course, so he actually had to go back out and connect back on trail. He said it was about 5 miles back that he had to go, so he might be running like the Cocodona 260. But he was in good spirits when he left. He said, I messed up, mate.
Yeah.
Got to go back out. And so he went back out, and when he came in, he said he was very tired.
Yeah, I bet that's not just tough physically. That's got to be really hard mentally to have to get yourself back out there to get through that. But I'm glad that he was able to do that, get back on course, and seems like he's on track here to hit that cutoff at Munns Park for 1 a.m.
Yeah, and these views are just absolutely gorgeous.
If you wanna watch some fun YouTube videos, look at some of these mountain bikers who bike on Hangover Trail. I'll tell you what, they are pretty incredible, pretty skilled.
I'm pretty sure they bike this too. I don't know how in the world they do it.
Well, I've seen them biking while I've been running the Hangover Trail, and it's like they're bombing down something that I'm like on my hands and knees crawling up.
I would be over the handlebars so fast it wouldn't be funny. Full of cactus needles and Lord knows what else. A lot of love here in the chat for our 60-plus age group runners here. So there looks to be 4 of them still on course and running well. So cool to see.
One of them being Bib 88, who Jamil just saw at the top of the climb, Danny Westergaard. Jamil, how does this climb compare to the climb you all went up last year?
It's very different. They're each challenging in their own way. The Kasner Mountain Trail, which is what we took last year on the west side of Sedona, is all road, but it's very steep and it is switchbacks. So this one is different as, it is definitely more technical. They probably gain about the same amount. You're still climbing up to the same point. But, this one is gnarly single track. We got some folks coming up.
Well, it looks like we have some eyes on runners here.
And there should be about 4 of them within, a tenth or 2 of a mile.
I can see 3 right away.
Yeah, the 3 are all bunched together. Yeah. So that should be.
I might end up just going up with this crew right here.
Okay, it should be Kyung Lee, Richard Murphy, and January Cummings, in some order. There.
Nice job, looking great. You can do it.
He's powering up there. He looks pretty strong.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that is.
one, yeah. You're about
looks like Richard
from the top,
Richard
from
Murphy
the
here.
Yeah.
from Austin, Texas.
Hey, I love your race, by the way.
Hey, awesome.
Big Texas
We
energy
got
here.
Richard Murphy here.
Yep.
Hello.
Hey,
Nice
Richard
job,
Murphy.
Richard.
Keep going, keep going. Don't let us stop you.
I got to keep that momentum.
Jamil out there doing the Lord's work, getting runners on the live stream and making sure that they don't stop their momentum and continue moving up this climb.
These folks are motivated. They don't want to stop. Yeah, it's great to see.
Hey,
They
Jamil,
wanna
can you
get
give us
this thing done?
a quick view up the climb just to see what the terrain looks like and how steep it is?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, it's hard to see. Let me see if I can go around the corner here. I'm pointing it quite a bit up, so it's like if I was vertical, this is like the horizon here, so you can kind of look out.
Yeah.
That's Shebley Hill Road is that one that wraps around, so that will go and connect in with where the runners are, and then down to Sedona. And then yeah, here we go. You can kind of see it up there.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that's quite the grade. That's
Nice
nothing to
work.
sneeze at.
How's it going?
So
Doing
maybe
great. Keep it up.
January.
Yep, that is January
Cummings, Round Rock, Texas.
Round Rock, Texas.
A lot of Texas energy here in this pack. That's 2 in a row.
And we should have Kyung Lee coming up, I think, not too long from the great state of
Hope you don't mind being
Arizona.
on the live stream for a minute. Just say hi. Yeah. Awesome. Doing great. About 1.3 from the water station at the top. Nice work.
This looks like Arizona's Kyung Lee.
Yep.
Bib 227. There's one of our 60-plus runners here, 64 years of age, working up this Kasner climb here. As Jamil said, 1.3 miles to some water at the top as they make their way towards the Schnebley Hill aid station in hunt of getting to that Munns Park 1 before the 1 a.m. cutoff time. They're looking strong, and looks like they're making good progress. As you can kind of see, like where the top of the climb there is more or less terminating. So a ways to go, but they're all smiles and out here working hard.
Yeah, and it looks like Lori Robinson is probably a tenth or so of a mile behind there. And she...
Oh, here comes a couple others on camera right now. We have 2 more.
You said you're eating pizza and climbing?
Oh, no, Elizabeth Russ.
Oh, okay. Awesome work.
Thank you. We got Liz right here. Liz Rush.
All right, Liz,
Yep.
let's go.
We got Elizabeth Rush here from Bloomfield Hills,
Oh, you bet.
Awesome course.
Michigan.
Probably 1.2 to the top where the water is at. And then in a couple more miles to be in the pines from there.
She's absolutely crushing it here.
It's going to be a great feeling for all of these runners once they finally get their way to the top of this climb, knowing there's only really one more big climb left. And it's got to be great from an energy and mental standpoint to be working with the group here. Just nice to feed off each other's energies to help push you through to that next aid station. Can really make a difference. We got some love here in the chat for Kyung Lee and for January and Richard. So there are some friends and family here cheering them on, giving them the energy they need to get to that next stop. And a great perspective here from Jamil heading up that trail. You can see how steep it is and how technical that terrain is. And if you're just checking in right now, we're here with Jamil on the Kasner Canyon climb here up to Schnebley Hill Road. We just watched Kyung Lee, Richard Murphy, January Cummings, and Liz Russ here come through as they make their way up this climb to that Schnebley Hill Road aid station, which is mile 161. All these runners are in that 151, 152
Better or worse
range.
than Mingus? Similarly better? Okay.
And everyone
Don't forget
here
to take a
seems
look
to be in
back,
good
too, at the view.
spirits.
That's unreal.
Wow. Down it to be able to see all of that. Awesome. Venus wasn't too bad even we don't have to walk to the, the rest, 2 miles, 3 miles to the aid station. Oh, I got there late at night.
Oh, yeah.
It's cold,
It's cold up there.
dark, and
Yeah.
it's scary,
Yeah. A little moody up there.
And I think this mile is not correctly locked.
Oh, it was longer than you expected?
Yes.
I think we had to move the aid station a bit from the last year's location, so maybe
Yeah,
it
maybe
didn't get
that's why.
updated.
Phone I keep saying, you are here, you are here.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that was scary. So nobody could ask, all right, So I got to the camp and I asked them about it, and everybody said the mile is off. So, I didn't know that. That's what's fun with ultra running.
Surprise.
Surprise! Sorry, go ahead, Spencer.
We got Lottie Brinks in the chat sending some big Texas energy to January and Richard.
Lottie's in the chat saying hi. Lottie Brinks from Texas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And to answer Tony's question here in the chat, there is no cutoff at Schnebley Hill. The next cutoff is 1 a.m. at mile 171. That's at Munns Park 1. So we're watching these athletes make their way up Kasner Canyon in search of getting to Munns Park here by that 1 a.m. cutoff time. And if you're just tuning in here, we're here with Jamil on the climb up Kasner Canyon with some of our runners here making their way towards the top. We've just passed January Cummings, Richard Murphy, Kyung Lee, and Liz Russ, and recently had some eyes on C. Sawyer and Danny Westergaard, who were moving their way up the climb as well too.
Yep.
Right around.
And there were
Jamil
definitely
is-
some other folks. I just didn't catch their names.
So there were some other folks up there as well. It could have been Jim Kelly and Chris Walt. So definitely have the latter part of the pack here moving towards that Schnebley Hill aid station, moving well, getting close to the top of the Mogollon Rim so they can head their way into Ponderosa Pine Country. And right now we are about just past over 79 total hours here into the Cocodona 250. We have 10 finishers across, and our top 2 women have crossed as well too. We are waiting on Tyler Welch from Flagstaff. He is about 2 miles from the summit of Mount Eldon. And here we are heading up the steep and technical Casner Canyon climb out of magnificent Sedona, Arizona, with some of our finishers who are working their way towards that Munns Park aid station mile 171 to make the 1 a.m. cutoff time. This is a new section of the course here, a little bit different than last year, and you can see as Jamil turns the camera around at the beautiful vista over the Sedona Red Rocks sections of the Hangover Trail, and you can see Schnebly Hill Road cutting through the mountains there. And still a little ways to go for the runners as they are making their way up this trail here to the top of the rim.
Yeah, incredible, steep technical climb, but you're graced with the views of a lifetime there as you look out over the Red Rocks of Sedona.
Thought you were going to say that they're graced with the views of Jamil, but maybe their rage at Jamil for putting this course together is going to urge them up the hill.
That's true. That's true.
Having run a couple of his races, I can certainly relate to cursing him, at some of these courses, so I can see how they're feeling that way. Math question here at the chat for you, Matt. If it's a 1 a.m. cutoff time and if they're 20
Oh, it's all
miles
good. I'll bounce around a little bit. Yeah, thanks. You're doing great. Doing great.
And if they're 20 miles behind that cutoff, will they make it? You think so?
Of course.
I can't do that math in my head, but
I
it sounds
didn't do
about
the
right.
Math.
You just know.
I have confidence in how strong they look right here.
It's a feeling. It's a feeling.
Sometimes you just got to trust your gut. So that's what I'm doing here. I trust that these folks are all going to make it. And we lost our feed there for a minute, and there we are.
Well,
it looks like we do. The great Morgan Weinberg is here. What is up? Kimberly, you're muted on your end, so we can't hear anything there. If you can unmute. And if not, can Morgan just give us a little finger gun so that we know she's okay? No finger guns. Her feet look wonderful. I hope that the good folks at the aid station are taking care of her. But huge shout out to Morgan, the queen of Aravaipa, Colorado. And she is here at Munns Park. And this would be Munns 1. And so, she is resting a little bit here. And so we'll catch up with her later. Huge shout out to Morgan. And we're going to go back to the jam cam. Again, the beautiful views here.
Morgan getting some love in the chat here, so some Colorado Springs people are following her race and anticipating her finish for sure.
Lottie brings in the chat. Did Sarah O end up finding a pacer? Sarah O did. The great Shelby Farrell left this studio in Phoenix here a little after noon to drive back up to Flagstaff after having paced Joe McConaughey last night. She paced Joe twice. She's paced Brianna Grigsby twice. Now she's up pacing Sarah O. So, yep, Shelby Farrell, the queen of Koros, took over those responsibilities.
Matt, how many miles will that be for Shelby? You should probably be double mine.
Yeah, a lot more than you. would be my guess, but I have not confirmed because this is going to be
she's incredible, so that's not a surprise.
This will be a 21 mile stretch, and she had a lot prior to that. I don't know the exact number, but she was pacing some pretty big stretches. She paced Fain Ranch to Mingus. She paced Dead Horse to Sedona, and she paced Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon. So those were however many, 3 of the 4 things that she'd paced up until then. So huge shout out to Shelby. She's incredible. She came here, got about 2 hours of sleep, hopped on commentary duties, was creating some content for Koros. And then she's like, oh, there's an opportunity to get back on course. Yep, sign me up.
She'll be somewhere around 60, a little over 60 miles, 70 miles, something like that, based on my bad mental math. Way to go.
Amazing. So we are watching the climb up Kasner Canyon here.
That is Kyung Lee on camera there from Sierra Vista, Arizona. Just working her way up that steep technical section up Kasner Canyon. We just saw Richard Murphy, January Cummings, and Liz Russ recently.
Looks like we do have a runner coming into Fort Tuthill here. We'll have to see if we can get a bib from our good friend Robert. He's wearing the Cocodona race long sleeve hooded long sleeve. We'll see if Rob can get us the bib number there. Oh, he's getting, yeah, he had to get it out. Oh, Chris Walsh. Thank you so much, Chris. In true Canadian fashion, being a gentleman, getting his bib out just so that we can identify him.
And that's, Chris Walsh, Victoria, 27 years old, coming into Fort Tuthill there. Looking pretty good. Looks like he's feeling spry.
Looking strong. Definitely looking strong. We got some more.
I think there's a couple more, maybe 2 or 3 more after. And then the sweeper.
And then we do have bib 60. Christy Haswell.
Sheridan, Wyoming, coming in.
Shout out to Wyoming.
Getting in there to the nice indoor Fort Tuthill station.
And
Fort Tuthill offering some nice snacks here. Pasta, meatballs, some veggies. I got salad, bread, soup, oatmeal. So quite the smorgasbord, quite the array of products there. So
well, and they've got the Cinco de Mayo decorations, which
go.
is important. So happy Cinco de Mayo, Mr. Nick Hilton. I appreciate you spending the holiday with me.
Of course, I'm someone who always celebrates Cinco de Mayo by watching the Cocodona 250. Hopefully they have the gallon bucket of margaritas there for the runners.
Got bib 182.
Connor
McClellan.
McClellan looks like he's getting ready to head out.
Yeah, he's been in the aid station for a little bit, getting taken care of, getting some fuel because we've seen his crew in there waving for the live chat. We'd love to see it. And we're going to come back to the jam cam for a second. Let's check on actually our next finisher, who I haven't put.
Yep, Tyler Welch here still. He looks like he has started the climb up to the top of Mount Eldon. He's about just under 241. Also have a couple runners here approaching Walnut Canyon. Ben Dullum, Todd Bachman, and Rhoda Smoker are just a few miles out from that Walnut Canyon aid station, as are Ian Jones and Stephanie Simpson. A few miles back, Eric Sensman and Carrie Henderson still have about 7-8 miles to go before they hit that. Right now, we also looks like we had some runners recently take off from Fort Tuthill, too. So it looks like Tim Kronk we saw come in here earlier today. He's taken off. Jody Seminel, Greg Ottinger, Minna Abraham, and Brian Janisic all have taken off from Fort Tuthill and are in the section between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. As we look on here at Fort Tuthill,
and there's Christy Haswell still.
Looks
getting
like
some aid, getting some food.
Getting some help here from Dawn Greenwald as well. Looks like getting that bladder set up for the next section, getting a little drink. Looks like we might have a competitor here in the chat.
Oh, man, I love this. Jamil can still hear us, so I will say this out loud. Hey, guys, it's Scott Jenkins here, the only Brit in the race. Any chance a cold, frosty beer can be waiting for him at Fort Tuthill in about an hour? We're gonna crowdsource that and see if anyone who is in the viewing audience who lives in the Flagstaff area and about at about 6:15 to 6:30 can have a cold bevy over at the Fort Tuthill aid station, awaiting the great Scott Jenkins, the only Brit.
Only Brit. He would be a grateful Brit if you were to get him that beer.
We'll try to crowdsource that for you, Scott.
Venom.
It's kind of very cute though.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Look, you want to just pet it? No.
But, yeah, they were like, so dangerous.
I was coming through that park and there was big old bulls sitting there, and I was like, couldn't see, how you get the weird thing from the headlamps and being up too long. I hadn't slept for 3 days, and so I kind of see a shape, and I'm like, oh, it's nothing, because I kept seeing shapes in the grass. So I was like, wow, I almost walked right into the bull, and he just sitting there looking at me, and my light, I look at him and I shine my headlamp right in his face, and he's just, I'm like, oh man, because they'll go all crazy and jump up, and he just sat there and was like, and I was asked the other girl, the sweeper, I'm like, did you see that? She's like, yeah, I was there. I was like, all right. Yeah, that was a tough night last night. We barely made it.
A lot of people here stepping up in the chat, so I feel like the chances are high that Scott's going to get his beer. So,
well, we just have to find someone to go pick up said beverage and transport said beverage. The financial side of things seems to not be an issue with our
be an issue at all.
with our chat.
Just need the transportation to get it there.
Fix ourselves until we're out. Cut off small race. It's gonna be a rough one. Well, I think we're gonna get it if we just keep it up, but it's been stressful. So did you. I was glad to see. I didn't know Kristen was out, but I didn't know what happened with you. So I was glad to see your hat laying back there.
And right now we're watching it at Kyung Lee and Richard Cummings here.
Oh no.
Richard Murphy, yeah.
Richard Murphy on the Kastner Canyon climb.
Definitely good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, first
been
day
testing me.
Yeah, first day was definitely scary, right? Because I was waiting for you right after White Rock. You told me I'll catch up, then I never see you.
Yeah, it was about where it started. I had stomach trouble so bad.
White Rock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ran out so fast. So basically, 7 of us left.
We all left you in the dust.
So basically, also finish last without injuries. So
We kept up the back of the race for a fair amount of time. And then everybody will drop behind us. We're back to being last again.
Just keep spitting them out the back.
We'll let you rest.
here.
Yeah, just hanging out. We should get them some beers, you know. Just let them really kind of relax and have a good one. I'm sure they would appreciate a nice cold one at this point in time.
All right. Let's do
You
it.
know, I feel like, Nick, you have the solution
I have the solution.
to Mr. Scott Jenkins' problem here.
You're saying you reach out to some of my connections here in Flagstaff?
One
Oh,
who
there,
we
Flagstaff.
know is going back up there and is planning to be viewing.
That's true, yeah. Former commentator on the commentary team. So, hey, Drew, if you're listening in on the on the
Drew
drive
is
back up,
listening.
why don't you? He was heading to downtown, right?
Oh, that's just a hop, skip, and a jump
Just a
away
hop,
from
skip. I mean, he'll-
Fort Tuthill.
He'll pass Fort
we've
Tuthill
already got
on the way.
We've already got $10 of beer money in the live chat here. We're up to $3 Australian plus $10 US here in
Man,
beer
that's
money.
They're getting the premium beer.
Yeah, I mean, might
Wow.
be able to get a little 4-pack from Dark Sky or something
There you
here
go.
soon.
Yeah, we're not talking your normal just domestics. We're getting
Sarah's ready to Venmo Drew.
Hey, we gotta get up to that Cocodona Plateau somehow.
Another
Yeah.
$10 here. Drew, if you're listening, we got to make this happen somehow.
yeah.
Oh, really?
Anybody
You know,
in Flagstaff, yeah.
I,
Nice. Thank you. Sweet. I did this trail back in January, and it's like so much greener now. It's awesome. Gotcha. Yeah, it's like lush back here now.
I'm putting out the bat signal as well here. We're gonna try and make this happen now that we've collected like $20 plus $3 Australian here in the live chat for a beer fund for Mr. Scotty Jenkins.
So if you're listening
Carry
in,
everything you
Scott,
need,
we're
got it.
doing the best we can. We're gonna get you that beer.
Probably saves you sometimes. Yeah. Yeah.
And if you're just
Yeah,
tuning
the
in here, we
swings
are
are wild. They can really get you if you're not prepared.
here with Jameel on the Kasner climb as we follow up some of our ladder runners here as they make their way up Kasner climb to Stampley Hill Road. That is Richard Murphy in your screen right now, number 185, working his way up that climb.
And it looks like we have some footage from John here in Walnut Canyon as we had Mustache Man.
Does that look like Sarah Ostazuki?
No, that's Ben
Oh, is that-
Dolam in the front.
Oh, Ben
there.
Dolam in the front. Sorry, we saw Sarah leave earlier. Yeah, Ben
Yep.
Dolam in the front coming into Walnut Canyon.
And again, Walnut Canyon, the connectivity is going to be pretty choppy out there, but we're just so grateful for our volunteers for being out there to even give us any visual from out there. It's pretty awesome.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's incredible to have this coverage. And I'm sure if there's any from Ben Dolam's crew or any of the crews here who've been watching this stuff, they appreciate getting their eyes on their runners. As maybe Ben Dolam's thinking about what's ahead of him with that final climb up Mount Eldon.
John in the chat, has there ever been anyone to run it with the race without a crew? Yeah, there are multiple people both years, I believe, who have at the very least started. Some have finished, I think, or some are doing really well this year who have done it without a crew.
And that's certainly an impressive feat.
Yeah, well, I know for sure we had a couple people last year tried to do it. I don't know how many of them finished, but it was pretty hard.
Did Jeff Garmeyer use a crew last year, or did he do it solo?
I don't remember. He ended up having a pacer, so
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, I guess
Bryce
you have a couple
Brooks
chances
ended
there.
up following him into the
if you
finish.
go right at Grasshopper, and you could go again with the true crop. That's the thing.
Looks like we might lose Jamil as we are looking in with Kimberly at Munns Park here. If we can get a bib number of this athlete here.
Looks like it's a Canadian.
Bib 44,
44. Nicola Grice.
Nicola Grice.
Nicola Grice, yes. She is from Vancouver, British Columbia. So she is on the inbounds here into Munns Park, so getting ready for that out and back section. So she's just coming off that Schnebly Hill Road aid station over to Munns Park 1.
Let's go back to Walnut here and check in.
And we're going to go to Walnut and see what's going on with Ben Dillum. Looks like he's popping a squat, resting up, getting some food, preparing for the last big push of his race here from Walnut Canyon to the top of Mount Eldon to downtown Flagstaff.
We do have Kimberly back here in Munns.
And there's a question here about number 215, Stephen Kuntz. Looks like he's approaching. He's at mile 168, approaching Munns Park 1. So Kimberly should have him on here sometime in the near future if he's on his way in there.
Has anyone seen his leckies that were taken by a mistake this morning? I don't think that we have heard anything, but hopefully if anyone is listening and they have the wrong lecky poles, they get them out to Munns Park if they can. We've got another $10 here in beer money for the Brit.
We got enough to get the Brit drunk at this point in time.
I know. I don't know how we're going to make this happen. But the fact that we now have the money, I feel like we have to figure out a way to make it happen.
Sarah Newberry using the right lingo. Going to get that man knackered. So I like that British lingo here in the chat. That's appropriate. And then word to the Andrew Glaze doesn't have a crew, and he brought 7 drop bags. Yeah,
that's right. I forgot about Glaze. You know, you act like you forgot about Glaze. Another pop culture reference.
That one I get actually. Okay. Yeah, so that one I get.
And we do have the jam cam back, maybe. No. Let's take a look at Heritage Square here. While we do have Kimberly.
And we're back here at Walnut Canyon with Ben Dillum, as he is just kind of hanging out here, taking some aid. Just coming into mile 229 at Walnut Canyon.
If there was any resistance,
jam
then
here.
It wouldn't have gone off. But they kept the loop, kept trying to make sure that we could hold off and ensure it could happen, and helping with like securing all the different new venues and trails and all that.
And it looks like they've reached the top of the climb there, so they're through the worst part.
Starting to, yeah. Hopefully that just continues.
We're going to go over to Fort Tuthill.
Get a look at all the snaps.
There's Dawn Greenwald. Dawn is on her phone. She knows that we have an athlete coming in who needs a beer delivery, and she's looking for us as well. So again, we are taking a look at the Fort Tuttle aid station. This is around mile 215.
Fort Tut Hill, where our esteemed Brit Scott Jenkins is making his way and requesting refreshment and aid. Hopefully we can get that refreshment there for him.
This is like last year when I promised to deliver milk and cookies to Stephen Claus at the finish, and ultimately did. A couple days after he finished, we met at the finish line and gave him milk and cookies because he ran 250 miles in a Santa hat
Wow.
at age 20.
Well, the man earned his milk and
Much
cookies.
different life than I was living probably at that age of my life. And so shout out to Stefan Fiendero, a.k.a. Stephen Claus.
And earlier it looked like Tyler Welch's tracker was a little off there. Let's kind of see if he's maybe gotten back on track or if that's corrected
I think
itself.
he's at Eldon. I can't get...
Me? Just
He's close. Yeah, it looks like he's mile
I'm getting
241, but
things.
it's
It's
at least
like
back on trail. So it
I
looks like
haven't
Tyler
spent much time
Welch's
filming with
tracker is
you
back where we
folks
want it
yet,
to be.
So
So we
we
do
brought the leaders in.
have footage here from Mount Eldon.
Oh, cool.
So we
Nice.
do have a look here at Mount Eldon.
Great cell service from the top of Mount Eldon, surprisingly. Yeah, it looks like Tyler Welch he should be coming over the top there pretty soon. So hopefully see him at that Mount Eldon. He's our second Arizonan, and would be our first Flagstaff resident to come through this aid station here. He is currently 11th overall. And if you're just checking in earlier, we watched Lauren Jones, our second female and 10th place finisher, come through. Josh Locke, our top Arizonan, in 9th. Mark Vogel, we watched him in 8th. And Jason Koop, we watched him come through in 7th. As we look in here on the final aid station on course at the top of Mount Eldon. It's the last station that our runners will cross before they head down the mountain and head on into downtown Flagstaff. And right now we're waiting on Tyler Welch, number 84 from Flagstaff, to get on up over the mountain and check in here at Mount Eldon. Behind Tyler, making his progress towards Eldon, is Cole Crosby. Cole from Cranston, Rhode Island, is currently in 12th place. And behind him is our third place woman. Rounding out that podium would be Sarah Ostazuki. We watched her leave from Walnut Canyon earlier. She's making her way out towards Eldon as we speak. And we're also kind of keeping an eye here on some of the runners towards the back half of the race as they make their way up Kasner Canyon to attempt to make it to mile 171 Munns Park by that 1 a.m. cutoff. That is the next major cutoff here on course today. That's mile 171.
We do have, it looks like Ben Dolem leaving maybe Walnut Canyon here.
Wow, quick stop for Ben here as he got ready for that last push. He did not really waste any time wanting to get on the road. As we look here at Ben Dolem heading out from Walnut Canyon. And it looks like we should also be seeing Californian Ian Jones head into this Walnut Canyon aid station shortly. He's pinging as being very close, within about a mile or so.
And we can go back to Eldon Aid here as we await our runner.
Eldon, this is mile 242, following a pretty steep and technical climb up Mount Eldon, climb about a
We do
little over
have
2,000
someone
feet.
we got Brendan Wiley, bib 139, coming to Munns. As he gets
139.
dusted by an ATV there.
Classic Flagstaff getting dusted by the ATVs. He's coming into Munns for the first time here, so he's coming into 171, and he has the out and back to look forward to after taking some aid. Looks like a beautiful evening out there in Flagstaff, hitting that golden hour, so all the runners in some pretty excellent light here.
And so we're getting word from Rob Martin at Fort Tuthill. Chris Walsh was originally attempting to do the race this year without a crew,
Okay.
but has since been adopted by Christy Haswell's crew.
Love how that can happen sometimes. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool that he was,
That's pretty cool.
he was able to find himself a crew. And we're looking in here at Fort Tuthill. So people chowing down on some of the delectable fare that is offered here. Fort Tuthill, mile 213.6.
We got some more runners coming into Walnut Canyon here.
This is likely Ian Jones.
See if we can get a read on a bib here. Again, we know it's fuzzy, but it is also pretty remote, and we appreciate Mr. John being out there just to get us some visuals on folks coming in.
Yep, looks like 47 there. Yep, bib
Ian
Ian.
Jones.
That is Ian Jones checking
Awesome.
into Walnut Canyon, mile 229.
And it's, yeah.
And it looks like Team Northrop has a shock top for our resident Brit, Scott Jenkins, number 172. Yeah, Carroll being right around mile 210, and Scott being about a mile behind in 209. So it looks like Scott's dreams could come true here at Fort Tuthill.
Team Northrop
Coming in the
through
clutch.
The real MVPs here. Drew Castle in the chat, and let's go over to the Rob Cam here. Rob Martin has been doing a great job with coverage all week. He helped us out with the Black Canyon live stream earlier this year as well. And he has been absolutely incredible, both then and in the multiple shifts that he has worked this week. So huge shout out to Rob, whose feed we are looking at right now here at Fort Tuthill. Marine asking if we have cameras in Munns. We do. We don't have anyone on the feed, but we've been checking in when we see runners. Right here, our wonderful filmer Kimberly is moving up the kind of Forest Service road here that they will come in on, and as soon as we see more runners, we will switch it over as they get closer and more into frame.
And we should have, it looks like there's a couple that are close: Anthony Culpepper, Scott Myers, Helgi Olafsson, Stephen Kuntz, Jason Baum, all within a couple miles of that Munns Park aid station. Right now, Munns Park is popping. Looks to be a little over a dozen runners there, taking some aid, maybe resting up, getting ready for that out and back section.
It's going to be a busy little stretch of trail tonight, as the majority of our runners are going to be kind of in this general area in between Kelly Canyon and the Munns Park out and back section.
Yeah, there looks to be like 25-ish or so runners on that out and back right now. So
Amazing.
It's busy currently, and they'll all be making their way towards Kelly Canyon. So this whole stretch from Kelly Canyon right now backed up to there is popular. Lots of runners within a 1 to 2 mile stretch of each other. And looks to be a couple runners still taking in some aid there at Tut Hill, DeFalco, Ragsdale. I think we saw McClelland maybe leave a little earlier. So people heading out on the way to Walnut Canyon as we have eyes here on Fort Tut Hill. And it looks like DeFalco has headed out of that station. So Chris Ragsdale, Chris Walsh, David Odell, Christy Haswell still hanging out there at Tut Hill with Jose Sosa. Looks to be within about a mile or so, or under a mile from checking into Fort Tut Hill aid.
We're going to have some big San Diego energy when Team Sosa gets here.
Absolutely. That San Diego energy always comes out when Sosa gets on the camera. They have been very active on the stream all week.
Looks like we may have got a feed up here at Eldon.
And after the runners come off of the Eldon aid station, they have a couple miles down Eldon Lookout Road before heading on to the lower Oldham and Rocky Ridge sections of single track trail.
We do have Munns Park here. I can't. Oh, there we go. 226. Abraham Goldring.
Abraham Goldring coming into Munns Park 1.
Hey, let's go. Having himself a good day. Moving strong still.
From New York, New York.
Oh, and we have audio. We do have audio. Let's go. How are you doing, man?
Doing pretty well. I'm going to be going through tonight the next 2 legs, and I'll take a break in the morning. But, yeah, hope to get past the 200 marker.
Awesome. Well, you're looking strong. You're still moving with a purpose, and you're doing great, man. Thanks for checking in, and keep moving forward.
Thank you.
All right.
There was Abraham Goldring. Sounds like he's going to be going through tonight. Going to take a little rest in the morning. And again, he was looking really strong there.
Yeah, he's got his poles going. He's definitely, like you said, moving with a purpose. Seems to be in good spirits, having a good time. I think it's once the runners get up on the plateau and get up to Munns Park, they can really start to feel that finish line, and it doesn't seem so far away like maybe it did at earlier parts in the race. Looks like we have eyes here in Eldon as we wait for Tyler Welch, who looks to be very close.
Yeah, and we'll see if that feed cleans up at all. For the time being, we're going to go to Fort Tut Hill.
It looks like we have him coming on the Eldon feed here. So
here we go.
Our 11th place runner right now, Flagstaff resident Tyler Welch, getting to that Mount Eldon aid station.
Team Catula.
Team Catula.
In the building. And so it looks like they're maybe just a little bit out from the aid station.
That's got to feel good to be over that climb, to have that in the rearview mirror. And know all you have ahead of you now is a nice descent down the road and down the trails into downtown's Flagstaff. I'm sure into the waiting arms of friends and family there who will help him celebrate the moment. As we watch Tyler Welch work his way down into the Mount Eldon aid station, mile 242.4, just 7.6 miles away from the finish of the Cocodona 250.
And he will be our 11th finisher.
Top 10 male, 11th.
Top 10 male.
9th male overall.
Oh, 9th male, yep. Yeah.
I can do that much math.
Annie Hughes and Lauren Jones. As we look at the Eldon aid station here, I wonder if Pete is up. If Pete Mortimer is up on the up at Eldon quite yet.
He's probably going up Blue Dot, taking his time up there to get to the Eldon.
Carrying his grill
up
Blue Dot with the meats. Amazing here. An incredible run from Tyler. He's been just moving really steady. We checked in with him briefly, I think it was yesterday. My days are a little bit blurred together currently. But we checked in with him when he was at Schnebley Hill. And he was moving strong, but he was quite a bit further back. And he's just been really strong and really steady the whole time. And he's now moving up into 9th place on the men's side and 11th overall.
Yeah, I feel like he spent most of the early goings of this race outside that top 20 even. So it's cool to see him. Maybe once he got up on the plateau, he was feeling his roots and absorbing that Flagstaff energy to help push him along and push him into the top 10 of the men's race and into 11th overall. It's quite a finish. I think we've seen a lot of our top 10 finishers have strong second halves.
Looks like we do have maybe some more people at Munns here. Or it looks like maybe it's just crew.
You can tell by all the cars here in the parking lot. This is definitely a pop and aid station.
Let's go ahead and go back to Eldon here. Our feed is cutting out here. So can't see what he has, so let's send it back to Kimberly. It looks like we've got bib 167.
That's Nate Dervin.
Looks like he's coming into Munns 1.
From Cape May, New Jersey. This looks like we've got a lot of Beast Coasters coming here to Munns 1. We just had Anthony Goldring, a New Yorker, and now Cape May, New Jersey. So glad to see the Beast Coast out here representing.
Let's go ahead. See if we can follow along here. So he's exiting Munns 1, it looks like.
Dervin, yep, looks like he's heading out to join about 30 of his compadres out there on the out and back section between Munns 1 and Munns 2.
The parade that is the Munns out and back right now.
The parade, yeah.
I hope I'm envisioning everyone high-fiving each other as they're going opposing ways.
You know, it's got to feel good to see a bunch of, I'm sure they haven't seen too many friendly faces when they're on the trail itself, so I'm sure it feels great to high-five and take in some of that energy while they're out there.
And it looks like, yeah, he's having some Pete's meats.
Getting some ribs.
I don't know if they're Pete's, but he's definitely eating some ribs. And they look delicious. So we have another runner coming into Munns here.
Got some spam in the chat here as well. And I'll get this bib number.
Yeah, well, as soon as we say Pete's meats, of course,
that must be a trigger word. Looks like that's 213. That's Patrick Grangs is an Arizonan coming in here to Munns 1 from Sierra Vista. Looking strong, moving well here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt O'Brien. Oh, he retracted. So I did do the right thing then. Okay, now sorry, Matt O'Brien.
Right now we're here outside of the Munns Park 1 in station, watching athletes coming here, check in at mile 171.
And do we get a bib number here, yeah?
We did, but I forgot what a bib number was. Go down here and find it.
Oh, we do. We have audio. I'm sorry. Hey, Kimberly, who do we have here?
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, we have. Let's see, Patrick. Patrick, you're live. How are you doing today?
Today is like the turnover day. After we got out of Sedona and everything and started putting on some of the miles, everything got considerably better. I ended up getting lost on my way into Sedona, and those last 4 miles were amazing. You know, you keep looking at the GPS and then the city lights and thinking where you have to come out, but you trust the computer and it just works. And
That's right.
here we are today.
Yeah, it is.
Amazing, amazing.
And, well, the other
Patrick,
thing I was
you're
wondering
looking.
about was maybe a technical question.
Yeah.
That's me. I had a technical question for you. Maybe I know that we have to punch the bib number when we get down for the turnaround. If we have like a moment of laxness or whatever, because it'll be dark probably, is there any way where the GPS track, you know, you got my tracker on my shoulder here, would show, yeah, that lunatic, he was down there looking for, he never actually found it, but he went around it several times. Or maybe there'll be such
my guess is
an onslaught of people down there at the turnaround that it'll be pretty obvious.
Yeah, my guess is that our incredible race command would definitely find a solution to that if that did occur. So I'm sure we'd be able to figure it out. It looks like we might be losing Patrick here. Patrick, if you can still hear us, we appreciate you, and you are moving really strong.
Yeah, because I was talking.
Keep it up.
Adding up really nicely.
We're gonna go back to Eldon here.
Looks like we got Tyler Welch here, currently in 11th place.
And it's exactly what Dawn had said last night on the live stream. When you sit down this late, you get up, you feel like everything's about to break. You got to ease into it, and then Tyler will be on the move. Feeling nice and nimble once again as he is now making his way down Eldon Lookout Road.
It looked maybe a little stiff-legged there getting up, but he's got that rib power now to power him down the mountain.
Yep.
Just about 8 miles to go for Tyler. That's quite the scene, too. Sun poking in here through the Ponderosa Pines. Not a bad place to be spending your evening.
Yeah, definitely not. There are much worse places to be spending your evening. And it sounds like Jose Sosa came through Fort Tuthill with just a stop at his crew vehicle. So we didn't get him on camera.
Wow.
Because he just stopped at his crew vehicle, and he is back moving.
Man on a mission. Doesn't want to take the risk to take a seat. So Jose Sosa blowing through Fort Tuthill, heading right out for Walnut Canyon.
And we are at Fort Tuthill right now on the now legendary Rob Cam. Courtesy of the great Rob Martin. So we are just hanging out.
I think everyone is waiting for Scott Jenkins himself to show up for when the party will really start here at Fort Tuthill.
The party doesn't start until Scott walks in.
That's another pop culture reference that I thankfully get. Yeah, it's hey, I'm 2 for 3 today. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Loving the decorations out there at Fort Tuthill, so that's a lot of fun.
They're waiting for Carol Northrup at Tuthill, which is actually more important because Carol's got the beer for Scott. Well, her crew. As we do have a little group here. We've got the matching hat crew. Looks like they are heading out, possibly. And who do we have here, Miss Kimberly?
Is that Aaron?
Oh, let's see. Who is here? We need
Aaron Linehan, I think, was the...
Who is here?
Becca, Courtney, Boyle,
Aaron Linehan.
Aaron Linehan. We've known each other since we were...
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Keep it up. Awesome job.
What quite a hype crew. That's got to make it nice to have 3 individual pacers out there hyping you up for different sections of the race.
All with matching hats.
All with matching hats. Checking in here in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff.
Now we're back at Fort Tuthill. And they also, looks like, have the meats on the grill.
This looks like some tasty meatballs.
Oh, man.
Looks like we got Aaron Linehan's sister in here in the chat. Part of the Aaron Linehan hype crew as we look in at some at how they make the magic happen out here at Fort Tut Hill, keeping our runners nice and fed.
We got.
Looks like we have a runner coming into Munns Park. If we could swap over there and see who we have.
Yep.
I liked how you moved to the side there to see if you can see around his arm.
Who do we have here?
Ramil.
The Philippines.
Ramil from the Philippines.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ramil?
Ramil Balagat, 196.
Well, he's looking really strong.
Yes, he is.
And
having a good day. Look at that smile.
Yeah. That's the secret.
That's the secret.
He's happy.
He's happy. Yeah, he's having a great time.
Keep it up.
All
Way
right.
to go.
Yes.
All the way from the Philippines.
I love to see all the smiles and the positive attitudes out there right now. Everyone's having a great time.
As we come back into Fort Tuthill.
Awaiting Carol Northrup in here and her crew, and probably maybe most importantly, the beer for the only Brit in the race, Scott Jenkins. Fort Tut Hill here, mile 213.6. And our next projected finisher here at the race is going to be Tyler Welch of Flagstaff, Arizona. We just watched him leave the Mount Eldon aid station, mile 242, and saw him head down the hill. He should be approaching Flagstaff in a little over an hour or so as he makes that 8-mile trek. And right now we are looking in at Fort Tut Hill, where we have a couple runners we await to come in here, including Carol Northrup, Ray Sanchez, and Scott Jenkins. Jose Sosa just passed through here with a quick stop at his crew vehicle before heading out. It looks like we're going to take a look here at where the sleep room is. Nice indoor area for some of the runners here to kip a nap before heading on with their journey. We'll also keep an eye on here at runners who should be checking in at Walnut Canyon shortly. It looks like Dom Grossman as well as Ben Dillon both have taken off here out of Walnut Canyon, and we are awaiting Todd Bachman and Rhoda Smoker here. They should be arriving there relatively shortly, as well as Stephanie Simpson. Those are our 4th and 5th women currently, behind number 3 woman Sarah Ostazuki, who we watched leave Walnut Canyon a little bit earlier. And right now here we are at Fort Tut Hill County Park, mile 213.6 outside of Flagstaff.
We are also keeping our eye on our camera down there in Munns Park. If we see any runners on camera, we will make sure that we try our best to pick them on up.
A lot of people here still waiting to join the Munns Park party. I see another 5 or 6 runners who should be checking in there anytime now. So
when you can kind of see, again, I know our feeds are going to be a little bit laggy out here. And there's Morgan Weinberg putting her stuff back on, and she is out, or getting ready to be out, it looks like. So huge shout out to Morgan, Aravaipa, Colorado's own. All of her friends from Colorado Springs sending her love and best wishes. And she's going to go out there and crush this section. Her crew's going to have a little bit of an easier break.
And no need to drive around from here. Everyone can kind of just pack up and rest a bit as she traverses the 16-mile out and back with, probably what looks like 35 of her new best friends here.
So we'll bring it back to Fort Tuthill here for a second. And we do have a runner coming in here. We'll see if we can get a bib number. I missed the
Anthony.
Anthony
Culpepper.
Culpepper. Let's go, Anthony Culpepper.
Anthony Culpepper.
Let's go, buddy.
Go,
Incredible.
Anthony. Woohoo!
Anthony, one of one of two people who helped create the idea of this event.
Oh, no way.
So Anthony sat down with Jamil on multiple occasions and came up with the idea of this event.
Wow.
So obviously Steve Adderholt also played a huge role in bringing this to life, but Anthony being one of the few people who was able to like help bring this idea even
Kind of
together.
Help form the vision. Is this his first attempt at running it?
Yep.
Wow. That's awesome.
Incredible. Awesome. Looks like we got some more Hoka Speed Gets there.
Yeah, it's
The Vibram outsole rubber.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
just enjoying a nice coat.
Ready to go. Let's go. The energy.
Yeah.
We got some big Muns energy. That's for sure. Some big Muns energy.
Big Mun's energy.
Shout out to Cole Gardner for the super chat donation. I think we love the way we cover ultras as well.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of fun.
This is a lot of fun. We're absorbing all the energy. There's big Mun's energy. We got Goldberg energy, big Texas energy. We're just we're vibing here in the studio.
Yeah,
Happy to be a part of things.
Anthony was a part of the scouting mission that was captured and broken up into our Cocodona Origins series, which can be found on YouTube, which just showcases basically the scouting mission. Before they had permits, before they had anything, they had this route. They mapped it out, and they said, we're gonna go and do it.
Oh, it's cool that he gets to be out here and kind of link it all together now after being a part of the discovery or the founding process of this event.
And we are going to actually send it back to the finish line here at Heritage Square for just a moment.
Finish line's quiet now, but in just a little bit here, as we wait on Tyler Welch, it's certainly going to be a little bit more exciting as he makes his way down Mount Eldon. He's approximately about 7 miles away right now from the finish line. And we watched here earlier Lauren Jones and Josh Locke come across here to round out our top 10. Lauren Jones making the podium on the women's side with a second place finish. An exciting race for the woman from Atlanta, Georgia to come through here and make her 200-mile debut. Runners here probably preparing here for a chilly overnight. Looks like it's going to be in the 40s for when the runners hit the nighttime hours here. We've got someone coming in here at Munns.
We got bib 202.
Helgi Olafsson, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Dania Beach, Florida. Joining this big Munns energy here, joining the party at Munns Park, mile 171.
Ooh, the party at Munns Park.
Party at Munns Park, there you go.
I like it.
I don't know if Munns Park has ever seen such a party as this. I'm going to say it probably hasn't. And checking in here back at Fort Tut Hill. Next to check in here will likely be Carol Northrup, Ray Sanchez, and Scott Jenkins as they approach the aid station. Looks that word in the chat here is that Helgi Olafsson is a triple crown finisher. Probably have to come up with a new name now and add a fourth crown to that list, but he has indeed run Moab and Tahoe, Bigfoot, so he has quite the 200+ experience here. So exciting for him to get his crack at the Cocodona 250.
Who do we have? We got some folks waiting to see the Denim Cowboy. Tony Tedeschi,
We got Stephen Coons 215. I know we have some people in our chat excited to see him. So
Has he found his lucky poles yet?
No, my lucky poles.
I know we've been putting it out there.
Everyone in the chat's asking about you. You got some people.
What's that?
There he is, Stephen Kuntz. Looks like we are muted again here. And it looks like Chris Warden has a sign over here.
All right.
Awesome. Way to go, Stephen.
It's like from November project here in Madison, so he's got lots of fans here cheering him on.
Amazing. And let's go. Oh, hold on.
Got a couple words here on the Denim Cowboy. Looks like he's a couple miles outside of Munns, so he should be showing up here shortly.
We've got we're gonna switch over to Fort Tuttle here. It looks like we might have someone coming. Rob was running out there quick, so I'm not sure if he was running out there to catch someone who's coming in. Yep, he's giving me a thumbs up. Like a professional.
Like a professional. He doesn't miss a thing. He is on top of it.
Sarah, did we ever get his beer? We haven't actually done anything.
We've talked a lot about it, but
Carol Northrup's crew is just ahead. Carol is just ahead of our Brit, and they're gonna give him what was it? It was like a summer shandy.
It was a shock top.
A shock top.
They got a shock top waiting for him. We'll give the Brit a nice ice cold American beer here.
Oh, we do have. Who do we have here over at Munns?
All right, say that again.
All right. I'm not letting Christine sleep. We're too close. The cutoff times are getting too close. You know, so yeah, I don't want it to be. We're down to the last hour when we come down the mountain.
All right.
So anyway,
you feeling good?
But the weather has been absolutely great. The people have been super. The aid stations are, you couldn't ask for better.
That's great.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, you look like you've got a lot of energy and a big smile on your face.
It's that big Munns energy.
Yeah, they can just feel it a couple miles out.
But, yeah, we're out. We're out.
All right.
Amazing.
See you later.
All
Bye-bye.
right.
And that was a pacer.
Oh, gotcha.
Was that Morgan's pacer, maybe? It might have been Morgan Weinberg's pacer. Not sure there, but we are awaiting. We got little Tut Hill energy as we're awaiting our crowd of runners to move their way down the course, but we do have big Munns energy.
Well, Tut Hill's going to be pretty exciting here in, I don't know, a couple hours.
Oh, gosh.
10 hours or so,
yeah.
that Mun's party's gonna be moving to Tut Hill, and not the too far future.
Clint in the chat wanting to know the cutoff. The cutoff for Mun's 1 is going to be 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm. And then after that here, I've got this. So 1 a.m. for Mun's 1, and then the next cutoff after that is Mun's 2 at 6 a.m. So the runners will have about 5 hours to get through that about 16-mile section from Mun's 1 to Mun's 2 and get out of Mun's in order to make their next cutoff, which is 7:30 tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. tomorrow at Fort Tut Hill.
People want to know if we've got an update on the future mayor of Flagstaff, Eric Sensman.
He was getting close to Kelly. Still,
he's
not
getting
Kelly,
close to
Walnut Canyon. Still a little ways out.
He's getting close to Walnut.
Let's see here. Yeah, he's still about 3 or so miles out from Walnut Canyon. So, imagine
getting into familiar trails now, though.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so.
He's trained on those trails countless number of times there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. He's in his backyard right now, more or less.
Jen Laughlin in the chat. Our social media manager. The content queen of all things Aravaipa Social over here.
I'm sure she's been busy all week. Aravaipa's been popping out some pretty good content.
There's been a little bit. There's been this thing going on.
There's been just this week-long 250-mile race, through stunning central Arizona country.
Yeah.
Only a few Instagrammable moments there.
One or two.
Just one or two, yeah. Yeah.
90% sure that's not Morgan's pacer unless he's aged in the past few days.
Oh, we can't 100% rule that out.
We can't.
It's a long week,
You're right. You're right. He said a name, and I
just didn't catch it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it.
Got some people signing up for Aravaipa races after following along here. So good luck, Amber, at the Black Canyon 60K.
Shout out to Mandy Goody in the chat. She is approaching Kelly Canyon, and she is from Kimberley, British Columbia.
One of a number of esteemed Canadians here.
Yeah, her and Erica Sargent, I believe, both from Kimberley, British Columbia, but I believe Erica's day has come to an end.
Yes, she is. She did unfortunately end up DNFing earlier. But there are several British Columbians here still in the race.
We are kind of up the Forest Service Road here from Fort Tuttle.
Some beautiful dirt roads here at the back of Fort Tut Hill. Got to watch out if you go too far up that road. There is an archery range up there.
Yep.
So be careful for wayward arrows. And looks like we have some runners here coming down here from Fort Tut Hill on Rob's camera. See if we can get a bib number here on them. This looks like it is Carol Northrop,
Carol.
number 96, making her way here into Fort Tuthill.
Means Scott Jenkins
Scott
shouldn't be too far behind.
Nope, the
lone Brit.
The lone Brit, and also, as was pointed out earlier in the chat, our top Brit right now as well, too. So
we do have someone over at Munns here as well. Check in there. But let's head right back over Fort Tuttle here as we have Carol Northrop.
Carol Northrop from Prescott, so she got to traverse a lot of her home territory before heading north here. Approaching Fort Tuthill at mile 213.
Kate in the chat. That's from Bib 135's pacer. Christine. That makes sense. I thought it was Christine, and then I was like, oh, maybe it was Morgan. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Shout out to Bib 135, Christine Kitzler from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. As we are taking a look at Carol Northrop coming in.
Carol looks like she's meeting some crew here. Get herself recharged and ready to go here for the next section. Rob doing some great work on the camera to get them coming into the aid station.
Does like we have Miss Carol.
My man here rocking a fashionable polka dot vest.
This is how you can tell that it's the Squirrel's Nut Butter aid station is with the fun hats and attire.
And right now we're watching Bib 96, Carol Northrop, as she checks in here to Fort Tuthill aid station and grabs some snacks and takes in some aid. Waiting on a few other runners who should be checking in here shortly. Matt Woolley, Ray Sanchez, Scott Jenkins, all in the vicinity, who should be arriving down here over the next few minutes. They are not too far behind Carol at all. So what's been a pretty quiet aid station here over the last couple hours should be picking up some life from a couple hungry runners as they come to the aid.
It's going to be exciting. Let's
This will
go.
be exciting. More love here in the chat for Mandy Goody, who is getting close to Kelly Canyon, just crossing that 200-mile threshold. And if you're just coming in with us here, we've been watching people come into Fort Tuthill and Munns Park. There are a lot of athletes at the Munns Park aid station right now, both coming in and out and on that aid station. So very popular part of the course as the race progresses here. But also been checking in with the back half of the pack here as they make their way towards Munns Park for a 1 a.m. cutoff. Jamil himself was walking up the Casner Canyon climb with Kyung Lee, Richard Murphy, January Cummings as they continue to progress here. They are starting to get close to that Schnebly Hill aid station, so seem to be on track so far to hit that cutoff point. And right now we're here at Fort Tut Hill, mile 213. We just watched Carol Northrup come on in. We have a couple of runners here that we are expecting here soon.
And we are being told when Scott gets to the aid station here at Fort Tuttle, he's got to hit up. He's got to hit up the guy in the polka dot vest for the beer.
That seems to be the natural person to find for the beer. If I was going to find anybody for the beer, it'd be the polka dot vest guy. We're also waiting on Tyler Welch to finish here. He will be our 11th finisher, our 9th male, and our first from Flagstaff, second Arizonan. We just saw him come through at Mount Eldon, mile 242. And he is making his way down the mountain right now towards downtown Flagstaff. He should be around that finish line in the next hour or so. So keep an eye out for that. And some Stephanie Simpson loving the chat. She is right now our 5th woman, very close to that Walnut Canyon aid station. She's right around mile 229, and she's right ahead of the People's Champ, Eric Sentsman, future mayor, former city council candidate, who is right around mile 226 as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And right now we are looking in on Fort Tut Hill aid, mile 213. If you haven't been around, there is a thirsty Brit, Scott Jenkins, who is on his way to this aid station. Got into the YouTube chat requesting a beer, and as the good people of the Cocodona 250 do, they crowdsourced and they found a crew who was going to get him that frosty beverage, which has been well earned as he is 213 miles into a trail race. So he should be checking in here to Fort Tut Hill in just a few minutes. Yeah, Deb Hamberlin's right around that on that Munns Park out and back, so there is a possibility we could see here. It just depends on what the camera options look like out there. Can't guarantee anything, but we've been seeing a lot of runners come in and out of that Munns Park aid station. And we have eclipsed the 80-hour mark here at the Cocodona 250, 8 hours and 27 minutes, and waiting on the 11th finisher, Tyler Jenkins, to make his way down the mountain. And we've been monitoring the process of a bunch of the mid-packers here as they move in and out of Munns Park and into Fort Tut Hill. And you're looking in on Fort Tut Hill. And spectators from all time zones here in the chat. We got 3:30 a.m. here. We've got some early mornings, so a wide variety of beverages. Glad to see people from all over the world tuning in and checking out the coverage. Thank you. Looks like we've got...
And we have a guest joining us here as soon as I can find it. There she is, the Queen of Koros herself, with the great Flagstaff's own Sarah Ostaszewski. And let me just unmute you here. Shelby, how are you guys doing? See, we're gonna get pulled. We're gonna get pulled down from YouTube now, and it's gonna be. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Sarah. You're crushing. Well, all you have to do is continue inching closer to what is likely going to be Sarah's favorite part of the course, climbing up Eldon, and then the bombing descent back down. Oh, of course. Of course. We just saw the last runner who came through, Tyler Welch, had some ribs. He was eating some ribs up there. Oh, it looks like, Shelby, our audio just went out here, so we will have to restart something here real quick and check in with you.
And we're just going to get that feed here figured out so we can get you some audio. We were just checking in with Sarah Ostaszewski and her pacer Shelby as they make their way towards the base of Mount Eldon after leaving the Walnut Canyon aid station. And right here we are back at Fort Tut Hill with cameraman Rob. He looks to be heading out to catch some more of our runners as they come into Fort Tut Hill.
Sounds like we are able to get audio back again. Tested it on that feed there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know our audio was fine. We had no audio volume on the trail as we looked at it. So, like I said, we'll check back in with Shelby and Sarah here momentarily. But the big takeaway, in my mind, to sum it all up, Sarah looking very much forward to the Eldon climb.
Very excited for it. And Shelby hopped up on 300 milligrams of caffeine to help drag her up that climb. That seems to be quite the team. So they look like they're having a good time out there. Glad that Sarah seems to be in a good frame of mind and excited to be back on the home trails. And here we are at Fort Tut Hill, heading back out to catch some runners here coming in. A beautiful evening up on the Coconino Plateau at Flagstaff. And the next runners coming here at Fort Tut Hill could be Scott Jenkins, the resident Brent, waiting for him to come in. Ray Sanchez is close by as well. Same with Matt Woolley. So they should be coming down the trail here very shortly.
And we are trying to see if we can get maybe a feed out, maybe at Munns Park again. Huge shout out to our incredible volunteers out there, Miss Kimberly and Miss Haley. And we've got some footage from Walnut Canyon here. That was bib 29.
That is Stephanie Simpson.
Stephanie Simpson. And the chat was going nuts for Miss Stephanie just a minute ago, I think.
Montreal, Quebec, heading in here to Walnut Canyon, mile 229. She is our 4th place woman as of right now, behind Sarah Ostaszewski, who rounds out that podium. Stephanie's been running a really consistent race. She's been kind of moving up throughout the field over the last couple days. Good to see her checking in here at Walnut Canyon. Some of our last couple runners have been pretty quick in and out here at Walnut, so we'll see if that trend continues. People just kind of want to get the show on the road and start heading towards that climb up Mount Eldon.
So it looks like maybe both her and Rhoda Smoker are probably in Walnut Canyon still?
Pretty close, yeah. Yeah, Rhoda was right in that range as well. Yeah, she looks to be there. Yeah, because if Ian Jones is there, then Rhoda Smoker must be there as well.
Yeah, Rhoda and Stephanie are 4th and 5th, I guess, but
so
both at the same aid station.
Yeah, my mistake. Didn't see Rhoda come in there, so
it's okay. I'm just here to fact check. No. I was curious as to where Rhoda was when I saw Stephanie come in. I wasn't sure if Stephanie had passed her, what was going on as we're looking in here at Walnut Canyon.
Matt O'Brien challenging that Aravaipa After Dark can't maintain the same big energy that's been in the chat all day.
Oh, definitely not.
I don't know. I think Aravaipa After Dark is going to be bringing some big energy of their own. So, especially because we're going to have that big Munns energy heading out towards Kelly Canyon. It's just going to keep going here well into the evening.
And we are gonna, looks like she's gonna get her feet worked on a little bit, maybe. Common theme?
Common theme here. You know, it's powdery. That dirt is really powdery, and so it gets through the shoes. I can definitely see how that could cause some rubbing and blistering issues, so hopefully it's not too bad and they're able to get it taken care of. And here we are back at Fort Tut Hill. Scott Jenkins checking in the chat, asking how that frosty beer is looking. Scott, we were able to do the work for you. Once you get into Fort Tut Hill, look for the man in the polka dot vest, and he will get you hooked up with a frosty shock top. So something to look forward to there for you in the next mile or so, Scott. Thanks for checking in with us.
This is legendary that we're hooking a runner up with a beer because he's British.
It's even better that we get to have him look for the man in the polka dot vest.
Yeah.
I love giving cryptic directions like that. If we could have a secret password, I would give him that as well, too. A lot of Rhoda fans here. Loving the Pennsylvania energy. Rhoda here from Elverson, PA. Currently the 4th woman, as I misspoke and said she was 5th earlier. Nope, she is in there at Walnut Canyon. She is 4th. And right now we're still checking in here at Fort Tut Hill. A nice little view there of the San Francisco peaks and the beautiful evening environment. As Rob doing some good camera work waiting for our next couple runners. Questions here about Carrie Henderson. Carrie Henderson is a couple minutes behind both Rhoda and Stephanie Simpson. She's right around mile 225. She is on her way there to that Walnut Canyon. My guess is somewhere in the next hour or so. She should be checking into Walnut Canyon along with a Flagstaff local Eric Sensman, who are both behind Flagstaff locals Sarah Ostazuki and, of course, Tyler Welch, who is about 5 miles away from the finish here as he heads down Mount Eldon. So no sign yet here at Fort Tut Hill for our next runners, but we are enjoying the nice views. Head on over to the finish line, which is eagerly awaiting the arrival of Tyler. And back to Fort Tut Hill. So right now, closing in on 81 hours elapsed so far. We have had 10 finishers. Recently, we just watched Lauren Jones, our second woman come on in. She finished just after 9th place finisher Joshua Locke, the top Arizonan. And currently, Tyler Welch from Flagstaff is heading down the mountain. He's followed by Cole Crosby in 12th and Sarah Ostazuki, who rounds out our women's podium. Also from Flagstaff, we just checked in with her and her pacer Shelby. Although you guys could not hear the audio, they are doing well, having a good time out there. Looking forward to that Mount Eldon climb. And then Adrian Begran and Dom Grossman, we saw them earlier at Walnut Canyon, making their way to Eldon themselves. And right now we have our eyes on Walnuts, checking in with Stephanie Simpson as she does some foot care and takes a load off as she gets ready to head out on the next section of the course. And it looks like we have a runner coming in here in the distance into Fort Tut Hill. We'll get a bib here for you and find out who we've got.
We'll have to get a bib number if we can.
We are not sure quite yet, but I'm guessing that could be our man Scott. Yes, I think based on the photos here, this looks like our man Scott Jenkins. Oh no, I'm incorrect. I believe that's Ray Sanchez actually. He's got the long hair, so that is Ray Sanchez from Sacramento, California.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, Ray. We saw Ray at the Sedona aid station getting his feet worked on by the magician down there, the medical personnel person down there who put his feet back together so that Ray could get on back out there.
Oh, he looks like he's moving well, jogging all the way in here to the aid with Rob at mile 213 at Fort Tut Hill. So Ray Sanchez from Sacramento, California, checking in here at mile 213. Scott Jenkins confirming that it is Ray Sanchez as well. Thanks, Scott. Telling us to not let Ray steal his beer, so can't make any guarantees here.
I think we're going to have a commentary changeover here in a few minutes, and we're going to kick off everyone's favorite segment, Aravaipa After Dark. And I think that Drew Fraze would have been a perfect candidate for Aravaipa After Dark with his very soothing voice. But I may hop on a little bit later depending on what's going on. But I appreciate you all in the chat. And let's continue watching as we have Ray Sanchez here in Fort Tuttle.
As you can see, Scott Jenkins getting his beer. He got his beer at Fort Tuttle. Great moment to walk into for myself. I am Chris Warden, and I am joined by Aaron Berger, and we're going to go right to Fort Tuttle. We got you. Scotty, how you doing? We've got Scotty.
I got my beer. Can you hear us?
He's got his beer. We can hear you, Scotty.
Guys, I can't thank you enough. Thanks so much. I've been running all day thinking, all these RVs along the way must have a beer. So somewhere, someone must have a beer. And then finally, I just got a beer. Somebody's got a beer for me. So super excited. You want me to neck it?
You're selling yourself short. It's been all week, not just all day. You've been running all week.
With the shots. I should probably have some shots as well. I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? You know the rocks on the course? Does Jamil pay and bucket them in from some kind of quarry just to make it harder on my feet?
I think he might search out the sections with the biggest, most painful rocks available in Arizona. Yeah. Nothing but the best for an Aravaipa event.
I think I've got about 20 blisters on my feet. I've given up even dealing with my my blister count at the moment. I'm just running on them. My ankle's pretty beaten up, but I've got to say, this race is incredible. I've done some amazing races, been really lucky to run some amazing races around the world, and I don't think I've been to a race that's so spectacular ever. So you guys have got a beautiful state, and I just want to say thank you for having me out here. It's been amazing.
Well, thanks for running, Scott. It is great to have you on course. You have captured the recent fan base activity in the chat. They were very concerned about you getting that beer, and right now that's the image we all have been looking forward to seeing for several miles and a couple hours.
It's absolutely awesome beer. It's really, really good. Can I ask you one more favor as well, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure, absolutely.
When I finish tomorrow, would you mind streaming it so that my family can see it in the UK? It would mean a lot to them because I've come so far to do the race, and yeah, I can't believe it's almost over, but I'm absolutely loving it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're still going to be streaming through the end of the race, so we've got a couple of nap time breaks, but by and large, we're going to be all over the course. And one of the things about this race is that as time goes on, in the beginning, the course elongates in terms of the area we have to cover, but then as time goes on, the coverage area that we have to handle does get smaller, so we're actually able to better cover runners all over the course. So,
awesome.
Yeah, we'll be here for you.
Can I do one more thing before? I know you guys are busy, and I really appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
But
What's on your mind?
I want to thank my wife Abby over here, who came all the way to Arizona on her birthday. The race started, and crewed me for the entire week. And my coach Jeff Browning, who lives here in Flagstaff, unbelievable, just came to surprise me. And also my friends Lucia and Dion Leonard. It's not. It's not the Oscars. It's not the Oscars, but it's just a matter of time. And I'd also like to go aid station to aid station with a beer at each aid station. So yeah, I've got a big night planned on Eldon. It's going to be wild up there tonight. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, don't forget to enjoy the traverse over to Eldon. Of course, you've got to get through Walnut Canyon. But, yeah, it sounds like you've got a great crew. Obviously, your wife supporting you, and I see Bronco Billy in the background there. You've made it this far, and right now, at this point, you're in charge of your own destiny. Keep up the great work.
Don't worry. Walnut Canyon, I'll be done. It's not a problem. I don't know what people whinge about when they say it's like really hot over here. You should try coming to Wales in the summer, maybe. It's lovely, honestly. But I'm joking, of course. It's absolutely bloody boiling. But I'm having a fantastic time. And next week I'll be back home in Wales and it'll be pissing down with rain. So make the most of it. Thanks for a great race, guys. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Thanks for joining us this year, Scott. It's great to have you here. Last year, one of the things about Cocodona that was missing was this international flavor in terms of the participants, obviously for reasons beyond our control. So it's great to have you here, and you're, showing you are the epitome of what makes this sport such a close-knit group worldwide. Everybody is,
honestly, I completely agree with what you're saying. Like, it's such an incredible course, and like the views and stuff that I've seen along the way, I have no doubt that this will capture like the international community of ultra running, and I'm sure that people, when they see what a great and amazing race it is, they're going to want to come in their droves to do it next year. It really is incredible. It's so beautiful. So yeah, it's a real privilege to be here. It really is.
Well, when you get back and you're home and you're ready to take a look-see at this coverage afterwards, you'll see that there's a lot of love for you. Jenny Quilty, among other people, wishing a happy birthday to your wife. And as far as a couple of viewers, you are their new favorite ultra runners. So they're happy to get to know you over the course of this week. And keep it up.
That's really kind of you to say. And if any of them want to come on a night out over in the Walnut Canyon, just meant and then up on Eldon tonight, they're more than welcome to. Just come and join us on the trail. But bring a couple of beers and a couple of shots. All right, I'm getting grief now. I need to eat, apparently.
All right, yeah. Go take care of yourself, and thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, guys. See you. Bye.
All right, that was Scott Jenkins, who is hitting the aid station at Fort Tuttle, about 213 miles into the race, being flanked by his wife, who's celebrating a birthday today. Of course, right behind him is Chris Thornley. I've seen Jeff Browning out there. Congratulations to Scott on making it this far. And as far as I'm concerned, from the way he looks, he's going to make it there, and he's got it all in the palm of his hands. We're going to pop into the corner of the screen for Aravaipa After Dark. I am Chris Warden, and joining me tonight is a friend of mine. I think I can call him a friend. He puts up with me, tolerates me.
Likewise.
Yeah, even though we grew up on opposite sides of the Illinois-Wisconsin border about 30 miles apart. This is Aaron Berger. Aaron is a local trail and ultra runner, and I figured that he would be able to provide some perspective and some experience, both in the fact that he has run pretty much all the trails there are to run in Arizona, including a lot of this course, as well as the fact that he's also been out there helping runners this year. So, Aaron, welcome to Aravaipa After Dark.
Thanks for having me.
It is great to have you, absolutely. We're going to take a quick peek. It looks like we might have somebody else that wants to chime in on us. I'm going to check the Cameron cam here at Buffalo Park. We're going to be bouncing around the course as much as possible. We had somebody out there. I thought we actually might have had Sarah Ostaszewski, it looked like, in the corner my eye. Did you notice that, Aaron? Or
I didn't see it. No.
Okay. But yeah, Aaron, you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself and why you're here?
I'm here because you invited me, and I felt obligated. and we wanted to talk smack about each other's teams, but
this is true.
But no, I've volunteered at Cocodona this year and last year, so I got to see some things there. The longest ultras I've done have basically been Javelina 100-mile, 3 Black Canyon 100Ks, and Zangray when it was a 50-miler, and then tons of 50Ks. So to put some perspective behind it, no 200s, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of experience and familiarity with the course, and that's one of the reasons why I thought you would be a great co-host for Aravaipa After Dark. You've got a lot of familiarity with where we're running. You've also, got a lot of familiarity with Aravaipa and the way things happen. So you want to tell everybody what you've done in terms of helping out and volunteering here in Cocodona, because it kind of highlights a couple of different ways that you can help out.
Yeah, so last year on Sunday I did the drop bag box trucks, and that I think in general people last year, even though there was fewer entrants, I think there was more drop bags for fewer entrants last year. I don't know if it's because there's more crew this year, or if people that are doing it twice realized they didn't need it as much, or what the particular situation was, but there were some crazy stuff at the drop bags last year. I saw people roll up with 20 giant dry bags. Every one of them was perfectly labeled. They had to put one in every single aid station that they were allowed to have drop bags at. And then there were people with clear plastic tubs with lids that barely snapped on. and I was thinking to myself, they have valuable stuff in here. I'd try to get them to tape it shut. We had tape and markers there for people to label their bags. And people were like, no, that snap will stay shut. And I remember a guy that had 12 Mountain Dews in a clear plastic tub, all for one aid station. I'm thinking, what are you going to do with 12 Mountain Dews at one aid station? You're going to pound 2 of them, pour 6 of them in your drop bag, and have a couple handhelds.
Sounds like the time I did my first ultra, I had, they said you could do an aid drop bag at every aid station, or at all the aid stations, and I did. And I ended up with way too much that I never used. So, but in a race like this, I kind of also don't blame them. But yeah, that does sound extremely excessive. You've got yourself a beer. What are you drinking?
This is a local beer. This is Big Blue Van out of Lake Havasu College Brewing, or College Street Brewing.
Yeah, College Street Brewing. Yeah,
good stuff.
Is it? It's a wheat beer, right?
It's a blueberry wheat. Yeah.
Okay, blueberry wheat. So, James Tadieski, the Denim Cowboys brother, Tony's brother, is asking, what side did I grow up on in regards to the Illinois-Wisconsin border? I'm actually from Rockford, so I'm from the south side of the border, whereas Aaron grew up in Janesville, just north, about 30 minutes apart. I know that I actually, our high school, we didn't go to school at the same time, but our schools did play against each other in a couple of sports, and but we didn't know each other until we came out here. So, and at that point, we realized we were from the same neck of the woods. So.
And I did compete against Rockford schools in track and cross country in high school.
Okay.
At a couple of the relays, the Dixon relays, I think, and one of the Illinois cross country meets.
Yeah, and so that's where your familiarity and enjoyment of running came from originally. So you've been doing this all your life.
Yeah, but I really only junior and senior year of high school, and then off and on in college, a couple of 5Ks, got in shape, out of shape several times until I was probably 40. So 2009 now, it's been 13 years that I've been back into running nonstop. So it's been 13 years of averaging 30 to 50 miles a week.
Okay, that's impressive. Then, to fall in love with it all over again and to be as dedicated as you are is really impressive. Myself, I'm just having myself a nice sparkling water, liquid death. So, we got somebody, Chris Phelps is Kenosha born in the chat. James Tadieski moved here from Green Bay last year. So we do have some guy named Spider Pena. Oh,
Dan
said, I grew up in inner city Chicago, so I have more street cred than Warden and Berger. Of course, Spider Pena was the filmer following the lead pack at Whiskey Row both last year and this year. He caught some great footage of Versteeg last year and this year of String Bean and the people leading the race heading into Whiskey Row this year. So,
well, hopefully he wasn't leading any of those runners.
No, he was filming them from a safe, non-pacing distance. So he knows the game, and we're grateful to have people like Spider Pena in the chat, even though they did go to U of A. So that's one thing we can agree on. We're both ASU guys. All right, as we can see, we've still got Scott Jenkins hanging out in the aid station at Fort Tuttle. The current sweetheart of the chat room here on Aravaipa After Dark. And I noticed a couple of people mentioning what they were drinking a little bit earlier. I'd love to find out what you're drinking. We can share some stories, obviously, at Aravaipa After Dark. We don't get as many drone shots. We don't get as much course action. We're kind of limited. But we're glad to have the input, and this is a very interactive show. And that's one of the things I wanted to stress to Aaron is that we have a very supportive group of people here tuning in. You had a story about a runner that we just saw on screen. Oh, in the back there. That is Ray.
Ray Sanchez?
Yeah. So you had mentioned that you were surprised to see Ray come in by himself. Apparently, your expectation was that he had been running with a partner.
Yeah, him and Andy Glaze go way back, and Andy, last I saw, was about 8 miles behind Ray, and they had been pretty much running together for the whole race. And I know Andy fairly well from Strava, and because my daughter goes to college in his town where he's a firefighter, and Andy and Ray did the Salton Sea race together, which is a pretty unique race where it's 82 miles and a team of either 2 or 3 runners have to do the entire race together. So it's not a relay. It's truly a team race. And Andy and Ray had done that race together. And it looked like for the first 160, 70 miles that Ray and Andy were together. And then eventually they started to drift sometime in the last 24 hours.
We had a question asking us about Rhoda Smoker and where she is at, I believe. Teresa Barnes asking, as far as we can tell, we'll flip over to the iPad really quick. As far as we can tell, Rhoda Smoker is still at Walnut Canyon. Her satellite last pinged 10 minutes ago, so we're not 100% sure, but at the same time, that's what we know. And as a reminder, I want to let the audience know what we know in terms of the course in most instances is what you can also see on the tracker. We do not have access to any information that other people do not have. I'm actually going to see if I can bring up this other shot on course here. We have a camera out, one of the crew cams. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think we can get audio on that, but that is Brianna Grigsby there. We can't really the video and the video is a little bit sparse and the audio is non-existent. So welcome to live streaming Aravaipa style, Aaron Berger. So we'll get back to
I think they can hear us now.
Where we were at.
I see someone else that was asking about how Deb Hamberlin was doing. She went Facebook Live about an hour ago, so I don't know if who is asking has access to her page, but Deb Hamberlin was on there about an hour ago saying that she was doing really well now. Her first day was rough. I think she had stomach issues, and she said she always does early in races, but she's been cruising ever since, and she's certainly on pace for a good finish, and she seems like she's got both good spirits and moving well. So if you do see Deb on Facebook, you should be able to look that up and see her history just a little while ago.
That's one of the beautiful things about this kind of race is that you can actually, in some cases, some of the runners are capable of letting us know like where they're at and what they're doing. Is that a second beer for Scott there? Awesome. Hey, you know what, Scott? Like I said, you've earned it. So we're glad to see you are getting those much earned calories in you. So enjoy your meal and enjoy your drink. So Let's see what else we've got going on around the course. It looks like we might have some people hanging out in the finish booth. See if I can find the finish booth feed. They don't know it, but they're on camera right now. Or do they do know it? Hi, guys. Hi, how's everybody doing? I don't know if we've got audio on that camera, but hey, who are we talking to here?
Okay. It was more cold than the rest of the
Who is hanging out on camera with us? What's your name?
There was a picture in the Tyler.
What's your name, Tyler? How you doing? I think we might have scarred him there. Just a reminder that Big Brother is always watching when it comes to Aravaipa events. We have the power. We have the ability to sneak up on you. Yeah, as Vivian pointed out, asking about Deb Hamberlin, Deb is doing great and almost back to Munns 2. That means she is roughly about 185, 187 miles in, and then, of course, she'll be on her way to Fort Tuttle after Munns Park, after she returns there. We've got cameras at several places. I've got the jam cam. We're going to try and bring up the jam cam here. Jamil is out on course.
Said it was hopping. It's been crazy.
Look at all that bacon.
What's that? It's just been crazy. Well, I mean,
Where are you at,
double.
Jamil? Where are you at?
I think it's good.
We can hear him.
We can hear him. Hey, Jamil.
Whoever was doing that is.
Hey, Jamil, can you hear us? We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Where are you at now?
What was that?
Which
really
aid
loud.
station are you at?
Munns Park.
You're at Munns Park. Got any runners in there right now?
So it's been pretty busy, obviously because this is 2 aid stations. So
Yeah, that's true. You have the people coming in and out from the out and back, both at mile 172 and 188. Is everybody looking and feeling as good as can be expected at this point?
I just got here, so I'm not sure exactly right now, but there's a lot of food flying, as you can see.
I saw all that
lots of
bacon.
crews. So yeah, everyone's getting fueled up for the next stretch of the journey. The first cutoff here is at 1 a.m. So I think there's a lot of people thinking about that. If they're gonna take some rest before or after, I can walk you over to the tents they have set up. There's definitely some people taking advantage of those.
For sure. Yeah, Aaron, if you see somebody that you
can
recognize,
see
point
that
them out.
We've pretty
For
much
sure.
taken over the whole trailhead here.
Yeah, that's pretty neat to see.
Go back over this way. They've got all the tents lined up.
And those are the runner sleeping tents.
These are sleep stations. So
Nice.
there's tents and cots.
The love for the bacon in the chat.
Crispy, duh.
John, I am a crispy bacon person myself. Who did we see?
I just said crispy, duh.
Oh, yeah.
I did see a bib back there.
How we doing? How you doing? Done the out and back yet, or you're gearing up for it? Right on. Cool. They're just taking a look at it.
There's our Wisconsin guy. There's our Wisconsin runner, Madison. The yellow jacket right there. He's a Madison runner.
Oh, that's and he's at Munns Park?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull up who that is.
Did you get that?
Oh, there's a lot of runners
There's
in
the
and out.
Prescott American flag.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of runners at that station right now. Like as Jamil mentioned, for those that are viewing, this aid station is one of the few on course that hits runners multiple times. So you've got people coming in for mile 171, 172 into Munns Park for the first time. Then they have to do an out and back section, 8 miles out, 8 miles back, and then they return to Munns Park, at about mile 188. And, of course, from there, once they get back to Munns Park, they head north, and then they actually will be heading towards Fort Tuttle. I do believe they have one more aid station after this and I think that's Schnebley.
I thought Schnebley was before Munns.
Oh, that's right. It was what was that aid station? I have it written down, but I'm using technology.
I'm also
Kelly
curious,
Canyon.
Kelly Canyon. I'm also curious. I show that the next cutoff is at Munns Park at 1 a.m.
Yes.
Is that to leave the second time?
Leave the first time.
Leave the first time. Okay.
Yes.
That's good to know.
So, so the runners that are at this station for the first time have to leave by 1 a.m. And then they have to do that 16-mile stretch out and back and then leave by 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So, which gives them about 5 hours to do that 16-mile stretch. Looks like we lost Jamil's camp, so we'll head back over to Fort Tuttle. Thank you, Eric, for the generous donation on the super chat. Eric Paramount for Deb Runs Far and Bacon, and that's good enough. Yes, our Wisconsin runner that we were just speaking with is Stephen Kuntz, who we spoke with a little bit ago as well. So these are there's a lot of runners to keep track of even now. And, if you want to obviously follow the runners on a personal level, you can do so at the tracker that is right below the YouTube feed. But when you look at, we'll pull up the tracker itself so the viewers can see just how many runners. So that 8 mile out and back stretch, it starts where you can see runner 234, a couple runners down there, and it goes out and to the northeast and back down. And all these runners, I couldn't tell you which way they're all going, but that's basically a 16-mile stretch of course where it looks like a good quarter of the racers are in that area. So there are. I think that's probably kind of cool though in terms of energy. I mean, I know that out and backs aren't necessarily ideal in a lot of people's minds, but to have a little out and back stretch where you get to see people and have that face-to-face encouragement with somebody who's going through the same grind you are.
As long as they're not wearing Kogala.
Yeah.
Sorry, great product, but it sucks to go against
That's
them.
a discussion for a different day.
Great to go with them.
Yeah.
And to have them on, but it's tough coming across them.
Eric, thanks for being generous. You gave yesterday for Girls on the Run AZ. We had, was it Kelly Teeslink, I think, who was on from Girls on the Run, Northern Arizona. Great causes. We appreciate you being involved and following along, Eric. It's what do they say? It's viewers like you that make this possible.
Sounded so sincere.
Well, no, that's what they
is.
do on at least I'm told on NPR or public access television, perhaps. We'll have to see if we can get some lights on the finish line because I know that we are going to have at least one runner making his way into the finish line, and that would be Tyler Welch, the first Flagstaff local that we expect to see hit the finish line. It looks like Tyler is about 4 miles out, maybe 4.5. Looks like he's actually come off Eldon and is making his way on that section of the Arizona Trail to Buffalo Park. So
great.
Tyler. We expect to see him. Aaron, what are your thoughts on what we've seen so far in this race? Is there anything that has struck you one way or another? Anything that has impressed you or surprised you? Or
the field is significantly larger this year, right? By about 70 people or
something like
80
that.
People?
Yeah,
It was 160 versus 240-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
So I think you see a bigger variety of runners out there from more places, more states, more countries. But with a different course this year too, I feel like you saw a lot of the fire roads out by Skull Valley and that type of stuff early. So it was interesting to see that part of the course that wasn't part of the course last year.
Yeah, there's it's we've had I think we've had a higher success rate this year. I haven't looked closely, but earlier on it didn't seem like a lot of people had dropped. I know that a lot of that has to do with the fact there wasn't that 10,000 feet of climb in the first 50K. So we're wait a minute. I guess this would be. I wonder if this is Tyler Welch is running through Buffalo Park. I would like to get some confirmation on that. Who is our filmer on this? I think that is, if that's Cameron, we might need to have Cameron refresh here. We'll zip back around. We'll see if we can get a better shot of that here coming up.
It'd be a fun exercise for the locals is during all these times to go out there with a lot of gear and just run around Buffalo Park.
If they want to be part of our show, yeah, that would be absolutely possible. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get a better stream up here. It might just take a few moments here. Let's see. We've got the static cam. I'm going to see if we can. Nope, that's not it. Let's go back to the Cameron cam. Finish booth.
Being paced by a dog, potentially.
Is there a dog out in the course? Oh, I see, yeah.
That's a good view there.
Yeah, let's see if we can. Yeah, we're getting a little bit choppy here on this Buffalo Park, but yeah, So just for reference, so that's what's going out, and then this is over here is what is the feed is. So, I see all those people hanging out at the finish line booth at Heritage Square. If you're not careful, we might pop the camera on you, but that's entirely okay. Looks like we might be getting some other inbound as well. Okay, let's see if we can find. Looks like we've got Walnut Canyon in the house here. This would be John. We'll see if we've got the capability to pull audio. I don't know. John, if you can unmute, we can see if we can get some audio from you here. If you can hear us. John, you there?
I hope I do.
Yeah, it is Eric Sensiman's crew. It is Eric Sensiman here. Crowd favorite. Looks like he is grabbing something to eat, talking with his support crew. He's got his legs kicked up. Kevin Westover wonders if Aaron has any dad jokes to share that might help motivate those out on the course.
And look at his last one at the very bottom.
Nothing involving liquor or porpoises. Well, of course, the runners do pass Beaver Street Liquors on the way into the finish line, and we'll just.
Well, his porpoises reference is to it's not really a joke, it's a memorization trick.
Oh,
it's a
like a mnemonic?
10 item thing that you try to memorize, and Kevin did terrible at it.
The dad jokes that make you want to. I feel like I'm on a run with you guys. This is what it's like when you guys are actually all way out ahead of me when we're all out at the same race together. I'm getting that feeling. So.
Well, for racing, Spider Pena is way ahead of me.
Yeah.
Training runs is a different story.
Well, that's why we have Spider Pena follow people like Michael Versteeg, because Spider Pena can do that. So he is obviously also a great volunteer, and I know he's paced some people at events along the way too. So. Yeah, we're very fortunate to have the community we do here in Arizona. I'm going to see if we can go back to the Cameron cam. Okay, so yeah, that is after I can obviously confirmed that is Tyler Welch, passing the iconic Buffalo as he exits Buffalo Park. We'll see if we can get a more established shot. Hey, Cameron, if you can hear us, try and refresh your camera, and we'll see if we can get a better shot. We'll come back to you here because we do want to catch Tyler finishing as he is obviously just a little bit away from the finish line of the Cocodona 250 in Heritage Square. So if you can do that, Cameron, we'll come back to you. I think that's Kim Casey on the right. Kim Casey, a member of the Aravaipa community, hanging out and volunteering, driving up from the valley to hang out. Kim and her husband are wonderful supporting members of the Aravaipa community and head all over the state to help with events. Oh, I guess that we're going with dad jokes now. Jean Ives, dad jokes do serve a great purpose. Greg Bergeron, speaking of rocks, what did the little pebble wish for?
That she was just a little bolder.
That she was just a little bolder. Salacious, highbrow entertainment on Aravaipa After Dark this evening.
There is an endurance dad joke.
Oh.
Not necessarily for ultra running, but for triathlons.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, you see, sharks can undoubtedly swim a lot faster than I can, but I know I can outrun a shark. So in the end, it would all come down to who's better on the bike.
I like that. I do like that. That's actually pretty good. Of course, this is
Ray.
Yeah, this is Ray again. Here at Fort Tuttle, getting ready for that last push. Has approximately 33 miles to go, about 53, 54K. Yeah, Greg, that joke is the leader in the clubhouse at this point, so we'll definitely be paying attention to see what you've got here coming up. Is that the Shad Cam? What a shot. This is just cool right here. I like this shot. So if we can, we'll have Shad pick up a runner at the hospital. Oh, great shot of Tyler Welch here. This is the feed we were hoping for. So we are going to keep it right here on Tyler, and he's running. We'll see if we can get some audio on this. Can you unmute, Cameron? If you can try and, I think we've got unmute. We'll see if we've got some audio.
Yep, I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Mute guest up there.
Oh, okay. You're right. Oh, there we go. We've got it. We've got the full Monty going here. Tyler, how you feeling?
How you feeling, Tyler?
I'm good.
Good. Any thoughts on the 248 miles behind you at this point?
A little bit of daylight left. Can't beat, man.
Well, Tyler looks to be in great spirits right now for somebody who is just 248 miles into a run across the state of Arizona. So, yeah, I agree, Vivian.
Yeah.
He absolutely does look great.
Nice.
You're open to it, I highly suggest doing it. You guys put on an awesome race. The aid stations were awesome. The crew, the support. I mean, overall, it was just like such a positive event.
Good to hear.
How are Pete's meats?
Prior, just kind of going for it. And that was well. Crew, friends, family, everybody crew.
Yeah.
Did Tyler partake in Pete's meats at the top of Eldon?
Tyler, did you partake in Pete's meats at the top of Eldon?
Of course.
This is awesome. Love seeing this out here.
Drew and Noah.
We might spin to that one here in a few moments. So yeah, as we mentioned before, Tyler Welch is making his way through Buffalo Park. We'll soon be hitting the streets of Flagstaff, and from there it is a hop, skip, and a jump to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. Pretty amazing run, and to see him moving so well and in such great spirits. I think that that this far into the race, they've had runners coming through town now, only a few, but over the past, nearly 24 hours, I think they're kind of realizing that something is going on, and I think they're going to see a lot more people along the way supporting these runners, which is really cool.
Yeah, I heard Colleen earlier trying to rally people Friday and Saturday to get to the finish line.
Yeah, I would like to see if we can get Colleen to come on either tonight or tomorrow night to talk about that effort, to have runners or runners and supporters of runners. If you're within, if you're within the sound of my voice and can make it to Flagstaff on Saturday morning, I think we'd love to see you. Apparently, Pete's Meats, Mortimer's Barbecue. Lots of meat on me right now. We'll. Oh wait, one of the legends of Cocodona 2022 himself, Kevin Goldberg, has made his way into the chat. Kevin, congratulations on an amazing race, and we're glad to have you here. And of course, as long as Kevin is here, the chat is going to be lit.
Was crew all there? Over.
It's unfair how good he looks right now, Aaron.
It is.
He looks like
seriously. Josh looked so clean.
Yeah,
they both got the Cocodona blue light hoodie on.
Yeah,
it just looks like they just took it out of the drawer.
Yeah, they look like they've been out there for maybe
5K.
Yeah,
a 5K ultra, as they'd say in Bad Ideas.
Yes,
Bad Advice.
One of those 5K marathons. Kevin, we can't thank you enough for coming out and running this race. The love and motivation from the people that were cheering you on was something to behold. It was they were very vocal, and we appreciate that as people covering this race for the racers and for the fans that are following from afar. I'm hoping that what we're doing is going to inspire people to come and hang out. Not everybody is going to want to race a 250-mile race. I get that. But the beautiful thing about Cocodona is it's the kind of race you can be a part of. You can make a week of being a volunteer or support crew. There are so many ways to be involved in this race, and it doesn't just necessarily mean towing the line as a participant.
Jump in and pace a friend or a stranger.
Are you Are you going to be potentially running this race somewhere down the line, or
me?
Yeah.
It's funny. I think about it an awful lot for actually feeling like, no, I would never race it. I certainly think about if I did, what I would do. I remember last year thinking there's definitely no way I would do it unsupported. I've got a friend with a Sprinter van that I know if I had his support along the entire course, that would certainly make it a lot more palatable. But some of the logistics, when I think about where you might need a light, and even thinking ahead of time, knowing that you think you might need a light at a certain spot and you need it 20 miles earlier or 30 miles earlier, that stuff is a little overwhelming to me, just trying to think through some of that stuff. So I definitely would never consider it unsupported. But it's completely doable. We've seen plenty of people finish unsupported. Andy Glaze last year, Andy this year, and a number of other folks have been very big proponents of it and recommended that people do it. But shut up, Kevin. But I told Kevin the other day he should do it. Kevin Westover would be really good at it. He's used to running 100-mile weeks.
He's won his own 100. He's won a 100-mile race. I know that for a fact. He won the 100-miler across the years a couple of years ago. So he's got the resume to do it. And I know that he also paced Ellen Silva out at Mogi on Monster last year for like 60 miles. So, talk about somebody with that resume. Maybe it should be you out there, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin just did the Tahoe 100 last summer. He just did Zion 100 a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Which the Zion brings to a point of another gentleman that I don't know if has been talked about, but a DNS, Michael Greer, Phoenician, who
he got injured, right?
He won the Zion 100 just a few weeks ago as a tune-up race, and that was his stomping grounds growing up, running around southern Utah, and he was signed up and ready to go, and we were all excited for him, and there was 11 of us out there running in the white tanks a couple of weekends ago, and he was just floating. He was enjoying the friends that had come out to support him on this run, and caught a toe with one foot and tried to catch himself with the other leg, just a freak thing, and it planted so hard that it broke a piece of his pelvic bone right where the femur attaches into the socket.
Oh my goodness! I didn't realize he was that hurt.
Yeah, and he's rehabbing, and he would have been here, and I love to see all the love for Goldberg, but Greer would have given him serious competition. There would have been massive amounts of love in the chat all week long for Mike Greer. So shout out to him. We're all doing hashtag miles for Mike on Strava this week as we we eclipsed the 250 mile mark for him. I think it was yesterday or the day before. We're probably up over 400 miles now.
Obviously, you can see race director or Aravaipa race director, not Cocodona, but Noah Doherty in the background, and this is what happens when we put him in charge of the finish line cam. All right, we'll head back out onto the course to follow Cameron. I thought we had Cameron.
That's the sidewalk.
Oh, that's right? Or is that Robert? Oh, that is the Shad Cam.
At the
right.
hospital?
Good catch. That is the Shad Cam. Unmute and bring up what is another great shot here. The technology gods are smiling upon us this evening here at Aravaipa After Dark. So
well, as Matt said, the feed comes in better right when you get to the hospital.
Yeah.
On cue.
Yeah, there's some call for Greer to run this race next year, but looking at the runners this year, it's still pretty amazing. I mean, I still can't get over how good Tyler looks right now.
Oh yeah, very fresh.
He looks very chill. Somebody had asked if Kevin Goldberg was going to run this race ever again. Josh Freeman had asked, and Kevin's response was too soon.
Yeah.
But I don't have the best track record saying no to things. So I think that that's a solid verbal. I think that Kevin Goldberg has just committed himself to Cocodona 2023. We'll be seeing you at the starting line next year. Congratulations on being the first person to commit to the race next year, Kevin. I think that's pretty fantastic of you.
Second behind Kevin Westover.
Oh, that's right, Kevin Westover. We're just going to basically call people out whenever they ask somebody else that they're going to run the race. Or yeah, as we're following Tyler Welch on his leisurely stroll through the beautiful streets of Flagstaff, as the sun begins to fade off in the distance, he's going to be able to make it in without a headlamp tonight. That's actually pretty neat. Looks like, according to our tracker, he's got about a mile to go.
It's funny how those things coming in without a headlamp can be meaningful.
Yeah.
I remember the same thing at Zane Gray. I was able to get in. Granted, it was an easier 50-mile course than the current 100-mile point-to-point, but I was able to just get in without the headlamp as well. And I was stoked about that, even though I had no time goal.
Yeah.
But he's gonna make it.
Yeah, he's gonna make it. He's like I said, he looks fantastic out there. Just very relaxed. You know, he knows that he's got it done, and wonder if he's thinking about what he's gonna eat or drink or kick up his feet when he gets to that finish line.
so many great images of the finish line last year with a lot of the locals, with, of course, Andre and Noel Kingston, and just some of those pictures I can still visualize in my head from last year.
Absolutely. I mean, it was cool that when Versteeg crossed the finish line, but it was at like 4 in the morning or whatever. It was so early, or 5 in the morning, I think. But once you know, the daylight was kicking in, and the runners that were hitting the finish line actually had a crowd, an audience, and of course culminating with Andre's epic crossing the finish line as the final finisher. You know, I think there's something to be said for finishing, you know, with an audience, and also being able to see them all out there during the daytime. So, yeah, Kevin is just a few streets away. As you can see, he is crossing Sullivan Street right now. And also, one of the things I love about this covering this race and being able to follow the runners as they come through Flagstaff is that, hey, there's Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, gonna run Tyler Welch in, it looks like.
He just asked me about the ribs as well.
Well, of course you know that that Pete Mortimer and Jeff Browning bought a cow together, and I guess there's a little bit of story there. We'll have to see if we can have Pete or Jeff expand upon that. But it involved a lost cow on the slopes of Humphreys Peak or something like that. It's a very unique story, but I do like following the runners through town because while I do love the beautiful views of Sedona and you know, the watching them climb up Kasner was gorgeous today. Jamil bringing us footage from out there. I like just getting to know the Flagstaff streets.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been there many times and I've just never paid attention.
At Prescott too, and Jerome. I mean, that's what's unique about the course, is going through these crazy remote areas, technical, brutal, unforgiving, and then dropping into town, and then doing it again and again and again.
It is great to see the unparalleled Billy Yang in the chat. Billy, thanks for tuning in. We love your coverage efforts at Western States this year or last year. Can't wait to see what you've got in the mix for this year, at least on a personal
Hitting
level.
two over on Hart, exactly on Hart.
That's one of the beautiful things about this race and about
So everybody was freaking
this
out.
space is that we're all fans of each other. So I
And then
think
all of a
it's
sudden it went
absolutely
back
wonderful.
to Eldon. On the next game.
It did it a little early.
We can refresh that.
Shot me over way wide. They called me.
The Cocodona 500. Let's do it next year. 500 miles of sorrow, misery, and regret, featuring a 3-week live stream where our lives grind to a halt.
You mean more than they already are?
Yeah, right. Spider Pena, when I picked up String Bean and Prescott, his first comment to me was that he forgot to wear a headlamp, so my light into Whiskey Row is beneficial. Breaking news, Spider Pena taking credit for String Bean's win at Cocodona 250.
Just like a wildcat.
Yeah, just like a wildcat, taking credit for his finish. No, we're just kidding. As Tyler is running through the residential area of Flagstaff and actually making his way very close now to this point. Just a couple blocks away. I want to say it's about 4 blocks before he takes a left.
I feel like this last left and right turn in Flagstaff is like our version of the right on Hereford, left on Boylston.
Yes, absolutely.
That is those last 2 turns.
That is a great comparison. Yeah, this is our version of the finish of Boston. Absolutely.
No Sitco sign.
Yeah. Instead you get the banner and maybe I don't know what other kind of well, I guess you get the Buffalo Park Buffalo late in the race, so that's kind of the same thing as the Sitco sign. Yeah, no, who isn't a Billy Yang fan? I think that Billy does excellent work, and I'm totally jazzed that he's joining us here on this live stream.
picking up some additional pacers.
Yeah. You know what? That's one of the things I was thinking about today, Aaron. Like the idea of like having this happen, like kind of like the finish to Western States.
Organically, just.
Yeah. I mean, you just, as you get to the final mile or so, just whoever wants to come along for the ride comes along for the ride. That would be fantastic. I think it'd be awesome. Yeah, Drew, I agree. Tyler looks great. Yeah, and, after a 6-miler, I don't look this great. So, but he's made that left turn, which means he is just about to cross the finish line. I am a little bit worried about our finish line cam. I don't know if we've got our heritage static cam looks a little bit dark. He'll be taking that right turn in between the buildings and heading to the finish line. I'm going to try and... what? Okay. Hey, Shad, just as you're heading in, follow him on the side, please, because I don't want to pivot off of this great shot. I don't think that we've got good enough lighting in the... Yeah, just out of the finish line photo. That would be great.
Whiskey face. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Awesome.
Welcome home, Flagstaff. Tyler.
Hometown boy makes it back. Tyler Welch.
Nice.
Well done. Get that man a beverage.
And a pizza.
Yeah, I'm gonna... See if he can what? Oh, so amazing. I've already seen this, a dozen times so far this year, and I can't wait to see it another 100, 150 more times. So.
A little bit more of a crowd.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say that I'm not surprised because he is a hometown guy. So, the first runner, the first Flagstaff resident to finish Cocodona 2022. Of course, last year we had Pete Mortimer come in second overall. So. Yeah, Tyler did look extremely strong. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of all of the support that all of you people joining us are being able to share in the chat. That's what it's all about. To see that group of people. I'm sure a lot of them are friends and family, and a lot of them are probably strangers who are just big fans of running, and maybe many are passers-by. I mean, you're right in downtown Flagstaff, so it's great to see all of the people and all of the energy as all of these runners finish these races.
It's awesome. And he's like, I'm coming down for my it was awesome. It looks like
I gotta agree with you, RG. He doesn't look tired. He does look really, really good.
Those liquid deaths that they're handing out, I had thought, I had been told at the setup on Sunday that the entire stack of crates of the Liquid Death that they had there was going to the person that finished DFL. It certainly doesn't seem like that as it's they're going to every
Yeah, they're
finisher.
passing them out to everybody along the way.
Yeah, maybe I heard that.
Yeah, I've got one. But, you know, I mean, it's kept us going here in the studio, there's no doubt. Liquid Death is definitely the drink of choice in the studio for those of us who might normally be partaking in something else, but he looks powerful, he looks fresh, and I agree with Marco as well. It is really cool to have his family waiting for him at the finish. You know, a race like this does take a whole crew, a whole family, so. And as we mentioned, you know, we are now is 81 and change into the race. I didn't see what his exact finish time was. We'll see if we can pull that up on the live tracker. See if we can get an actual official time and we'll share that here for you. I think I didn't catch it, so we'll as soon as we got that, we'll share it, the exact time. I heard you bringing up a point. Get him a chair. The funny thing is, in a lot of these cases, the runners don't seem to want chairs, and if they do sit down, a lot of times they'll get back up right away. It's actually kind of surprising, because if I were to finish 250 miles, the first thing I would want to do is sit down and
lie down and die.
Yeah, not stand up for a week. Oh, so but that's the after picture that they're taking. Howie is in there, or is that Scott Rokas? I'm not 100% sure. One of our, we've got multiple wonderful photographers on this course, and I know that Scott Rokas and Howie Stern are on the finish line taking pictures, and yeah, he looks like he might have had a hard 10K or something like that. And, but yeah, he looks fantastic. Of course, and big thanks to Shad making this possible. Shad and picking up Tyler as he hit the hospital in town in Flagstaff, and able to bring this fantastic footage of him as he is heading through town, and
next projected finisher, Cole Crosby. Did you see his status earlier?
I did not.
On Facebook, on the Aravaipa page, they shared that he was pretty severely dehydrated.
Oh, but he's still going.
Yeah, it sounded like he had to rally pretty big time. Someone in the chat I noticed had mentioned too, for him to go from where he was to a finish is going to be pretty epic.
Yeah. I mean, that, and again, with a race that's this long, with 250 miles of ground to cover, there are going to be so many highs and so many lows that the rallying is going to happen over and over and over again before you actually finally get there. We actually don't have an active camera at Munns at the moment. I know that Jam is out there, and if he's got something, then he'll pop on with us for sure.
Did we tell you we watched you guys run live?
Yeah, Tuttle. Well, I think we've still got Scott Jenkins over there. Might have to, but he is taking his time. That's fine. He's got time. Looks like we have a static at Tuttle, but I can't flip over to it. We'll figure that out. Perhaps if we go over there to check things out.
So Tyler,
we'll take a. Well, we've got a momentary bit of piece. We're gonna hop over to the Cocodona Live tracker here, and this is what it looks like as people are hitting Eldon. We've got two people that are getting close to topping out. We've got Cole Crosby, followed, as you mentioned, followed closely by Sarah Ostaszewski, who is, I would say, expected to be the third female finisher, as there's a significant gap between Sarah and the fourth place woman at this point, Stephanie Simpson. Sarah has roughly, 9, maybe 8.5, 9 miles to go, whereas Stephanie has 20. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it looks like we might be. Looks like we might be seeing Sarah join us. Well, I mean, probably. Well, she's still got to get down Eldon. I would say probably by 11 p.m. if we're still on time. So we'll see. We'll roll and see how things go. Heads up from the one and only Dylan Harris. Just a heads up, Eric Sensman is now being referred to as the Godfather by his crew. So he is no longer an elected official. He is one with an inherited title. Sensman is picking up his best friend, Stephen Kirsch, for the final climb over Eldon here in the next 10 minutes. That's good to see.
Chris, any whispers of any other Coconino Cowboys looking to tackle this next year?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, it's open season. If any, I don't have any insider info, and it's so far away. I mean, it's entirely possible. I think that as this race grows in age and exposure, that it will start to bring in some higher profile people. And hopefully we'll continue. I mean, I know that the field grew from, I want to say it was like 180 last year to 235 or so this year. I mean, it's not inconceivable to see this race hit 300 or 400 next year, maybe even more. As you can see, Tyler flanked by Jeff Browning. Is he coached by Jeff Browning? Okay. Maybe they're just friends as well. Obviously, they're both talented Flagstaff runners. So, but that doesn't narrow it down because there are so many talented Flagstaff runners.
Just a few.
Just a few. Yes, of course, we do have runners in Flagstaff, such as 2006 IHSA cross-country champion Matt Feldick. For those wondering about cutoffs, we don't have any cutoffs coming up in the next few hours. Our next cutoff is about 5 hours away at 1 a.m. at Munns Park, and that would be at mile 171.7. We'll see if I had somebody asking about Trish Corbett and her tracker. Yeah, it does look like Trish, according to the tracker, is making her way up 89A apparently, but I don't have any insight as to why that would be. That would concern me because it's really kind of hard to get lost in that section of the road or of the course. and that is an actual highway. So if we hear anything, we will find out. Our guess is as good as yours at this point, and we'll keep an eye out.
And all of those that we've seen so far have been glitches. There hasn't been anyone that's been as far off course as it appeared.
I know that Denim Cowboy got off course a little bit here and there. I believe that his crew chief said that Tony Tadieski had perhaps run an extra half dozen miles or so. But I mean, you know, in a race like this, that could be just not running the tangents. So Kevin Goldberg, fan favorite, mentioning that he and Simpson ran a bit together in day one. And said that Simpson is a good dude. On that we can agree, and that Simpson had a great approach to his first 200. Okay, I'm getting reports that from the chat that Trish Corbett had DNF'd according to her husband. So unfortunately, if that is the case, you know, we'll try to get confirmation, obviously, from race officials, but that's what we're hearing. So.
That tracker might be making its way up to flag 89.
That's entirely true, yeah. Based on the tracker, for what we're seeing, that would make Chuck Mills the person who would be... Okay. That Chuck Mills would be the person kind of bringing up the rear, so to speak. And if we're watching somebody at the cutoffs, it would be Chuck at this point. If Chuck's tracker is accurate, it would mean that he's here and reload.
Congratulations again on winning the thing.
If Chuck is at mile 150.5, he's got about 10 and a half, 11 miles to go before he hits Munts Park to make the next cutoff. And he's got until 1 a.m. local time to do it, which means it's 5 hours and 4
And you get the crowd.
You have like Debbie does Cocodona. You're right about that.
She is doing work on that course, there's no doubt. As we mentioned, I don't think we have eyes in Munts Park at this point. The only eyes that we have at Munts Park at this point would be if Jamil is up there, and we can see on our end that he is not currently filming. So if we do have something, we will head back that way. But as you can see, we are still joining Flagstaff resident Tyler Welch, the first local finisher of the Cocodona 250. One of the next finishers might be a Flagstaff resident as well, as Sarah Ostaszewski is one of the next two people likely to finish Cocodona. Sarah is near the top of Eldon, as is Cole Crosby. Cole Crosby from New Jersey has, according to the tracker, he is closer to Eldon Aid. But I did not see when his signal pinged, so it's entirely possible that I'm not sure who's closer out of the two of them, but if I had to guess.
Yeah, she's coming down the road. Oh yeah? Yeah. Oh no, she's just getting Ellen. She's just nailing right.
Oh, let's see if we can pull that up there, and that's an excellent get. Let me see if we have the capability to.
6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, she was on Sunset. So she's on that little traverse where it rolls up to the top, where you drop the rocking stuff down to the aid station.
We're gonna head back to Fort Tuttle for a few moments here. That would be the Robert Tuttle cam.
Is that Wes?
Is that Wes right there?
Yeah.
All right. Let's check in where West Plate has hit Cocodona, or I'm sorry, hit Fort Tuttle. I don't know if we've got audio on Wes. We can try, but looks like he's trying to warm up. Well, if we can get that, great. If not, I've got something else as well that Aaron had pointed out. It's tough enough for Arizonans to prep for the heat of the desert in early May, let alone someone coming from the frigid springtime weather of the East Coast. This is runner Cole Crosby, who, let's go back this way. He was on his way and dangerously dehydrated. After treatment and a bit of monitoring from medics, Cole and his concerned family were promptly reassured he was okay and good to go. Thanks to the folks from MedStar for keeping our athletes safe. Yeah, it looks like Cole had himself a bit of a situation out there, but from the looks of things, the fact that he's moving and moving fairly well means I think he's okay. Okay, we do have a little bit of sound out at Fort Tuttle. Where
can you hear us, Chris?
I can hear you, actually, Robert. It's good to hear from you.
Here with Wes.
How's it going, Wes?
That's going pretty good. I don't know if you can hear me. My voice is trashed from all the dust and pollen. My allergies got really bad.
Well, we don't want you to have to stress yourself. Obviously, you're leaving it all out there on the course.
I can answer any question you have.
Okay. You ran this race last year. Of course, the course is wildly different, and there was a different set of circumstances that you were dealing with. But once you get up onto the Cocodona Plateau, it all kind of levels out, and it's this next 38 miles is going to be old hat for you. How are you feeling so far at this point versus this point last year?
I think I have some of the same aches and pains. My feet hurt in the same way they hurt coming into Tuttle last year. But this year, I know that because of last year's experience, that I can, fight through it. Where last year was a bit more uncertainty, so I feel like, excuse me, that it's gonna be okay. I guess I have more hope and an idea that I don't necessarily remember every piece of it. That I did enjoy those sections last time. So I'm looking forward to going back and reliving it, and then getting back on top of Eldon, and then getting down into town. Then,
Well, Wes,
anything out of Eldon, I can't wait for it to be over.
I'm sure you're looking forward to that downtown Heritage Square finish. One of the things I'm noting from our live stream followers is that people cannot wait to see the video that you're going to make after you finish this race. Obviously, your film last year was fantastic, and this has just whetted the appetite of your fan base. When you're out there and you have 250 miles worth of time and 80, 90 plus hours to think about it, I mean, are you kind of like coming up with ways in your head that like what you want to do or what you want to create as you're out there, kind of sneaking into the filmmaker's mind?
It's almost an improvisation the entire way through. I when I talk to the camera, I generally say it live. I don't even think about what I'm saying, and I don't necessarily have a plan for what I'm shooting either. I just try to capture good moments or beautiful shots.
Sure.
And if there's something that I'm feeling, then I'll try to share that thought. It's really in the editing room where it all comes together, because that's really where my background is in editing. So taking all the pieces that I shot, taking the pieces that Leah and Sarah shoot, making animations if I need to bridge a gap. So I don't necessarily think think too much about it, to be quite honest. It's the biggest thing is to try to remember to get the camera out. So
To that end, how many hours of footage do you shoot in when you're running a race like this?
I think I shot about 3 hours last year,
Okay.
or at least the first assembly of all the shots. I think was 3 hours long.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't really. It's all cheap.
Well, the beauty of a race like this is that if you had something that you wish you were shooting, something is going to come along again. Like there's going to be another moment that you can capture. So that's one of the cool things about this kind of event. As you're running it, you've got, ample opportunities that you never really have to feel like, oh, I completely missed that, because something else that is going to be equally captivating or equally intriguing is going to come along as well.
I do try to get those organic moments, though. I don't ever go back and reshoot something if I do miss it.
Oh, no, yeah.
I anticipate that there's something around the next corner that might be cool, so I try to be ready for it.
Well, Wes,
I'm looking forward to sharing this year's race.
Wonderful.
Well, you're continuing to get a lot of love here in the comments, including apparently you're winning the award for the nicest dude who came through Aid Station 5. So you can add that to the resume.
You said Kerry Ward. Did you say Kerry Ward is in the comments?
No. He's been awarded nicest guy who came through Aid Station 5.
Ah.
Which one would Aid Station 5 be? That would be, I'll have to take a quick gander.
That's the one near the road.
That would be right after Skull Valley.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, that's a fun award. I honorably accept it. Thank you very much. Those are great guys out there. All the volunteers have been wonderful. As you know, they're just so great, so giving of their time and their love. So for me, it's easy to be friendly back to them. I love them for giving us the love.
Well, Wes, as I mentioned, you've got nothing but love for you in the comments. I hope that when you get a chance to come back and view this, you're able to see how much. I'm trying to pull up as many comments, just kind of rolling through, so you can see how many people are excited to have you out there on the Cocodona course. So good luck. Have a great last 38 miles of your race, or 37 miles of your race, and we'll see you at the finish line.
All right, see you guys at the finish line. Thank you.
All right. That is the one, the only, the beloved Wes Plate hanging out at Fort Tuttle with about 38 miles to go. I am here with Aaron Berger, local trail and ultra runner, and am aficionado of the sport. Aaron, I am so glad that you're here, because you are another set of eyes, and you know some of the, I know all of the local runners and some of the regional runners. You seem to know everybody that I don't. It's actually pretty great to be able to work with you. So,
likewise.
Yeah, no, this is. I'm glad you're here, and I hope you're enjoying yourself as much as I am. It looks like we might actually have some Eldon action. If we can figure out how to get over there, that would be fantastic. We're going to refresh the so we'll zoom in on the on what we've got going on atop Eldon. It looks like and this is why we're not 100% sure at any given time, because it looks like, oh, that's Eldon 8. Thank you. It looks like we've got some action in Eldon Aid. I don't know if we'll see if we can pull audio from that. David up at Eldon, if you can unmute, feel free, and we'll see if we can. Although I know that it might be tricky to get a great signal up there. Is that Cole Crosby right there? How's he looking? Looks like we lost the signal up there. Oh, there we got it back. Well, we're going to mute the audio from atop Eldon. David, if if we can get some tighter video, we will head back that direction. But we'll take a look around the course and see if we can grab something. It looks like we might have to check on the static cam at the finish line. We'll see if we can, we'll unmute and see if we've got a little bit of a better audio atop Eldon. I might guess, okay, so I think we've got audio. Is that is Cole Crosby right there? Yeah, that's Cole Crosby. I spoke with him on Saturday, so. He looks really good. As you and I were just talking about, Aaron, he had been dealing with some hydration issues, like some serious dehydration issues. So I think that that they have been solved, and the troubleshooting has, I mean, you know, you compare him a few hours ago versus to now atop Eldon, looking like he's hanging out and having a good time, and getting some, looks like he's got a Modelo in hand. See, they take care of you up at Mount Eldon.
That's how we hydrate.
Yes. And I think that the runners are probably much appreciating the movement of the aid station off of the open area. Last year, Eldon was very windy and very harsh. So I think that it's probably a lot better of a situation. And you can see it isn't great, but I can tell that is the only Pete Mortimer on the right-hand side. Pete's Meats. Pete joined us in studio earlier during the race, and he's also been all over the place. He was at the finish line, congratulating runners, last year's second-place finisher, and he's just – I know that he also paced Josh Locke for the last 40 miles.
25 to 28, I thought.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you picked him up at Walnut Canyon or at Fort Tuttle, but
I saw it on Strava. It was 20 something.
Okay, that would probably mean Walnut Canyon. But yeah, Pete's talking to Cole here. Oh. We are getting a note from the course that C. Sawyer, the barefoot runner, is calling it a day. We'll see if we can find out where and when he decided to call it. I'll admit I was surprised to find out there was somebody that was going to tackle this course barefoot, and there's just so many things out there that can get you. But you know, an admirable effort by C. Sawyer to.
Has anyone heard anything about whether he stayed barefoot the entire time? Whether he added the sandals? I know he had sandals with him.
Yeah, I don't know if he added sandals or not.
I've been ordering that for the last 2 days.
I mean, there at night I can't imagine running through Arizona without something on your feet, because as I mentioned, there's so many things that can hurt you.
The pavement in Sedona.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, the pavement as you hit some of these cities would be absolutely brutal. Emily Gerlich, a friend of the family, is giving an update on Trish Corbett, and that she did indeed finish at mile 150. It looks like there it is. We've got that shot back. I see Adventures of Pinky and the Poof. This coveted shirt. This shirt is actually a one-of-a-kind item. It was bequeathed to me by the people downstairs at on the Aravaipa team, and so I am grateful to have it.
Matt in the background.
They made it specially for me because it's a long sleeve white shirt, and they know that the people who hang out and run with us know that I wear a long sleeve white shirt pretty much every time I run. So we're gonna see if we can wrap around a little bit. Maybe we'll bounce back here to the top of Mount Eldon, but at least we know that Cole Crosby is up there and in good spirits and enjoying himself a beverage and some Pete's Meats.
Yeah. I just noticed there's less than 40 hours left.
Hey, Matt. Aaron's got jokes. Less than 40 hours left.
That's just a work week, right?
Yeah. It's just one work week left. So,
right.
Yeah. As being noted in the chat, I am very impressed at the rally that we're seeing from Cole Crosby because he did not look good at all earlier in the race, and to see him come back. But we've seen that from high-level runners in this event before. We saw it last year with Dax Hawk. Oh, we're going to actually keep it here at the top of Eldon because that's got to be Sarah Ostaszewski coming in into Eldon Aid. At least that would be my guess. Although I can't say I've ever seen Sarah wear white, so that might be if that is indeed her. You know what? Unless we can get a more reliable shot, we're gonna pivot to maybe the finish line cam. Finish line cam. It looks like it's not quite there for us. Which aid is that? Oh, nope. Let's go back to Eldon. Yeah, that is Sarah Ostaszewski right there. I don't know if David can unmute. We'll see if we can get some audio up there from Sarah O as well. Oh, apparently Ashley Pruitt Crosby said, tell Cole, his wife said to get moving. I'm going to assume that Ashley is his wife. So, yeah, Cole is only a handful of miles from the finish line, so he'll be finishing tonight, all things, moving well. My phrase is barring unforeseen circumstance. So yeah, it looks like that is Sarah Ostaszewski. Kind of hard to tell what's going on there, but she is up atop Eldon, and so now she's just got to finish the run home at this point. That's really what it is for her. It is a run home. We might have a Walnut Canyon shot here, and we'll see if we can get that Walnut Canyon shot. We'll go there. So we'll mute the Eldon cam and see if we can get Walnut Canyon audio and find out who we've got here in the shot. If John, if you can unmute, thank you very much. We'll unmute and see if we can figure out who that is at Walnut Canyon. Looks like it.
Mina.
Is that Mina? Yeah, that would be Mina right there. Well, we don't have audio, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Mina. So we'll keep it here for a few minutes and see if we can possibly get some audio.
Damien asking, what's the live stream plan for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I was going to see if I could pull that up because I do have the actual live stream plan. We will be sharing that here in a little bit, looking out at great video of Walnut Canyon right now.
Scott there.
Who is that?
The photographer, Scott.
Oh, Scotty Rokas, yeah. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I don't think we've got any audio out there, but yeah, Mina Abraham at Walnut Canyon, probably about 20 miles from the finish line, give or take. Well, 229.2, so yeah, 21 miles from the finish. So moving well, should be good. Oh, good point, Campbell Hansen. That white coat must have been Shelby. Shelby all over the place this week. Absolutely killing it. We'll see if we can get back up to Eldon and see if we've got a better shot. And maybe play around and see if we can get audio up there as well. Yeah, David, we can try and get another shot at audio here if you can unmute. I got you. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? Doing all right? Oh, I mean, you did decide to come back. So from here on out, I mean, you're basically just on a run home. Good, good. What do you think was the main difference for you, aside from the first, first 100 miles of the race being different? Like, what was different for you and your approach this year versus last year? Looks like we might not have the audio putting through to the other side here. We'll see if we can. How do I bounce that audio out? This one here is not. Oh. No, we'll see if we can get audio back on Sarah in a little bit, but she is looking good at this point. Yeah. Yeah, to recap what she said, that she felt that her approach this year was better, that she was enjoying the more runnable trails earlier on in the race, and now for her, thanks for the heads up, folks. I did not realize that the audio wasn't coming through to your side, but she is in good spirits, and now she's just got a handful of miles to head downstairs. It's that time of week, folks. Heading downhill into Buffalo Park and into Flagstaff. Head back over to Fort Tuttle. Robert, if you can unmute. We'll give it a shot here. Got a couple runners in Fort Tuttle. Let's see if we can figure out who they are from the tracker here. Yeah. We got a heads up. We'll obviously be following along, but we won't be on at the next cutoff. But yeah, Chuck Mills, number 204, does seem to have fallen behind the sweeper. But let's see, the last time. But Chuck's.
So what's your bib number?
Chuck hasn't pinged for over 2 hours. So
146, Fernando Montez.
So that's Fernando Montez, bib 146. How's he feeling?
How are you feeling?
Excellent. So far, so good. Great race.
Good. What? You looking forward to that last push through Walnut Canyon and up Eldon?
I don't know. It depends on my crew.
Do you have a pacer?
I cannot go against my wife.
You do?
I think she wants me to rest. I feel great, but I think she wants me to rest a little bit.
Is she out here on the course with you, or crewing you, or?
She's supposed to pace me, but I don't know where she is, to be honest.
Oh, so
I think I got here too fast. I don't know. I don't know where she is.
So you're moving so well that you're ahead of your anticipated schedule, and so now your pacer's got to catch up.
Yeah. Yes, that's the story.
Good problem to have.
Yeah.
But you're feeling pretty good for this point in the race. Have you run this distance before, or done any through hikes of this magnitude, or?
No. Actually, this is my first. I have only run 100 before. 100. That was it.
Okay.
Great job.
Yeah, this is fantastic for your first foray beyond 100 miles. You look like you're doing very well. You seem to be pretty well composed. You look like you're, in good spirits and just fueling up for the final push. And we look forward to following the rest of your race. And if all goes according to plan, which it seems like it will, we'll see you in Heritage Square probably tomorrow sometime.
Yep. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Well done.
We're going to go ahead.
I can't believe that TJ drops her name who should not be named.
What did TJ say? Oh, yeah, we don't acknowledge that name. We're gonna go back to Eldon Aid, and well, that's not a great shot. Let's go to static finish. Static finish is a little bit blurry. That I don't know what is going on. We'll take a look at the tracker. As we mentioned on the tracker, one of the things about this race is as it starts to wind down. Obviously, we've still got 40 miles to go, or 40 hours to go, rather. So it's a funny thing to say, wind down. But the real estate that the crews, the pacers, the filmers all have to cover does become more compact. So it'll be interesting to see how that hopefully helps us with our coverage here down the stretch.
Project Josh.
Nah. Next year, Pete Mortimer expands his grilling to deliver throughout the whole course. Pete's Uber Meats. I think that would be a very high demand product here at Cocodona. I had a question for the audience, if you'd be so inclined to answer. Did you become inspired by this race, by Cocodona this week, by following along on the live stream? And did you register for a race? And if you did, if so, which one? If it's an Aravaipa race, that's great. We'd love to see it. But if you just simply were inspired enough by following along what's happening at this race and you decided to sign up for something yourself, what did you sign up for? Let us know. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, I mean, we've had a few. Kevin mentions that Joel Thurston finished Cocodona in 2021 without having completed 100. His previous longest was a 50-mile. Wondering how many Coco entrants hadn't completed 100. I mean, there's a couple ways to look at it because there are several. I mean, I know that wasn't. Yeah, Garmeyer had, he had a lot of through hiking experience, but hadn't done one. Who was it? Who had just done only 80 miles? Was that Annie? Or was it? Yeah, Carrie Henderson had never done anything longer. That's right, because Dawn was the one telling us that. Carrie Henderson, who is going to be, if all things hold suit, going to be a top 10 female finisher potentially. Had never done anything longer than 80 miles. So,
go TJ.
TJ's feeling inspired to do this race next year. So, the question was, did following this race inspire you to sign up for something? Chasing Cutoffs podcast. Going to sign up for the Dirty Turtle 25K. We'll have to find out where that is. Glad to hear it.
Drew.
Terry Boardman, the Warhammer 50K in Kentucky. I think that I just love hearing it. Ben Gale was already registered for the Black Canyon 100K. It'll be his second time. This race inspired him to do the Black Canyon 60K and wants to experiment with the multi-day thing. Yeah, I love Black Canyon. Obviously, you've done Black Canyon multiple times. I've done Black Canyon multiple times. Black Canyon is a great race. Drew Castle was inspired last year but got sick and intends to register for the race this year. That's fantastic. I just love to see it, love to hear it. Audrey Kelly, moving to Utah in a couple weeks, just north of Zion, and decided to put a Zion Traverse on the bucket list. I am very happy to hear that. I'm happy to see, all of this inspiration. I mean, these people watching us and following along that are now going to jump in and get running. I mean, I need to get out there and get running again. I've been kind of slacking. So, let's see what else do people have to say. Mark Fries is on the Moab 240 waiting list and feeling pumped at the strong likelihood of getting in. Congratulations, Mark. Hopefully you get in.
And Mark hoping to register for Cocodona next year as well.
Yeah. Mark is interested in running this race next year. Well, if you're here, we'll see you. Back to Project Josh. Last year, his sister and he followed along as fans of Versteeg and Kerry Ward, and both signed up for a 53K, which they finished in October, and inspired to do a 70 or 100K next. Tom Pestula doing his first 24-hour was inspired for last year. G. Secatero running Bryce Canyon, hopefully. Adventures of Pinky and the Poof doing Dirty Turtle 50K. So that's where that is. Dirty Turtle 50K in Washington. Hannah Carta doing Tushers in 6 days at ATY. Hannah...
Couldn't have two different races.
Yeah, that is comparing two entirely different, entirely challenging things, but in different ways. I mean, across the years is a physical grind, but mentally it's brutal. But I mean, you compare that to Tushers. Oh boy! I mean, you were out at Tushers last year, right?
No, I was.
You weren't.
I was supposed to.
You,
everyone I knew running it backed out, so I had to cancel my volunteer gig. We weren't all going to drive up there anymore.
Yeah, Tusher. I mean, if the first place you're doing longer distances at Tushers, I tip my cap. Tushers is the only non-ultra I've DNF'd before. I couldn't even finish the marathon. I was averaging 32-minute miles. When I got to the top of Delano Peak, and I just said,
we got to there anyway.
Yeah, well, you didn't have a choice. Like, that's the thing about Tushers. People have asked, hey, could you live stream that? The answer is absolutely not. There's no coverage out there at all. You're so remote. Yet. Yeah, hashtag Starlink. Cocodona 2023. Love hearing all of these people talking about running Cocodona next year. I'm seeing a half dozen people, mention this. Bettina pumped for Tiger Claw May 14th. Best of luck to you. That's just coming up next week. Fantastic. Jem Rooney has mentioned that he's coming over from Australia to do Cocodona in 2024. We will be waiting.
Evelina.
Yeah, Matt Emerson. Well, Matt Emerson did the 100K at Javelina last year. I don't know if he's doing the 100K again or if he's making the step up to the 100-miler. But yeah, I know that Matt did run Javelina 100 last year. So yeah, I love seeing these people. Last man standing in Ouray. Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, I was going to say, come to the last man standing at across the years. It's a much easier course, I guarantee you. Like combining a last person standing event and the trails in Ouray.
Well, we've got 3 locals just signed up for the Ouray 50 after finishing Zion. We got Kevin Westover, Lisa Bazeo, and Matt Kahn. They jumped into the Ouray 50 just right after.
Those are some strong runners,
it was about
too.
a day after they finished Zion, they decided to go sign up for Ouray. And I think the 50-miler has 22,000 feet of gain.
Oh, jeez. Randy asking if we think someday a trail 50K in the Olympics. I would love to see it, but I don't think it happens in our lifetime. I mean, maybe somewhere down the line, but you never know. I mean, I didn't think that we would see people shoving stones and pushing brooms down a course in the Olympics, but
and
here we are.
A cult following too,
and with a huge cult following. Man, you see those curling ratings? I mean, they're printing money at this point. So, back to the course. We're kind of light on video coverage, so we're gonna head back to the tracker. And as we mentioned, our next runners to be heading. It looks like Cole Crosby has started the descent down Eldon. We don't know for sure. Obviously, it's not like we are like it's up to the second, but Sarah Ostazuki looks like she is still at Eldon Aid. We do have a few runners beginning the ascent to Eldon. Of course, Mustache man himself, Dominic Grossman, Adrian Bagrin as well, getting ready to head up Eldon, and Benjamin Dullum. So we've got a few people that are getting ready to head up Eldon. A little bit further back on the course, Todd Bachman is heading towards the base of Eldon, as is Ian Jones. And then Stephanie Simpson, our current, I believe, 4th place female, has just crossed I-40 heading towards basically in between Walnut Canyon and the base of Eldon. What we're going to do is we're going to actually head onto the Instagram and kind of take in some of the sights here. The incomparable Howie Stern. He just knows how to make it look amazing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think that we're so fortunate to have amazing views across the state of Arizona. I love trail running at sunset, but his pictures really do bring it to the people who aren't here. A little bit of foot care, a little bit. Let's not. Of course, we have all of these runners, finishing. Congratulations, Lauren, on her 2nd place finish at Cocodona this year. Excuse me. Okay, now I feel better. But yeah, we're just excited for all of our runners. Looking a little bit further back, there is Rhoda Smoker. A lot of people in the chat following her race here.
4th place female right now?
Right? 5th, I do believe. 5th? Yeah. And of course, Eric Sensman has left Walnut Canyon and is currently on his way to the base of Eldon. Brian Janzik right behind him, and then of course another Flagstaff resident, Carrie Henderson, making her way to the base of Eldon as well. So Carrie Henderson being at about mile 229. It's about 150 miles further than her previous longest run. So pretty impressive stuff.
Very.
Just going to see if we've got any static cameras around, if perhaps we can get a shot from somewhere. Looks like we're a little bit light on those, so we'll keep our eyes on the tracker. What we're gonna do is we've got Robert over there at Fort Tuttle. You don't have to necessarily interview anybody, Robert, unless somebody in the chat sees somebody that they want to talk to. But yeah, this is, for those that aren't familiar, this is Fort Tuttle. It's the last large aid station on the way to the finish. You've got a couple more after this. You've got Walnut Canyon and you've got Eldon. But this is the last place if you, quote, wanted to get, quote, a good night's sleep. This is the last sensible place to do it. James has one Aravaipa result in the book, Jackrabbit Jubilee 2018 6 hour. I think that's the only Jackrabbit Jubilee I wasn't at. And yes, you should do some more. Jonathan Hoffman, very inspiring and new to Arizona, just signed up for the Arizona Rock and Roll Marathon. Definitely considering the Black Canyons 100K. If you're going to do it, I suggest registering fast because that race fills up very quickly. Are you running Black Canyon this year, Aaron?
Probably not. That having just run it 2 months ago, I have 4 tickets for the States Lottery for this December for the 2023 race. So I'm looking at other options this winter for a 2024 qualifier, assuming that I won't get in with 4 tickets. But I've done the 100K 3 times, the 60K once, and I've done every section out there in training runs multiple times. So I love it, and it's a good fallback, being that it's local and it's close to home. It finishes just miles from my house, so it's a great fallback plan if something goes wrong during the winter. But I'm kind of looking to get my second 100 under my belt, and I'm looking all across the country. I'm looking from Florida to Central Illinois to Texas, and not Eastern Illinois, Matt, but...
Well, Jeff Foote and I are actually both running Hennepin this fall. I had to, obviously...
But that would be for a qualifier for this year, which I already have.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing it for. As I had 4 finishes at Black Canyon prior to this year. Things did not go well, so I had to find another qualifier.
So, yeah, Central Illinois, you know which one I'm talking about?
Tunnel Hill?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's on the...
There's some...
Central to south. Okay, Matt.
Yeah, it is a little
Anything
more
outside
south
of Chicago
than Central.
is probably... It is closer to St. Louis, but...
We have the feed from Jam Jam. I don't know if Jam Jam can unmute. We'll see if we can get audio and figure out where he's at. I'm pretty sure Jam can hear us, and if he can hear us and unmute, we'd love to find out what's going on where he's at.
In the meantime, a great business idea there from Mike Ostaszewski. Can you pay for pacers like Uber? Like, do they have ratings and stuff? Can you imagine just being able walking into the Walnut Canyon aid station, pulling up your app, and boom, there's a pacer?
Somebody I know, and I wish I could remember who, actually mentioned the idea of having a pacer/crew for hire business. I think that would be very interesting. The only thing I would think that would make it difficult for that to work is that, of course, the lucrative nature of this sport means, there's probably only a handful of people could make it work as a business, but you never know. I mean, and plus it would be, if you could make that business work, that would mean that you'd get to travel all over the country and run and be a part of these amazing events.
Or just a great volunteer app, just like people that just show up and have wait at headquarters, and someone's coming in at mile 78 and they're getting back towards headquarters, and they just pull up their app and they see there's 6 people that are registered on there, and they've got a little resume.
Now that's an app right there. But you have it set up so like basically you have every big ultra in the country or around the world set up on that app. and the runners can, log into that app and say, hey, I'm I'm running Javelina and I'm 3 laps in and I need somebody to pace me, and somebody else, almost like a a dating app. Call it Runner, RUNNR. Just where you would actually be paired up with pacers that would be able to help you out. I don't know if we've got any.
And you're absolutely right, Pinky and the Poof. Most pacers are doing it for free, doing it for a good long run and to help others in the community. So,
well, I think that that's absolutely true. I think that in a lot of cases, I know that that people do it so they can see sections of races that they wouldn't normally otherwise see. So,
I've done it completely selfishly just to get in a good training run.
Oh, I think that's absolutely fair. As we see Robert actually out on the course at Fort Tuttle, our Robert Cam, we're going to see if we can see maybe some runners coming in. I don't know if he's heading back to the aid station or heading out from the aid station, but hats off to Robert. He was up in Sedona last night and filming for us as well. So, excuse me, he's been doing work. So. I know we've got Jam on another camera as well. We can check to see if there's anybody. I wonder if Jam is still. It looks like he's still at Munns Park based on the decorations.
The Pima Pirates? Is that the Pima?
Is it the Pima Pirates that are working Munns Park?
I saw the pirate flags, but I believe one of the volunteers' shirts actually said Pima Pirates on it.
Well, you never know, because pirates are a pretty popular theme around here. I mean, of course, the Trail Leggers at Black Canyon also use the. But yeah, there's a Pima Pirates shirt right there. That's a good point. Deb asking if that's Lee. Does Deb mean Lee Robinson? Amber Meyer checking in for Aravaipa After Dark. Amber, thanks for joining us here. Of course, this is Chris Warden, and I'm joined tonight by friend of the family, Aaron Berger, local runner, local member of our community. And I wanted to bring Aaron in because he knows a lot of people, and he's very well connected and a heck of a runner and an even better guy. So I've had a blast hanging out with him. I hope he's enjoyed it as well.
Absolutely.
He is having his... was the Big Blue Vans?
Big Blue Van.
Big Blue Van. And I am still sticking with my Liquid Death, at least until about, noon on Saturday, at which point I might pivot to something with a little bit more punch to it. So we've got runners coming in and out of Munns Park. And, of course, at Munns Park, there's a lot of traffic because the runners do hit that station twice. Yeah, Emily, you might be right. It might be the Pima Pirates. Kudos to them if it is them, but otherwise it is a pirate themed station. So Roy Quinn asking what mile this aid station is, and there are two answers to that. It is mile 172 and mile 188. Valerie Ferrario asking if this live streaming could be the template for all ultras, please. I looked at Matt and he kind of shrugged and said, why not? I mean, if somebody wants to bring us out there, give Steep Life Media a call. Not every race we've covered is an Aravaipa race. We did the Jackpot Ultras earlier this year up in Las Vegas. Had a blast. Yeah, what? Yeah, shout out to Ken Rubely. Ken, friend of the family. Ken is actually really good friends with Lori Robinson, who is on the course right now. Lori's husband, Lee, was the assistant race director for Jackpot. So I know that Lee is out there and probably hustling all around to aid stations to follow his wife, Lori, who is grinding it out this year. Lori is...
just refreshed.
Oh, Lori is currently just in front of the sweepers. She's out there getting her money's worth. and she is on her way to. She's on her way to Schnebly right now. So she's on her way to Schnebly, at which point after that she will be making it to Munds Park. Of course, she has until 1 a.m. to get to Munds Park, which is at mile 171.
158.
And she's at 158.
13.
So 13 miles in
4 hours.
4 hours and 10 minutes. So I think that she's doing pretty well. Somebody go kick Tony Tadejewski out of the rack at Munds Park. We'll see if we can. I know we could try and get his crew chief on, but it's been a long day for her. So that's Lee Connor in the silver hat. Okay, so that clarifies everything. So I just, if we can get audio, great. If not, it's just nice to see runners out there on the course. Vivian Savares with the Super Chat donation. Thank you very much, Vivian. Go Deb Hammerlin. Deb Hammerlin has a huge following here in our chat. I know that she is a very well-known, well-liked runner here in Arizona. So let's see if we can verify exactly where she's at. I don't think we necessarily have eyes on her, but we can actually take a look and see on runner tracking if we've. She is at Munds. Is she at Munds 1 or Munds 2? Yeah. If Jamil is hearing us, yeah, bib number 63. If you can see if we can get Deb Hammerlin, we shall see. Looks like we might have lost video from Munds Park. And now we have Roberts Cam at Fort Tuttle awaiting runners. Ben Woolley saying, awesome job for the coverage. Thanks for watching. Loved every minute. Even though it is some hard work at times, we love every minute too. And invites us to come out to Australia to cover the West Max Monster. I know that Matt would like that because I know that you'd be able to write that off as a business expense to go visit your wife's family. Oh, I don't know how that works. I mean, isn't everybody live in one place in Australia? It's but yeah, hey, if somebody in Australia wants to, make it financially feasible for us to come out there, I am all for it. You don't have to, you don't have to pay me to cover a race in Australia. I'm telling you this right now, Matt. I would graciously accept room, board, and travel to cover an ultra in Australia. I'm just throwing that out there for the sake of, I feel that's very magnanimous of me and very generous. Tina Sammartinian giving love to Arizona local Lisa Kravitz. Lisa is out there on the course here this year. Lisa has been looking forward to running this race ever since she heard about it. And I know that this is her longest race in quite a while. She had done several hundred milers before encountering some injury difficulties, but
knee surgery, I believe.
Yeah, both knees. Bib number 83. I believe that she is at or around Munds Park as well. She might have just left Munds Park heading out on that out and back section. Yep. Yeah, so Lisa Kravitz, there's some love for her in the chat. Jem telling us we can crash at his place. This is all coming together. If you enjoy this enough, Aaron, you're more than welcome to join as far as I'm concerned. We might have to get it cleared with Steep Life Media and the bosses upstairs. But, yeah, if somebody wants to bring us out to cover a race, I'm all for it.
And Tina, another shout out to your husband Vasil on his Zion 100 finish.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Tina in the chat. We know that that Vasile, her husband, had run Zion as well. So congratulations. Oh no, Greg is back with another dad joke. A pirate walks. I better verify. A pirate walks into a bar with a steering wheel in front of his pants. The bartender says, "Do you know why you have a steering wheel do you know you have a steering wheel in front of your pants?" The pirate says, "Yar! It's driving me nuts." I think that one's fair. I think we can get away with that one. Slip that one by the censors. Hey, Sean, congratulations on doing the 100 at Jackpot. We were glad to cover it. Steep Life Media is happy to cover all sorts of races. Not just Aravaipas, as long as the race directors want to bring us aboard and we don't have any conflicts of time, I would assume that we would do it. So, yeah, contact Jamil or Matt Feldake, and I think that we could definitely cover other races. I'm sure that Matt is probably writing my notice of termination as we speak.
4 hours ago, but
oh yeah,
Lori Robinson, the one that's just in front of the sweeper, her husband shared a few hours ago that his base camp was on the move, heading to Munns Park aid station to get ready for her there.
I would bring that tweet up, or that Instagram post up, but unfortunately Lee's account is private. But yeah, the attention in the back of the pack now turns to Lori Robinson, an Arizona local, and she is going to be the one that we are watching as we follow the final runners making cutoffs. We'll pull this up here. Of course, Lori Robinson from Queen Creek, Arizona, out in the East Valley. As you can see, she is just a few miles out from Schnebly Aid at mile 161. She is at mile 158, so she's got roughly a 5K to go to hit the next aid station at Schnebly. And once she hits Schnebly, she has roughly 10 or 11 miles. Ian Jones still moving? Yeah, Ian Jones, last I checked, was actually approaching the base of Eldon. Let's take a look and see. Bib number 47. I thought, yeah, he. I'm catching that he just pinged at. He's approaching the base of Eldon, so moving very well. Very late in the race. He's only got about 15 miles to go. Yeah, Ian Jones is moving very well. Rob, I do not know what Jam Jam's mileage is at this moment. I'm sure that we can find that out if we can get a hold of him. The Jam Cam is dark right now, literally and figuratively. So we'll maybe see if we can get him on.
And how about that battle between Jam Jam and Bryce for non-racing miles?
Yeah, well, we're talking about that. Jam Jam, Bryce, and then Shelby. I think that Shelby's got them both beat pretty bad at this point. I mean, Shelby keeps going back out there. She's going to end up pacing somebody else. You know this, right? She's gonna go out there and either she's going to pace somebody else, or she is going to go and grab the sweeper and tie them to a tree and take their job so she can take on an extra section or two of this course. I love the enthusiasm. I love seeing her having that much fun out there. I think that it's wonderful. Looks like we might have a Walnut Canyon cam here. No problem, Daz Darren. We are glad to update where we can. I mean, I'll be honest, as I've mentioned, our updates are by and large mostly what you can see on the tracker that's on the page. We don't have, in most cases, immediate insider info handy. We can obviously potentially chase some down if we happen to know somebody who knows something. But by and large, we are basically following with the same resources that you have at home. And I hope you're utilizing it. Not just because I'm lazy, even though I am, but also because I think it's a cool tool to use. I mean, as we've shown, I'm, using it to zip around the course in all sorts of fashions. Christopher, what Aravaipa race would you recommend for an East Coaster who wants to come visit?
I know what you're going to say, Chris.
I'm going to say Crown King.
Of course.
Say Crown King. Everybody else in the room shaking their head vigorously. No,
Cocodona.
Well, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, Cocodona.
If you really want to see the state, sure.
Yeah, I mean, Cocodona, you will see as much of Arizona as possible. But I also, as we mentioned, I'm a big fan of the Crown King Scramble. It's a heritage race. It's kind of a throwback. You literally cross 2 climates over the course of 31 miles. You get 6,500, 7,000 feet of climb. And then I cook you breakfast the next morning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Christopher, it does depend on what you're looking for in a race also. It'll be one of the more challenging 50Ks in Arizona for sure. The first half very runnable, the second half very steep, and a lot of power hiking for most of us. But it is one of the best. I'm not a good climber, and I keep coming back. I've done it 4 times, and there's a reason why I keep coming back. It's a great course. There are certainly easier ones locally, but I don't know if you're going to look for views. And something maybe not quite as challenging, something like the Elephant Mountain 50K is wonderful to get to see Spur Cross up in Cave Creek.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's one of the better ones. McDowell Mountain Frenzy is a very runnable one if you're looking for something a little bit on the easier side. But the Cave Creek one is the Mesquite. Elephant Mountain is very runnable too.
I also am, and this is a discussion that I had with somebody the other day, the Cave Creek Thriller 50K, the point-to-point, where you actually, take a bus out to Lake Pleasant and then basically run across the northern part of Phoenix from Lake Pleasant all the way over to Cave Creek Regional Park. You get a little bit of everything along that course. You're at some points you're running, in regional parks, but then you're also at other points running through some, not on streets in the neighborhoods, but you've got a couple of paths that are, kind of behind the houses a little bit, but then you actually get into Cave Creek Regional Park where it is a pretty great run.
And a great comment by TJ as well, Whiskey Basin.
Yeah.
I've probably done most of that course and never done any of the races there, and so that's on my list for next April. I want to do the 90K, and you're right, that Prescott doesn't get much better than that. Pretty runnable, no major monster climbs, but just constantly undulating, beautiful, not as cold as Flag, not as hot as Phoenix, so yeah, Prescott is great.
Yeah, we just saw, and we'll pivot back in just a few moments to Robert. So, Robert, if you're listening, we're going to head back to you here in just a few moments. I'm going to head back out to Walnut because we do have a couple of runners out there. But I did see that was Aravaipa Racing Team member Bree Grigsby just hitting Fort Tuttle. It looked like she had to make a pit stop, and once she is back with that, we will maybe even see if we can touch base with her. So, Steve asking if there's any updates on the runner that's on the feed right now. That was who was that? I literally just that was Mina Abraham. All I can tell you is that Mina is about 21 miles from the finish. Seems like he's looking and feeling pretty good. He has taken a little bit of time at Walnut Canyon, but he's got so much time, and he's only got 20 miles to finish. Obviously, the climb up Eldon. TJ had mentioned that Whiskey Basin is a great intro race. That infamous Whiskey Basin 2020 race, was that what was infamous about 2020 again?
It's got a snowflake icon there.
Oh, did it snow at Whiskey? I wasn't at 2020.
Probably.
Whiskey Basin. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've only been in one trail race where there was snow, and that was Old Pueblo one year down in southern Arizona. Old Pueblo is another classic Arizona race. It is hard, but it is it's very popular. Zane Grey, another one. I mean, these are not Aravaipa races, but we're all if you're running Aravaipa races, you're probably running some of these others as well. Okay, Aaron, what's your next race?
I am signed up for the Big Pine 52K and contemplating one of the night ones the night before to get that double buckle. But I'm very excited about the new course. If you've done Big Pine before and saw those 8.5 mile loops and want something a little different, they have altered the course, and you're going to leave Fort Tuthill and head west on part of the Cocodona course and do a lollipop out to Rogers Lake. So this is, in my mind, the most exciting year to do Big Pine. So very excited about that. And again, I mentioned earlier looking for maybe a 100K or a 100 miler for the winter, potentially out of state.
Excellent point about the course shift for Big Pine. I mean, I love going up and doing Big Pine and Blackout because at Fort Tuttle, where speaking of Fort Tuttle, we'll head over there to the Robert Cam. So this is Fort Tuttle, and Fort Tuttle is where Big Pine and Made in the Shade take place, or Big Pine and Blackout and the Made in the Shade Beer Festival take place all the same weekend. So if you're coming out to run in Flagstaff and run an Aravaipa race in Flagstaff, you have the ability to run 2 races back-to-back and go to a beer festival. Cocodona 250 media team member Don Greenwald, we just saw in the background over there out at Fort Tuttle Aid. But my next race at this point is I'm actually on the wait list for Hennepin 100, but the actual next race I'm in the roster for is Black Canyon 2023. But you know me, Aaron. I'm going to run probably a dozen races between now and then because I believe that I am at 94 Aravaipa race finishes. So I got to get to 100 because there are only 2 people with more races than me.
Rich McKnight and Jeffrey Foote?
No. I passed Rich.
Oh, wow.
It is Jeffrey Foote, who is in this year's Cocodona.
Yep.
And
Nick Curry?
No, Andre Lee.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then who,
He
of course,
did
ran
like 50
Cocodona
of them
last year.
year.
Yeah. Well, he ran an ultra every week, and like 35 of them were Aravaipa races. So yeah, he passed me. And
speaking of those guys, I did see the recent uploads to Strava. Andre did 27 miles, pacing Jeff Foote from aid station 14 to 16, Sedona to Munns Park, and Steve Crawford was also there at almost the identical time, starting about an hour before him, doing that same stretch.
Yeah, he paced in El Soto.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's one of the cool things about being a part of this community is that we do have so many runners that are ready, willing, and able to pace, for 20, 30, 50, 60-mile sections.
And 2 pacers here that finished last year.
Yeah. If you're going to run a race like this and you have the ability to run with a pacer who ran it last year, as we do here, you do it. I mean, even if you're going to drop them like String Bean did his pacer the other day, of course, pour one out for El Matador Whit Weisbrom. Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I was watching, I think.
Whit is a beast of a runner, an absolute beast. He finished 4th last year here at this race, and in Sedona, so 150 plus miles in, String Bean McConaughey dropped Whit Weisbrom.
TJ.
Oh. So Jim Smith has paced local runner Henry Ward for 118 miles so far. Yeah, you can definitely you can have a pacer for if they're willing to stick with you. You can definitely stay. If you want to run 100 miles of a course with somebody and you've got the capability to do it, this is your opportunity.
And Jan, Chris isn't the only one with the Made in the Shade Beer Festival on the brain. I bought my ticket already.
I have not bought my ticket, but I have gone there every year that it has taken place. Of course, last year there was no Made in the Shade Beer Festival due to external circumstances, but we had our own beer festival in the campground, which was an absolutely fantastic time until it wasn't. We've got a shot here of Fort Tuttle. On the left, we can see a member of our med crew. That is Dawn Crawford, wife of Stephen Crawford, who was in here earlier this week. Okay. I just got word that our man on the street, or on the trail, so to speak, Jamil Curry, of course, is going to keep an eye out for Deb Hamberlin out at Munns Park. So if we see her, if we get eyes on her, we will definitely bring her aboard. I believe that's Tam Jin on the right, and I believe that to the further right, if you can pivot just a little bit, Robert, I believe that was Dawn Greenwald, who was in the studio with us yesterday. But we'll see. He almost keeps turning towards her.
Is that a runner over there in the red jacket?
My 8-year-old trail running daughter's birthday was today, so shout out to Pinky. Happy birthday, 8-year-old trail running daughter. Yeah, that's Dawn Greenwald right there on the right. Member of our broadcast team, and also last year's second place finisher in the Cocodona 250. Flat out killed it last year. Looks like Jam might be bouncing around. Maybe we can find Deb here somewhere. Yeah, she might be sleeping. You know, if we do see her, if we get eyes on her, we'll bring her aboard. But Robert, if you can hear me, I want you to see if you can find Bree Grigsby. She had actually come in just a few minutes ago, and I know that.
Yeah. So Chris.
Yeah.
When you saw me running in earlier with her or walking in, that was with Bree.
Okay, yeah.
She's in the bathroom.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to touch base. I hadn't seen her come by, but yeah, obviously we'll see if we can catch her. If we can catch her when she comes back out, but we will be probably bouncing back and forth between you and Jamil, Robert. And thanks for all the excellent work you're doing this week. You have been an integral part of this broadcast, so thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. This has been a blast.
It absolutely has. I can agree with you there. We've got runners coming and going at Munns Park. As we mentioned, Munns Park is going to be kind of the happening place for the next, I would say, till 6 a.m., I would say the next 8 hours, because the runners do hit this twice. Of course, the last few runners will be hitting this aid station for the first time between now and 1 a.m., those that continue on. And then the other the runners that do continue on will be coming back here 16 miles later.
And it looks like both Cole and Sarah are about 5 miles out on the backside of Eldon.
Yes, it looks like they're hitting their descent. It looks like Cole is in front of Sarah, but once we do have eyes on them, I don't know if we've still got the Shad cam. Till 10? Awesome. Apparently, vegan chili is the meal of the moment right now in the chat. We do vegan chili at Aravaipa events. Mama Curry, Patty Curry, makes the most excellent vegan chili, and I'm not even vegan, and I enjoy it. So a little bit of quinoa in there, a little bit of corn. Oh, it's fantastic stuff. Janet Bain asking who the guest commentator was. That would be Aaron Berger here in studio with me. We will. There we go. Aaron is regular and friend of the family here at Aravaipa events. And when I was trying to think of people to come on and have a good time and talk trail running and just have fun, Aaron was one of those people that I thought would actually be a lot of fun to have. And he has a wealth of knowledge on this sport, about what happens here in this state and in this region. And we're glad to have you aboard. I'm glad you're able to come in. I hope you're having as good a time here as I'm having a good time with you. So
it's been great.
Awesome. And we are keeping an eye on a couple of situations here. Obviously, Fort Tuttle, a little bit further up the course. I see Howie Stern off to the left taking shots of people. I don't know if we can.
So, Chris, we have 133 and 138 that came in.
Okay, bib 133 and 138. We will verify.
Matt Ross and Grant Muller.
Matt Ross and Grant Muller here at Fort Tuttle. Working through, looks like maybe potentially a shoe change, just, probably refueling, I'm sure. It looks like they've each got somebody on their crew with all their bags present. A couple other runners as well, or maybe a runner and a pacer. Oh, that we spoke with that runner earlier, the incomparable Howie Stern, documenting and yeah, if you get a chance to see Howie Stern's work on Cocodona, it is without compare. I mean, his photos are just to give you a quick shot of what Howie does. I mean, his pictures of Annie Hughes are wonderful. So yeah, Howie is out there at Fort Tuttle right now, documenting this and taking pictures. And we'll see those make their way online, and will probably be available to the runners here over the course of the next few days. So, and he does take his time, but it's well worth it. It's well worth what he provides. Party in the aid station, Mike? Yeah, there's always every aid station at an Aravaipa event is a party. TJ, thank you so much. I agree with you. All the guest hosts have been stellar all week, whether they've been on during Aravaipa After Dark or they've been on with Matt during the day. I feel like I've gotten to know people like Nick Hilton and yeah, Nick Hilton is legend. There's no doubt about that. Nick, I hope you're listening and paying attention, because I've had a blast. You along with Matt have helped me be entirely unproductive at work. 408 miler? That's so impressive. I'm all
extra 9 seconds, huh?
Wait. Okay, so Aaron, you used to run competitively. What were your numbers like when you ran?
I was usually third on a high school team, so my mile time was in the 450s. My 5Ks were in the 17s. In Illinois, I did run one in the 16s, but it was a short course, 2.95. So nothing crazy.
Not like an IHSA state champion. Well, hey, you know what? No, Matt, we say that as a term of endearment because, frankly, you won. That's damn impressive. Like, I'm not saying that to crack wise. I think it is cool. I mean, the only time I ever went downstate in anything in high school was chess. I mean, so I don't have a leg to stand, and we didn't win. The highest we ever placed when I was there on a team was 4th. So, yeah, no, I think that it's fantastic, and that's one of the cool things about a lot of these runners. I mean, especially like Stringbean. Obviously 2022's Cocodona 250 winner. He is all over the place in terms of his capabilities. He was, what they say, a 412 miler, steeplechase All-American. Oh, that was Nick. Oh, Nick was the steeplechase All-American. So Joe was the 412 miler. Obviously, yeah, it doesn't matter whether a course is 1 mile or 2,100 miles. He's good at it. And as we saw with 250 miles, he can crush it. Spider Pena with a shout out to Tam and Jenny working the aid station. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to Tam, Jenny, I believe who I saw somebody else in there that I recognize as well. Obviously, Dawn Greenwald working there too. Yeah, no, we are grateful to have all of these volunteers that are making this possible. Such a great crew at this event and at all Aravaipa events. I know that Kim Casey was over. That's who it was. Kim Casey was over there too. So thanks to her and all of these other people. So I just I got a note. See if I can. I'll just convey this. Trish Corbett gave it her all. Her hip is in a ton of pain with each step. cold, super sleepy, tired, but unable to sleep, coughing, and she was chasing time cutoffs. She is officially done with about 150 miles. But 150 freaking miles, damn girl, congrats. That is from our friend Colleen Lingley talking about Trish Corbett and her decision to call it a day here at the Cocodona 250. So, as we mentioned, our person chasing cutoffs at this point, I believe, is still Lori Robinson. We will definitely keep tabs on Lori up through the end of our broadcast today, and we'll have something to talk about tomorrow morning, either that she made it or no, we'll talk about that she made it because we know that's what's going to happen. I did get word from the suits in charge that we will be staying live at least through the finishes for Cole and Sarah. So we will, Cole Crosby and Sarah Ostaszewski, we're going to stick around and catch them at the finish. This is cool. Travis noticing. It was pretty neat seeing Ben Feingold in the chat. Has he been in the chat for past events, Chris? Yeah, Travis, he has, and that blows my mind. I think it's so cool because, for those that don't know, Ben Feingold is an American grandmaster at chess, one of the best players in the country, and a chess coach and a long-time high-level player. So I think it's cool that he has an interest in what we're doing on the live streams, and I'm always tickled whenever I see, people. First of all, people that I admire. Second of all, I didn't even know he was into running. I haven't been a tournament chess player in 10 years, but I think it's cool that he is following what we do. So shout out and hat tip to Grandmaster Ben Feingold for following along. And you can see on our screen right now, we have Bree Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing Team member. I'll see if we can get some audio on there. If I don't want to bother her, but we'll see if we can, if she is we don't need to talk to her. We can just kind of follow along. So if Robert can unmute, we can just kind of find out what's going on.
We're off mute here.
Okay. Hi. Hey, Bree, it's Chris and Aaron back at the Aravaipa headquarters. Hope you're doing well. You feeling all right?
Better than I was. I'm still super bloated, so I can't really run because I can't breathe because my stomach's so bloated.
Oh.
And trying to get that better. I just took some gas X, and let's see if that works. But I feel a lot better than I did. I'm 30.
Well,
I'm gonna get my heated car. Really cold. Eating a little something. And get ready to I'm gonna get in the heat. I can't think about anything until I I need to get a warm person. Back in the car.
Yeah, just make sure, Rob, that we don't need, if Bree needs to rest and needs to, conserve her energy, we don't need to talk to her or anything. We just want to make sure that she's doing okay. Looks like she's going to be lying down to get some rest. Obviously, at this point at Fort Tuttle with 37 miles to go, she's got plenty of time to complete this race. It does look like she's working through some things. Obviously, as she mentioned, she is having some stomach issues, and we'll let her.
Let's do that. Here, we're going to do that
some rest
at the front.
But, we'll also we'll let Bree get rested up. But we're going to head back to the tracker here and jump in and take a look at the back of the pack. Lori Robinson of Queen Creek, Arizona, is currently bringing up the rear at mile 159.3, so just about 160 miles to go, and she has to make it to
171
to Munns Park at mile 171. So basically, she's got to make this loop around as she's crossing I-17 underneath I-17. Not trying to cross I-17. That would be very dangerous. But she has to make it to Munns Park Aid. If I try and click that, it's going to give me all sorts of runners. But, yeah, she's got to go She's got to make it there in
12 miles in 3.5 hours.
12 miles in 3.5 hours. I think it's very doable as long as she's still moving. I know that I don't know if she has a pacer or not. I'll have to see if I can get a hold of Lee. Maybe we can chat with him possibly.
I know Troy Sandoval had at some point.
Oh, Troy Sandoval's pacing her?
I believe.
Okay.
And I believe there's been photos of her with multiple pacers at different points.
That would make sense. I mean, yeah, I knew that Troy was pacing somebody, and with it being a local runner, I get that. Looks like we've got somebody coming in.
$201, Chris.
Bib number 201. Thank you so much. We will pull up
John Wolfinger.
John Wolfinger, and let's. Arizona runner himself, John Wolfinger, has hit Fort Tuttle. John running out of Prescott. So once he gets done with this, he's literally going to head back to the start line. And he's going to run back. It'll be the Cocodona. Good point. Good point. Oh, no. Spider Pena is
laying it down.
Laying down the challenge to play some speed chess against me. I'll be honest, I did check to see, because I found out that Spider Pena did play tournament. He's much better than me. He would destroy me. So
his boys are good too. His kids.
He's just going to have the whole family beat me down.
His kids and Matt Kahn's kids were playing while we were out camping and running.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it stands to reason that there's chess is kind of a problem-solving type of game, and Lord knows that this sport has definitely got a heavy basis in problem-solving. So,
I thought you were going to say, Lord knows Dan has lots of problems.
Well, he has a lot. I'm gonna use that excuse from now on. Whenever somebody says I have problems, I'm gonna say no. I have a lot of experience solving problems. I'm not gonna. Who needs context, right? Based on the tracker, we're a few minutes from Cole Crosby and Sarah Ostaszewski hitting Buffalo Park. So Sarah's at about mile 246.2, and Cole is about a half mile in front of her at 246.7. So they're each, Cole's about, 3.5, 3 3/4 miles to go, and Sarah is about 3 3/4 to 4 miles to go. So they are not that far out. As we mentioned, that was Matt Ross and Grant Muller hanging out at Fort Tuttle, and John Wolfinger as well. These runners at Fort Tuttle have about 38 miles to go, so about 60K. And it's also a 60K that features a very steep climb with a few miles to go. So I think that at this point, with the runners still at the 83.5-hour mark, that they're probably best served taking their time, because they have ample time to get this race done. They know, even if they've got goals, I think that at this point, your goal is to finish. Whether you get it done at this point in 90 hours or 95 hours or 100, I don't think anybody's going to look at it any differently.
There's not a whole lot of common benchmarks.
Like
3,000 hits or sub 24 hours. For a 250-mile race, there's just not.
Yeah. For a race like this, just surviving it at some point is probably what the number one goal is. So
I've heard a lot of smart runners lately telling me A goal is to get to the start line, B goal is to finish, and then C goal is a time goal.
Yeah, I don't know what kind. I mean, I spoke to a few runners beforehand, and the experienced runners that I spoke to, like I spoke with Josh Locke pretty extensively before the race. We had a nice conversation about this. I wish that I'd been able to get it uploaded, but I did a few questions with him, and he said he wanted to improve upon his time last year, and he knew that he would improve upon his time last year, but he was far away from calling a shot or giving a distinct time. He said that he wouldn't be surprised if he was able to run it in 10 hours shorter, 12 hours shorter than last year.
It was 5.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see if he would have been able to break last year's time on last year's course.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those runners that did run this race last year that came back for another dose, another helping, would they have done better or would they have done worse on the original course? So for those that came back this year and want to compare and see if they could actually do better than their, Cocodona 2021 time, I guess they've got a third time's the charm it.
Well, and I think the one thing that makes the easier course not easier necessarily time-wise is that it's different to your body when you're running at a hard effort versus if you're power hiking.
Mm-hmm.
It may feel harder. You may want to run out of water easier because of the last year's course and some of those things, different types of challenges. But if you have a much flatter section in the earlier parts of the race, you're taxing your body a lot differently when you're running at a harder effort.
Yeah. Well, and that was one of the things that a few of the runners did express concerns about. They were happy that it wasn't hot. They were happy that or not as hot. They were happy, or relieved, I guess is the word. They were relieved that they didn't have to, do that push up from Black Canyon City to Crown King. But they also, several of them did readily admit that their concern was that they were, going to have to keep things downshifted for the first 50 miles. They were expecting this, this arduous climb up 10,000 feet of exposed desert badness. I mean, that is a hard way to go up the hill. I mean, I've never run the entirety of that hill, but I've run enough of it to know, and I've run up to Crown King enough times to know how hard it is to get up there no matter which direction you go. I mean, you're climbing, the total net gain from getting from Black Canyon City to Crown King is about 5,000 feet. Through the actual run, or through the ups and downs, it's 10,000 plus. And so that not being a part of this year's run, they all trained for it. I mean, several runners locally did training runs out there on that course, on that section, and then they ended up starting at 5,000 feet. Which I think, again, that might actually present issues as well, because you're starting out at 5,000 feet rather than working your way up to it. So, take a look and see if we've got eyes on. I see that Jam's cam is like almost ready to go, but we don't have him yet. So. Once we do have the Jam Cam on Deb Hamberlin, we will go to it, assuming we're still on the air. Again, we're going to stick with things through Sarah Ostaszewski and Cole Crosby finishing, and to give an idea as to where they are at.
He's got to be entering Buffalo.
Yeah.
Soon.
So the CM7 is the aid station at the top of Mount Eldon. They've almost completed the descent from Eldon down to Buffalo Park, and based on where they're at, I mean, Cole is probably just literally on the cusp of crossing into Buffalo Park. So just getting closer and refreshing the stream. That was 6 minutes ago, so if Cole was even just a little bit closer, So, and once they get to Buffalo Park, they are 3 miles out, and that is a fairly quick 3 miles. So we will be sticking with things while Sarah and Cole make their way into Flagstaff to complete their Cocodona 250 Odysseys in 2022.
And John Jones, the umbrella idea, there are pictures up on the Aravaipa's or the Cocodona page on Facebook of a runner out there with an umbrella, not the umbrella hat, but just carrying one out on the course. And that's not the worst idea in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you're talking about the desert, I mean, the sun just beats you up. So you might as well, protect yourself any way possible. I mean, yeah, an umbrella might be considered unconventional gear during an ultra, but at the same time, I think that it's definitely a good idea. No, is that bib number 99 that we're seeing right there? Jake Donath or Donath? I'm sure that I pronounced it wrong both
I think
ways.
it's Donath.
Donath. Yeah, see, I pronounced it wrong both ways.
I think I checked him in on Sunday.
So Jake Donath. Oh, okay. So and you checked him in up, and so you worked at the check-in up in Prescott.
Yes, I did.
Okay, because I was here for the in-town check-in. So, yeah, we had a sizable number of the field. Was it pretty hectic up there in Prescott? I was kind of curious as to how many runners would choose one option versus the other.
Yeah, it seemed like most of the runners checked in between 1 and 5. A lot of people were choosing to do it late, right before the pre-race briefing, which was, I think, at 5:30 on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a rush right towards the end at 4:30 to 5. There was a lot of activity right when it started, people waiting in line a few minutes before we were ready to even start giving out the bibs.
Yeah, I can imagine. And, of course, they had that Q or the runner briefing at 5:30, I believe.
Yes.
So they gave did you stick around for the runner briefing, or?
That's when I was leaving.
Okay.
We were kind of shutting down a good chunk of the start area, right as Steve was getting ready to do all that.
John brings up a point that brings up another point, talking about many thru hikers carrying umbrellas in the desert. Well, we're kind of at that point where we are doing, we're seeing a lot of thru hikers compete in some of these races. I mean, we've seen, people like Jeff Garmeyer and Joe McConaughey, make their way into, shorter races, and not just Cocodona. I mean, Garmeyer doing the last person standing, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of test himself out. I know that he can run a sub 20-minute 5K in Crocs, and of course Stringbean ran the Gorges just about a month ago before this as a nice little training run. So Conrad Stevens saying he hopes that the runners' toenails are painted purple as opposed to blood blisters. I don't like your odds there. So, of course, foot care is one of those little things that you deal with as an ultra runner. Have you ever had any sort of foot issues during a run or during a race that you had to troubleshoot, or?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I wear Injinji toe socks, and
same.
I've never had a blister, basically. I had 2 really small ones, but they weren't even toe related. Now, granted, I've only done the 300 Ks and the 100 miler, so I've never been on foot for huge stretches, but no, never had blister issues. I have a calcification on one toe that's been there for years, and I still have a bruised big toenail from Black Canyon from February.
Oh, wow.
So that's taken a while to grow out, but no issues.
So this is our next projected finisher, Cole Crosby. Obviously, he's not there yet, and thanks, Cameron, for catching him in Buffalo Park. We will keep eyes on Cameron. We will keep eyes on Cole via Cameron and bounce back and forth. Obviously, we want to try and bring the best images possible. Okay. Yeah, as people know, we do have multiple filmers out there. We've got Cameron and Shad, and with the 2 runners that we're going to follow into the finish to wrap things up on Day 3 of our broadcast, we will have a dedicated filmer for each one if all goes to plan. So that's pretty cool. They actually have their own personal filmer. I think that's that's a great opportunity. I don't know if I don't think we're going to be able to get audio in Buffalo Park right now.
Ben Gale reiterating my exact situation. Purple Toast Black Canyon.
Yeah, I mean it's just a fact of life when you're doing these events. So back to the activity, you can see there start to be more runners at Fort Tuttle, and it's going to be that way through tomorrow morning. I think that runners actually don't have to be leaving Fort Tuttle until almost 24 hours from now. They have
Wow.
they have 22 hours to get to Fort Tuttle almost. They have to be leaving by 7:30 p.m. So so the runners do have ample time. I mean, if the back of the pack right now is at, where did we say Lori
160.
was at? 160. So she has to make it 55-ish miles, 53 miles in 22 hours in order to keep maintaining chasing cutoffs in order to get to Fort Tuttle.
It's about that 50 mile a day number, give or take.
It looks like we might have a decent shot on Cameron. I see Cole is there with a pacer. At least that's what it looks like. Yeah, we'll see if we can possibly get a better quality. Of course, from Prescott, John Wolfinger is having his feet worked on right now. I assume that is one of our medical volunteers or people that works at MedStar. That was Jake Denoth, did we say? And being tended to and having a bite to eat. On the right is Don Greenwald, our friend and former runner-up at Cocodona 250. Pinky and the Poof. If you ran this race, it would be with a beer hat, one on each side and a straw in the middle. I've seen those hats, and that wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, you'd be hydrating the entire way.
Yeah, at least during a stretch.
Yeah, you would always have access to hydration as long as you had one of those beer cans available to you.
And you can go the Rick Riley route and add the catheter bag.
Oh my, that's dedication to the bit right there. That is going all in.
He had the beer belly.
Mm-hmm.
The beer belly.
I do remember that. Yeah, that's doing work. That's making sure that you have all your bases covered. Well, we are paying attention to our next closest runners to the finish. That would be Lori Robinson that we're taking a look at here, having just crossed I-17 on her way to Schnebly. She is a mile out from Schnebly at mile 161. From Schnebly, she has to make it to and depart Munds Park by 1 a.m.
For the first time.
For the first time. Of course, Munds Park, then she has got an out and back section. It is 9:42 p.m., so she has roughly 3 hours and 18 minutes at this point to go 12 miles. About, 11 and a half to 12 miles. So basically got to average about 17, 18-minute miles at this point. She has been grinding steadily through this race, and I know that her husband Lee is crewing her, and I'm sure that he is working very hard to make sure that she stays on course, probably doing and he's no stranger to this sport either. As I mentioned, he is an assistant race director at Jackpot in a multi-day in Vegas, so he knows what it takes to see a runner get through. And
Amber, you're going to love that 60K. That's the best part of the course. the last 40K certainly isn't as interesting, and the first 60K is all the downhill.
Wait. Really?
Yeah, at the first 60K out of the Black Canyon 100K.
Yeah, see, I kind of disagree.
Oh, I love the first 60K, but I'm a downhill guy.
Yeah.
I love downhill, and that's I can be dead to the world and I can run downhill usually, but I can't climb very well. So the first 60K is I find it the most scenic and the most fun to run.
There are some great sections to run in that.
Oh
that
God,
race.
yeah. That's some of the water crossings.
From Antelope Mesa
just
to
train for downhill, and you'll be in great shape. Downhill and somewhat technical.
Yeah, the Black Canyon 60K, the section from Antelope Mesa at mile 7 to Hidden Treasure at mile 13 is one of the most amazing sections of trail to run. I will agree with you there. It is 6.5 miles of fast downhill if you want to be fast. And it's in and out of some slot canyon divots. And so there'll be times where you'll actually see a runner like maybe on the other side of a little gully or ravine, and you could, they're maybe 25, 30 feet away from you. You could actually throw a rock and hit them. So you think you're right behind them, but when you take a turn into that divot into the canyon, no, you're actually about a quarter mile behind them because of the physical geography of that section of the course. Yeah, no, the first 60K of Black Canyon is very fast. It does get technical after the first 20 miles of that 60K. Obviously, once you hit Bumblebee, you do have a little bit more of a rigorous course to run, but it is still downhill.
Yeah, and Amber, I'm not sure where you're from, but to me and a lot of the local runners, I don't consider Black Canyon to be very technical, but I know a lot of people that came in from out of state that would say, "Oh my God, rocks for days." So it really depends on what you're training on. But compared to a lot of the Phoenix Preserve and McDowell Mountain Preserve trails, I don't find Black Canyon to be super technical.
Yeah, that's an excellent point too. I mean, I remember one of the things that's kind of cool is they actually have a Black Canyon training run series here each year. And we've had runners come from out of state that were like, I've never run on anything so hard in my life. And I don't really think it's that much different than any of our other trails, really. But then again, we've just kind of grown accustomed to it. All right, we are back on the course with our Shad Cam. And our Shad Cam has actually picked up Cole Crosby, the next person anticipated to finish the Cocodona 250. We're going to refresh and see where Shad is at with Cole at this point. We'll also open it up and see if we can possibly get audio. But
3 minutes ago at mile 248.
Yeah, Shad would just have to unmute himself, and if he can, we will see if we can get audio. If not, it's still just great to be following along. Shad has done some fantastic work tonight, so it's up to you. Oh, yeah, if you can go to the bathroom for sure. As we mentioned, Cole Crosby is there, and we've also got another camera. We're gonna bounce a little bit here. We've got our Cameron cam that is anticipating the entry of Sarah Ostaszewski to Buffalo Park, but our right now our Shad cam is where it's at. So I don't know if you can hear Shad, but yeah, if you want to unmute, feel free. We might pick up some audio. I got to admit, even if we don't talk to Cole, I do love the trail sounds.
Yep.
I love the footsteps. I think that sometimes it's just cool to hear the footsteps of the runners as they're heading on the trail.
You know, follow us down to the Podium?
Yep.
Crush it all the way in, man. Thank you. Thank you for all your time and support. Totally awesome.
I have to agree with you. The trail steps are very soothing. I think that somebody needs to record trail steps and market it as a sleep tool, because this is very very soothing. I could definitely just sit here and listen to trail crunches all night. And Cole getting some love from the man himself, Kevin Goldberg, offering support to Cole Crosby. You know, that's one of the cool things about this
Kevin
coverage.
Goldberg is giving you shout outs right now in the live chat.
This is the part that I need help with.
So you're gonna go straight across.
Yeah, I got to speak with Cole earlier this week during packet pickup. He did come into the
It'll
Aravaipa
be
Phoenix
the
office.
second light at the top of the hills when you're gonna turn left.
And I was very impressed with him. I didn't realize he had some
Nope,
I
then you
believe
gotta go all the way
FTTs back
down to the
east
hospital.
as a snowshoe runner, and had done some 200-mile level type through hikes. So
Just let me know. I know it's there.
also for Kevin, following along is bringing back nightmares. I mean, Kevin, you just finished a few hours ago. I hope you haven't had that many nightmares. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Cole does sound like he's in good spirits. He is moving very well as you can see. I mean, it looks like his pacer is doing some filming.
Where'd my light go away?
Yeah, the combination of Kevin Goldberg and Cole Crosby, Goldberg, I'm down with that. Yeah, Roy, they are moving. They are moving very well. So that's impressive at this point. Obviously, Cole is 248 miles in, 248 and a half. And as I mentioned, I really do like following along when the runners hit the streets of Flagstaff and getting to know those last few streets is a treat.
So you're gonna turn left at this light. Then you got about a 10 block to the bottom of the hill.
Then it's a right turn.
And then it's a left turn.
Right there.
Block and a half right turn.
Yeah, that's a little bit back. 4 minutes ago, yeah. So yeah, his satellite, once it pings, it'll show him in town. So yeah, Conrad, I think actually Sarah Ostaszewski, the third woman, is closer than a mile. I think she is probably 4/10, 5/10, 6/10 of a mile back. So Amber, no, this is not Jam Cam. This is Shad Cam. Shad has been doing a great job following along with these runners today. We got some absolutely gorgeous footage from him when Tyler Welch was the first Flagstaff resident to make it into town. So doing a great job, some high quality stuff. Project Josh, it sounds like Jam Cam. I just like the trail crunches. Even the sidewalk is kind of soothing. I'm telling you, bottle this up and sell it. First person to market, going to make a lot of money. I agree, Kevin. I want to see the Strava data for all of these in the field live streamers as well. Obviously, we know that Jamil is logging tons of miles. Bryce is logging miles as well. But yeah, it would be kind of fun to see all of them and see how many. Having done a lot of follow filming myself, in particular at Desert Solstice, it's a different animal. I mean, at Desert Solstice, it's a 24-hour race, and it's kind of you take little bites in that case because it's on a track, but you're also following the fastest runners in the world in some cases. So, there'd be times where I'd be trying to keep up with somebody like, I don't know, Camille Herron or Zach Bitter. And these guys are. This is different because I could take breaks on a quarter-mile track. If Shad takes a break, then he's got to follow the next runner because he's no longer following that runner. Ben Gale with a shout out to Freak Brothers Pizza. So good, especially after a day of running. That is a local favorite here. Obviously, the Freak Brothers Pizza is a big part of the trail running experience here in Arizona. Obviously, they set up at a lot of the big Aravaipa events, and the pizza is just darn good. Of course, if you're ever in Phoenix and not running an event, you can always go down and have some Freak Brothers Pizza at the Churchill in downtown Phoenix, because they do actually have a brick and mortar shop set up in a really cool environment called the Churchill. And it is great pizza.
And TJ, I'm not sure cruising's a good work. I think he's flying.
Yeah, he's moving really well. I'd be curious. I don't know if you can hear Shad. What pace are you doing right now?
I think it's the fastest I've seen of any of the
This is
finishers so far.
This is quick. Yeah, if Shad can hear us and let us know what pace he's moving at, feel free.
6:30.
6:30. He's doing a 6:30 mile pace. Yeah, I think that maybe Cole at mile 249 is doing. Oh, he's moving faster now. He hears us.
Cole Stone.
Cole is trying to drop Shad. He's moving faster now. He's making Shad do a 6:30 or shorter. Conrad, we do have a camera on the third woman. We're gonna take a quick shot of it, but we're gonna bounce back and forth. That's the Cameron cam. We don't have a great shot on it, so we are gonna stick with the Shad cam for now. We will catch Sarah as she comes in. We're gonna also verify that we've got a static cam as well. If we don't at the finish, yeah, we've got light at the static cam at the finish now, so that'll be nice. Yeah, Cole was booking. Yeah, we've got 2 runners coming in here to the finish. We've got our original plan was to go until 10 p.m. tonight, but we're going to stick around for a few extra minutes to catch these 2 runners in.
Someone was just asking about some of these streamers and how much miles they've been logging. Bryce Brooks on Strava this week has got 73.77 miles, 4 different streaming duties and 4 different pacing duties.
Yeah, Bryce, what was he at? 66 miles earlier today, that he said?
I've got 73.77 on Strava.
Oh, okay. Yeah, every so often we'll have. I mean, I remember Versteeg was booking when he got into town as well last year. Sometimes maybe you're just feeling it at that point. Yeah, Josh, that's exactly it. This race must be too easy for him to be moving this quickly.
At the lights are going to turn left.
Amber, the person hosting with me, we're going to pop into the corner of the screen. This is Aaron Berger. Aaron is a local trail and ultra runner here, and I wanted to bring him aboard because I thought that he would be a lot of fun, and he did not disappoint. He has actually been great. Darren, we do have a feed with Sarah. As it gets closer to town and we're able to get better visual, we are going to. That's our Sarah cam right now, but we've got such good quality and on Shad right now that I kind of want to keep it here.
Yep. You're going to be on the other side of the street. So.
We've got Shad doing a great job. Oh, they've made the turn.
Yep. They're going to turn in the alley.
running down the street like he owns the place, I believe was the quote.
Drew's comment, does he have a pacer? Take his poles. That might technically be muling.
Yeah, I don't know what how that one works, but yeah, I mean, he's literally about 600 feet from the finish. So, job well done by Cole Crosby, who is going to come in just shy of 84 hours here. Chad, if you can stick with him the way you did before, that'd be great. We have a pretty blurry 8:39.15 it looked like for Cole Crosby. Or 83.59 rather. 83.59.15. Congratulations to Cole Crosby on an excellent finish. And yeah, and we will be picking up Sarah O as well. Sarah is in Buffalo Park. Cameron, if you can hear me, if you could refresh your feed, hopefully we'll get a better picture as you come into view.
Make some noise and congratulate Cole Crosby on his 255.
She's refreshing, so. In Buffalo Park. Yeah, I mean, she has to be, well, looks like we might have lost. Let's see if we can grab. Looks like Shad's camera went down. We will be back to the finish line if we can here shortly. We do have Peter Noyes, bib number 98 at Fort Tuttle. We're gonna be moving around as fast as we got eyes and visuals on runners out there. So thanks for sticking around with us. It looks like what? Yeah, the camera cam looks pretty good. So we're going to go out to Cameron, and hopefully we've got a good, okay, yeah, that is a better visual. Cameron, are you just, it looks like you're possibly almost through Buffalo Park? I don't know if Cameron can hear me to unmute. I believe that would be Shelby Farrell right there, turning back towards the camera.
Cole, bib number 10. Was he in 10th place?
Was Cole 10th over, or was he 12th place? So 10th male. Yeah.
Bib number 10, 10th male.
Bib number 10 was the 10th place male. Oh, yeah. We're going to actually give Aaron a chance to head home. So, Aaron, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me,
Had a
Chris.
blast. We'll see you around. And you can start your training for next year's Cocodona if you think it's going to. Hey, you need your Western States qualifier. It is a Western States qualifier. So
I'm hoping to get one well before next to May.
All right. Well, take care, and we're gonna make sure that we stay on the action on the course. Cameron in Buffalo Park. It looks like they might have taken a pause here. Cameron, if you can unmute, we'll see if we can get the audio. I can't, and I'm actually gonna pivot out so Matt can have the big boy chair.
Don't worry, everyone. Your favorite host of the evening is back. And what a better time than to be bringing in the great Sarah Ostaszewski, the Midwesterner herself.
Wait, she's a Midwesterner too?
Yeah.
I thought she was from Oregon or something.
No, the pride of Crown Point, Indiana, Sarah Ostaszewski.
I do remember hearing that. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, I do remember now. Sorry about that. Yeah,
And while I just have a second, a huge shout out of congratulations to Cole. I've said it a few times today. I used to work with Cole when I was back in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Known Cole for a long time, so huge shout out to him on just an incredible rally and an incredible effort. and it's awesome to see him have a good run here. And now it is all about the great Sarah Ostaszewski, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah looking pretty spry as she heads down through Buffalo Park on her way into Flagstaff. Yeah, she is trucking. And to piggyback what you were saying about Cole, I mean, there were posts of him on social media basically just looking wrecked. Yesterday he was looking really rough, and he came back.
Yeah, no, he definitely had a really strong comeback and a really strong run there. And I'm super stoked for him. And Sarah is moving so strong here, and we do have Cam unmuted here. Thank you so much, Cam. We appreciate you, my friend. Sarah is looking incredible right now as she's making her way, it looks like, through Buff Park.
I don't know what it is. There's something about that rhythmic trail step.
It's incredible.
It's just very soothing. And I gotta admit, it is kind of nice to hear it without actually having to do it.
So they're out of Buff Park. They're about to, I think, turn left here soon, and that will take them over to the corner there on Turquoise Drive.
Yeah, it looks like she's running with purpose.
Well, it looks like she's still smiling a little bit, too. In classic Sarah O fashion, and if I know her, she will go back and hopefully watch some of the live streams, so...
Yeah, and, she improved upon her placement from last year's Cocodona. Last year she was 5th female, and this year she, all things, holding to form, will be the 3rd female finisher.
And people are telling me, yeah, Sarah lived in Oregon. Yes.
Yeah, we knew that.
They did. She's born
in Crown
Point. Well, I don't know if she's born in Crown Point, but she's originally from Crown Point, Indiana.
Yeah.
On the Indiana side of Chicago, so northern Indiana. She's basically an Illinoisan.
Yeah.
But look at how strong she's moving here. 248, 249 miles into this race.
So, yeah, do you think...
This section of trail here is really cool. Cut through a little bit of trees. It's a slight downhill through here over to the road, and then she is going to start climbing up to the hospital there.
Yeah, this is the diagonal to that corner from Buffalo Park itself, right?
Yep, so you've gone through the Buffalo Park parking lot. You've said goodbye to the Buffalo on your way out. You've taken the downhill on, I think Drew was calling it the McPherson Trail.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get down there, there's like a park and stuff over on your right off in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a diagonal that she's on right here that cuts to the left back to the main road there.
Yeah, I actually, one time when I went up to Flagstaff myself just to do some exploring, I took these trails actually the other direction through Buffalo Park and caught that section of the Arizona Trail.
And Audrey Kelly in the chat, this may be a question we have to try and pry out of Sarah, get out of Sarah a little bit later. But we are going to have to ask her how her ponytail has stayed so incredibly well kept 248 miles in.
Her hair is in such great condition, it could be an advertisement for a hair care product. Yeah, I mean, it really is pretty still in one piece.
This is incredible to watch. Again, if you are just joining us, this is our 3rd place female, the wonderful Sarah Ostaszewski, as she is on pavement the rest of the way as she makes her way to Heritage Square.
The first Aravaipa Racing Team member to finish.
the first Aravaipa Racing Team member to finish this year. That's correct.
Yep. And of course, with her, with the pacer bib, is none other than Shelby Farrell.
Yeah, and I can only imagine all the positive affirmations Shelby is giving Sarah right now, which I'm sure is just pumping her up. San Francisco Street here. Gonna have a short little climb up to the next light where they're gonna make their left on Beaver. And then they've got the long stretch down Beaver Street into the heart of Flagstaff, where they will have a couple more turns and find themselves in Heritage Square.
Yeah, it's funny is actually we're looking at the raw feed on our end versus what we've got on what I'm seeing out on YouTube, and what they're seeing is actually I think probably a better shot than we're getting. So it's the miracles of modern technology. Yeah, no, it's not perfect, but it's looking pretty darn good. So
yeah, no. I think it's great. Anytime we get to see any sort of visual of Sarah O crushing it through downtown Flagstaff, I think we're in for a treat. 249 miles in, and she is just cooking here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she looks fantastic.
And here we are. We're making what I'm going to dub now, the now iconic left-hand turn onto Beaver Street. Here she comes past Flagstaff Medical Center.
I wonder if there's more excitement or relief or when you're at this point in this race. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever find out. I won't ever find out, but kind of wondering.
2024, Chris, 2024.
Nah, that's all you, my friend. By that point, I'll actually know how to do things here in the studio, and you can run it, and I'll help with the coverage.
Pace guesses. My pace guess is fast, TJ. And that's the only thing that matters. I think Sarah looks like she is moving with a purpose and moving pretty fast.
I mean, even now where it looks like she's kind of, adjusted to a hike, she's still moving pretty quickly from a walk pace. I walked alongside Sarah at a race, actually at the Nardini Manor races, and her hike for not being very tall is extremely quick. the Strava PR for Beaver Street, guessing Cole. Amber, I think there's a lot of fast runners running that street. So as fast as Cole was moving, you're talking about Olympians that run on those streets on a regular basis. So there's probably some NAZ elite that's probably dropped a 4:45, 4:50 pace while just throwing down on his way to Pizza Clutta or something. So.
Sarah is making her way down into some of the residential area here in Flagstaff, just on Beaver Street. And so she is just going to be a matter of blocks away from making her left-hand turn onto Birch. So we've got the left on Beaver, left on Birch. And then she's going to be right into Heritage Square there. And here she goes past the iconic now Beaver Street Liquors. She is on her way. I hope that her crew is there waiting with all of the yummy goodness and is geared up for the celebration.
She's still smiling.
I don't know if I've seen Sarah Ostaszewski running without a smile, maybe ever.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I've seen her and run with her a couple times at some events, and not for very long stretches. But that's the beautiful thing about a loop race is a loop course. You can keep up for a loop or two or a quarter mile or whatever. But yeah, she's always in good spirits. She is obviously an amazing athlete, and yeah, she's always got a great smile and very happy to chat and have a conversation. When she's as long as she's moving pretty well, as long as you can keep up with her, that's the key. We might want to switch to that. The shad.
She's nowhere close to.
No, I'm saying when she gets there.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
So she's still got just a little bit here before she's making her left-hand turn on to Birch. This footage courtesy of our wonderful filmer and Sarah O's friend, Cameron. So shout out to the Cam.
The Cam. Love it.
I'm just still so amazed at how strong Sarah is running right now. You could tell just following her kind of journey throughout the course of the last few days that she had her she had her high points, she had her low points, but there was never a doubt every time we saw her that she was going to continue to forge forward and continue to push on. And now she finds herself the third female to make their way into downtown Flagstaff. What are we at, 13th overall?
Yeah, 13th overall.
And now you can see just a couple blocks away here from that left-hand turn on to Birch. Sarah being now a local up here in Flagstaff and a member of the Aravaipa racing team, we've kind of gotten to see firsthand all the hard work that she's put in, over the last weeks and months leading up to this race, and all that hard work now starting to really pay off.
Shout out from Dylan Harris, noting that Sarah was so tough throughout this race. He found himself near her and her awesome crew many times throughout the race. Such a class act. Yeah, that's exactly what I would use to describe Sarah. She is a very classy, gregarious, friendly, upbeat, and supportive person. She is very encouraging, even to those of us that are the middle and back of the pack types. Even though she's out there crushing it, she appreciates getting to know and getting to support runners of all levels. So that is classy.
And is that who I believe it is? Was that the great Drew Fraze?
I think it was.
I wish we could just have Drew. I hope that Sarah has Drew's voice behind her commentating this finish, as opposed to having to listen to mine here when she watches this replay back, because Drew has the voice of an angel, super knowledgeable. And here's that left-hand turn on Birch, and now she is just about a block and a half away. She's going to be hearing her crew, her friends. She knows exactly where the finish line is from here, and they are cooking.
Absolutely. They want to get it done.
Sarah with such a classy performance, but also a gritty performance. And that's another way I describe her, is she's extremely tough, fighting through everything, and that's why she's going to find herself coming in to Heritage Square here as your third place female, 13th place overall. She's going to make the right-hand turn into the alley, and here she comes.
Oh, great shot from the Shad Cam. We're pivoting here so we can catch her as she crosses. Your third place female finisher with a time of 84 hours, 21 minutes, 26 seconds, Sarah Ostaszewski.
Yeah, you killed it! Oh, you're so strong. Thank you so much. You're so yeah, I will. Oh, great. What's up, Sarah? I'll type it out. Yes! I heard they were recognized as like,
For those just tuning in, this completes the podium for the women's side for the 2022 Cocodona 250. Sarah Ostaszewski, who becomes the first two-time female finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Just an incredible run by Sarah. She left it all out there. Really, dug deep when she had to dig deep, and was absolutely crushing it at the end there. And she is your third place female, 13th overall. And as Jan Rice has pointed out in the chat, rejecting the chair.
Yeah.
At the finish as well.
No love for the chair.
Absolutely incredible.
But one of the things I loved most about her race is how consistent she seemed. I mean, she was fairly high up in the roll call, 6th, 7th, 8th for most of the first half of the race, but then just slowly moved her way upward until she was in the top 3. She never had a deep fall in terms of in relation to the rest of the women's field. She just steadily was grinding her way up. And, for those of us that have followed Sarah's career over the recent time frame, it is not surprising at all.
And a big hug from Jubilee Page, race director of Black Canyon, Javelina 100, Whiskey Basin, across the years, helping out here at the Cocodona 250. It takes a small village to make this happen.
I can speak from personal experience that there is nothing better after a race than a hug from Jubilee. It is just so great to have her, as a supporting member of the community, whether she's the race director, or whether she's taking photos or somewhere else in another capacity. Jubilee is just fantastic. So I hope that Sarah is soaking it in and enjoying it as much as she deserves to.
I said it's 2.5 miles. I know because I've done it 12 times. 12 times? So that's 5 miles round trip.
As congratulations in the chat continue to pour in for Sarah Ostaszewski. Those are well-earned congratulations.
They are well-earned, and as a fellow Midwesterner, she deserves as much big Sarah energy. Some big chat energy sent Sarah's way after just what an incredible run. There were times where we saw her earlier in the race where she looked pretty tired, pretty beat up, but never once did she ever look like she was gonna sit there and call it a day. So she kept fighting forward, she kept working through, and ultimately ended up rounding out the women's podium with an incredibly strong finish there in the last 20 miles or so. To really just hold on to that third place position that she had.
That's an excellent point. She, even when she was in the invisibly rough and maybe in those dark spots, it didn't affect the way she moved. So she might have been wearing it on her face, but she did not wear it on her watch, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And I'm going to take a quick peek because I want to see, obviously different courses and everything, but how much sooner she finished. I won't say faster because it's obviously, like I said, a different course, but compared to last year's Cocodona. So she finished in just under 100 hours last year. So she was done with this race 15 hours quicker.
She's going to get an even more special hug there, a hug from the great Patty Curry.
Patty hugs are amazing. I get my Patty hugs before the race, though.
Yeah, but not everyone gets a Mama Curry hug.
This is true.
So that's why they're special. Not only are they amazing, they are that. They are also aren't just given out to everyone. So
yeah. Now, Mama Curry.
Much deserved for Sarah to get herself a nice Mama Curry hug.
Yeah, she supports everybody. And of course, Mama Curry making sure that all the runners are fed and hydrated. But she also is just so emotionally invested in the success of the runners and invested in what happens at these events. She takes their success personally. She takes it to heart to see that they all succeed. She is an experienced ultra runner in her own right. She's competed in, OCC and, done the Crown King Scramble many times. So, she has familiarity with a lot of, what she speaks and what she helps people prepare for. Plus she's raised two of the strongest, trail runners, arguably, that we know in, Jamil and Nick Curry. So she knows what it's like to have, to take care of those runners at that level. And this is the after picture.
Yep.
Do we know? Is that? I'm not sure if that was.
I'm not sure who it is.
I did at 8:39 coming down the hill.
I mean, he was in good spirits.
Shad was telling me that that they were running 5:50 pace.
Sarah was?
No, that Cole was.
Cole was. Both of them, both
and then
Sarah and
was
Cole,
running really fast as well.
Absolutely, both of them were moving very well.
Telling him, and they were talking about it, and it was hilarious. They were like, "This race must be too easy."
Yeah. That's when he asked me what pace we were running, and I had to flip my watch to get to the pace setting on it. Then when I finally did it, I was like, really? That's what we're doing? And I was at 6:30 at that pace, and then he picked it up. So.
Way to go, Sarah. An incredible run there.
Yep. See that she has her third place finishers award. Of course, there's a lot of talent hanging out there at the finish line still as well. Her sister, Melissa. Oh.
Yep, we've got Melissa there.
Yeah, we've got Melissa. We've got, of course, Shelby Farrell there. I did see Jeff Browning hanging out. It's the cool thing about seeing a trail running race in Flagstaff is that you never know who's going to show up. Some high caliber talent as part of the scene. And there's Drew Fraze in the background. Of course, Drew was on with us earlier today and did a great job on commentary.
Yeah, the voice of an angel.
Just a different voice. Like, you know, it's very soothing, very very deliberate in what he was saying. You know, it was a little bit quieter, a little bit less assertive, I guess. But man, you know, Drew was just killing it. I loved his descriptions of the course from a physical geography standpoint this morning, talking about the things in Flagstaff that make it so unique. In terms of the views and what you're running on, because there are all sorts of running opportunities there in Flagstaff. So, and of course Sarah there posing with her third place finisher award in the 2022 Cocodona 250. For those that were wondering, Drew was on this morning. He basically helped with the rise and shine of the Aravaipa morning coffee. I think we just named a new segment. Aravaipa morning coffee. Every morning at this race. Yes, Drew's voice is soothing, just like trail shoes crunching.
Incredible.
And she finally opts to sit down for a little bit. But I'm sure, like most finishers, she's going to be up within a few minutes anyways.
For sure. And so I think that this is a great place to call it a night here, Chris. As we saw in the pride of Crown Point, Indiana, Sarah Ostaszewski, your third place finisher. And I think that's where we're going to end it for today. We will be back on tomorrow at, I believe, around 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So we will be back on around 6 a.m. That stream is already scheduled on our YouTube channel. So you can go ahead. You can set your notification alarm. You can do all of that. You won't want to miss it, as we will be having live coverage from around 6 a.m. until around 10 p.m. tomorrow night, depending on where we're at with finishers and things like that. So if we have people maybe coming in, maybe we'll stay on a little longer. If we have a break point right at 10 or won't see anyone for quite a while, maybe we'll call it right around 10. But
yeah, and one of the things that we're going to wake up to tomorrow morning is some drama at the, we're going to find out that Muntz Park 2 is right at 6 a.m. So
yep.
We're going to have a better view on who is going to be continuing on for the final 65 or so miles of this race. And I'll be honest, I think that everybody that makes it through Munns Park is going to finish. I think at that point it becomes an inevitability, because if they got to Munns Park by 6 a.m., they have 30 hours to go, roughly 100K. And if they've made it that far, I think they've got that push left in them to make it. And, of course, after the Munns Park cutoff at 6 a.m. tomorrow, only one remains, or one big one remains, and that is Fort Tuttle at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night, which I don't think that anybody that made it to Fort Tuttle did not continue on and finish last year. Fort Tuttle is honestly, I believe, a formality in that regard.
Yep. I agree. And so that is going to be a wrap for our coverage. We will see all of you bright and early tomorrow. Incredible job out there, everyone. Everyone who is still out there moving forward, continue venturing on. And, yeah, that's going to do it for our coverage. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.